Jesi čujemo? Good morning, everybody. Welcome and good morning. As we represent here the zero panel, the starting panel this morning, I would really like everybody to take a seat and enjoy this session. The session will be in Croatian language, so if you don't have your headsets, please take care of that part. My name is Natko Vlahović and I'm the president of New Frontier Foundation, and we will be talking this morning about AI, digital infrastructure, competitiveness, economy, data centers, great topics. So let me now switch to Croatian language i da pozdravim, dakle, prvo moje goste. Hvala vam što ste se odazvali. Zahvaljujem se Ministarstvu vanjskih poslova što je omogućilo Zakladi Nova granica kao transatlantskom think tanku da sudjeluje na ovom važnom međunarodnom samitu koji se svake godine održava u Dubrovniku i koji je doista prerastao jednu značajnu konferenciju koja je svake godine sve veća i sve bitnija. Dakle, dobrodošli na panel Zaklade Nova granica, digitalna otpornost i umjetna inteligencija, integracija infrastrukture, podataka i sigurnosti za globalnu konkurentnost Europske unije. U kontekstu sve brže digitalne transformacije, ovaj panel istražuje kritičnu sinergiju između tri stupa modernog gospodarstva. Fizičke infrastrukture, podatkovni centri, naprednih sigurnosnih rješenja i umjetne inteligencije. Dok Europska unija nastoji jačati svoju globalnu konkurentnost, ključno pitanje više nije samo razvoj umjetne inteligencije, već osiguravanje otporne i skalabilne infrastrukture koja te tehnologije podržava, uz istovremeno poštivanje visokih sigurnosnih standarda. Cilj rasprave je detektirati kako Hrvatska i države članice Europske unije mogu iskoristiti svoje infrastrukturne potencijale kako bi postale predvodnice u primjeni umjetne inteligencije, što je potrebno kako bi se privukle investicije u podatkovne centre, prateću energetsku i drugu infrastrukturu, te istovremeno osiguravajući kibernetičku otpornost. Dragi gosti, dragi prijatelji, sada ću predstaviti moje goste, naš današnji panel. Dakle, s moje lijeve strane gospodin Tonko Obuljen, predsjednik vijeća HAKOM-a. HAKOM je Hrvatska regulatorna agencija za mrežne djelatnosti. Dobrodošli. Gospodin Obuljen je dugogodišnji stručnjak u području elektroničkih komunikacija, regulacije tržišta, svojedobno i predsjedavajući tijela europskih regulatora, elektroničkih komunikacija, ključna osoba u trenutku kada bi HAKOM kao hrvatski regulator mogao preuzeti ulogu glavnog tijela za provedbu nadolazećeg AI akta. Dobrodošli. Doktorica Antonija Mršić-Radas, izvršna direktorica CRO-AI. CRO-AI je Hrvatska udruga za umjetnu inteligenciju, stručnjakinja s bogatim iskustvom u upravljanju inovacijama, EU fondovima i strateškom planiranju. Kroz CRO-AI vodi ključni dijalog između tehnološkog sektora, startupa i donositelja odluka s ciljem pozicioniranja Hrvatske na AI karti Europe. Gospodin Domagoj Pehar, potpredsjednik uprave Kombisa, članice HT grupe, odnosno Deutsche Telekoma. Dobrodošli. Gospodin Stipe Plejić, makroekonomist, član Forbes Technology Councila, te ex-European Parliament, savjetnik u Europskom parlamentu. Tehnološki poduzetnik i investitor. Zatim profesor dr. Vedran Bilas, dekan Fakulteta elektrotehnike i računarstva Sveučilišta u Zagrebu. Ključna osoba, istaknuti znanstvenik i redoviti profesor, lider vodeće domaće znanstveno-istraživačke i obrazovne institucije u STEM području. Naravno, snažan zagovornik povezivanja akademije i i gospodarstva te razvoja vrhunskih tehnoloških talenata. Evo, ja bi sad započeo sa jednom rundom ili prvom rundom pitanja, da krenemo možda od gospodina Obuljena. Znači, pitanje što je u stvari ili što čini AI ekosustav u Europi i kako ga vi kao regulator u ovom trenutku ocjenjujete u smislu konkurentnosti Europe i kako se Europa prema svijetu u ovom trenutku drži.
Hvala, dobro jutro svima. Pa predstavili ste na početku HAKOM kao mogućeg regulatora u Hrvatskoj za AI. O tome još nije donesena konačna odluka, ali sve ukazuje da bi HAKOM mogao biti tijelo za nadzor tržišta AI. Tu će biti uključena još i neka druga tijela za zaštitu osobnih podataka kao nekakve krovne stvari koja se proteže kroz cijelo ovo digitalno područje i za akreditaciju sustava. Europski okvir, pa baš sam prekjučer bio na jednoj konferenciji u Briselu i bila je nekakva skala koliko zemlje uopće reguliraju razvoj umjetne inteligencije. Ispalo je da je EU tu negdje u razini sa Kinom, odnosno u grupi zemalja kod kojih je područje vrlo regulirano. Naravno, radi se o potpuno različitim sustavima, našem i kineskom. Općenito, Europska unija je u zadnje vrijeme donijela jako puno novih digitalnih pravila. Mi to povremeno u ovim regulatornim krugovima zovemo digitalni tsunami iz Brisela. I treba se snaći. U tome je dosta zamršeno, jedno djeluje na drugo, stvara ponekad i malo kaosa kod tvrtki koje sve to trebaju primijeniti. Shema toga kad je pogledate, kad se nacrta i kad se povuku međuveze, izgleda kao jedna ozbiljno zapetljana ribarska mreža. I naravno da se tako ne da raditi, pa je sad Europska unija krenula ovim putem da pokuša pojednostaviti stvari i općenito, s obzirom na brzi razvoj tehnologije, s obzirom na to koliko su ta područja koja Unija danas regulira kao odvojena područja povezana i koliko utiču jedno na drugo, mislim da regulativu treba jako pojednostavniti. Baš jako pojednostavniti. Isto tako treba istražiti te međuveze i ukloniti suprotnosti kojih ima i objasniti tamo gdje se preklapaju odredbe, a nisu baš iste, riješiti to. Sad, naravno, zato je potrebno nešto malo vremena, potreban je dijalog. Općenito, europski regulatorni proces je prilično spor. I trenutno se radi na novom aktu o digitalnim mrežama, njega je najavio komisioner Breton još 2022. Pa su 24. izašli, znate, Leta Dragi report, bijela knjiga komisije. Danas je tek to u proceduri u smislu da se kroz vijeće prikupljaju komentari, parlament obrađuje, međutim još se nije ušlo ni u trijalog. Dakle, mi imamo ciklus od 6 godina između prve najave i donošenja akta, ako sve bude u redu. Znači 28. to je potpuno neprihvatljivo u ovom području. Znači ja mislim da za europsku konkurentnost je neophodno da taj ciklus ubrzamo s jedne strane, s druge strane da pokušamo naći nekakve principe i onda prepustiti provedbi da vidimo kako ćemo zaista dalje, jer mi imamo snažnu tendenciju da sve pokušamo unaprijed regulirati, pa čak i ono što je nepoznato. Mi kao regulatori smo negdje na pola tog puta između onog kao što zovemo država, administracija, birokracija i tržišta, gdje imamo neposredan kontakt, puno smo u kontaktu sa našim tvrtkama, vidimo što su im problemi, pokušavamo pomoći. Nekad uspijemo, nekad ne uspijemo i sa samom komisijom imamo relativno dobar odnos, ali vrlo često nas uključuju kasno. Znači, propis izađe i onda se počinje o njemu razgovarati, umjesto da se zapravo gradi zajednički od početka o nekakvom dijalogu sa onima kojih se to najviše tiče, a to je gospodarstvo.
Hvala, vrlo zanimljivo. Još ćemo razgovarati dosta o regulativi i o cijelom frameworku za poslovanje u stvari. Ono što me zanima, profesore Bilas, dakle puno razgovaramo o povezivanju gospodarstva i znanosti. Vi iz ključne znanstvene institucije kao što je FER, kako vi ocjenjujete u stvari AI ekosustav u Europi i povezivanje znanosti sa biznisom?
Dobro jutro svima, hvala na pozivu. Pa ono što sigurno znamo je da je potrebna stalna komunikacija između akademije i industrije, da ona nikada ne može prestati, ako ništa zato što se i u akademiji možda nešto sporije, u industriji mijenjaju i čelnici i mijenjaju se prakse, tako da je potrebno, i tehnologije naravno, tako da je potrebno održavati taj kontinuitet i treba voditi računa da nisu svaki puta neposredni ciljevi akademskih i industrijskih partnera isti. Da podsjetim samo publiku da akademski partneri u pravilu imaju nešto dulje agende, razmišljaju o rezultatima istraživanja, zainteresirani su možda za neke temeljna pitanja, dok su industrijski partneri na razini, kada gledamo razinu tehnološke zrelosti, u gornjoj razini tehnološke zrelosti i naravno zainteresirani su što prije doći u fazu koristi za kupca, odnosno komercijalizacije te suradnje i tu treba navesti trećeg partnera, a treći partner je javni novac, država, koji onda u različitim fazama te suradnje treba pomoći kako bi nastajalo novo znanje i kako bi se to novo znanje transformiralo u nove proizvode. Umjetna inteligencija, odnosno primjena posebice generativne umjetne inteligencije, dovodi do promjena, odnosno dovela je do promjena, značajno su se stvari ubrzale. Mogu recimo krenuti od refleksije tržišta rada, odnosno ponašanja velikih tehnoloških kompanija, prije svega one koje izrađuju softver, koje su zapravo relativno brzo shvatile benefite takvih alata i shvatili su koliko ti alati mogu smanjiti potrebu za neiskusnim inženjerima, dakle onima koji dolaze neposredno sa fakulteta i tu se javlja jedan novi moment koji se po mojim saznanjima manifestirao najprije u SAD-u, ali je tu već i u Europi, dakle da se vidi koliko mudrost i iskustvo, dakle čovjeka, stručnjaka u kombinaciji sa alatima generativne umjetne inteligencije može povećati učinkovitost i na oko smanjiti potrebu za mladim stručnjacima. Onda se postavlja pitanje kako će ti mladi stručnjaci doći do te mudrosti i iskustva da bi mogli naći odgovarajuća radna mjesta. To značajno sada mijenja ulogu sveučilišta i način na koji sveučilišta trebaju komunicirati sa industrijom. Dakle, očekuje se više praktičnog rada studenata od početka ulaska u studije, očekuje se više projektnih aktivnosti, očekuje se više odlazaka na praksu u industriju i u Hrvatskoj smo te trendove prepoznali i nosimo se s njima. Ono što je druga dimenzija, vrlo značajna i za koju vjerujem da iz osobnog iskustva mnogi znaju, bilo kao oni koji participiraju u akademiji ili roditelji ili slično, da mladi ljudi puno brže i efikasnije primjenjuju te alate, mislim efikasnije u smislu da brže dolaze do njih i počinju ih koristiti i javlja se veliki pritisak na sustav obrazovanja kako zapravo ispuniti dva cilja. Jedan je da na kraju imate mlade stručnjake koji vrlo aktivno koriste te alate i dižu svoju osobnu produktivnost i mogu se uključiti u tržište rada, a drugi je da te alate ne koriste na krivi način, odnosno da steknu na vrijeme temeljna znanja tijekom studija. I to je vrlo, vrlo ozbiljna zadaća s kojom se najbolja sveučilišta u svijetu trenutno nose i na različite načine. Naravno da se to ne može riješiti regulativom, zabranama ili nekim takvim procesima, iako treba razvijati etički odnos i studenata i nastavnika prema korištenju alata generativne umjetne inteligencije, ali je vrlo, vrlo ozbiljan izazov kako stimulirati, potaknuti studente da efikasno stječu nova znanja i onda koriste alate generativne umjetne inteligencije da bi ih mogli kvalitetno primijeniti u svim djelatnostima koje inženjeri rade. I spomenuo bih još samo da postoji i druge, da tako kažem, skupine primjene umjetne inteligencije, a jedna od njih je ono što zovemo physical AI, dakle fizička umjetna inteligencija, ona koja je implementirana u autonomnim sustavima, kao što su primjerice roboti, različite namjene, i tu vidimo vrlo velike i značajne prilike, posebice za male zemlje poput Hrvatske, koja ima vrlo jaku industrijsku tradiciju i koja može tu industrijsku tradiciju i oplemeniti ugradnjom ovih physical AI aplikacija, što već vidimo na nekoliko robotičkih kompanija koje dolaze iz Hrvatske, i trenutno recimo u domeni automatizacije i logistike praktično nema nekakve značajnije konkurencije u Europi ili SAD, uglavnom ona dolazi sa Dalekog istoka. Dakle, ono što bih zaključio je, nema čekanja, stvari se događaju brzo, treba brzo djelovati. Propustio sam govoriti o infrastrukturi, ali vjerujem da će ostali sugovornici o tome govoriti. Hvala.
Samo jedno potpitanje vezano za industriju. Dakle, da li vidite u zadnjih nekoliko godina neke promjene u smislu gdje se primjenjuje sve više i više AI? Puno se danas govori o naoružanju u Europi, dronovima i tako dalje.
Pa evo, otprilike sam bio na tom tragu. Dakle, s jedne strane govorimo o generativnoj umjetnoj inteligenciji koja može pospješiti osobnu učinkovitost u mnogim djelatnostima, čak i u administraciji. Najčešće danas se referiramo na primjene u proizvodnji softvera, gdje možete i kreirati softver, naročito nakon toga dokumentirati ili testirati softver primjenom tih alata. Ono što tu naglašavam, da oni koji zaista proizvode softver koji služi rješavanju konkretnih problema u konkretnim nišama ne mogu se osloniti samo na alate umjetne inteligencije, moraju imati specijalna znanja svojih stručnjaka da ugrađuju te u algoritme, a ovo što ste vi spomenuli kao dronove, to je to primjena fizičke umjetne inteligencije, što je jedna specifičnost onih koji zaista proizvode konkretne proizvode, fizičke proizvode koji se onda mogu upotrebljavati. U više ciklusa suvremene civilizacije smo imali značajne iskorake u tehnologiji vezane za, nažalost, krizna stanja, ratna stanja ili vojne primjene, i nekako mi se čini da se sad nalazimo u jednom takvom vrlo intenzivnom ciklusu iz kojeg će sigurno biti značajnih rješenja koja će se onda, a već se i pretaču u mirnodopske primjene i one koje služe čovjeku više nego što služe razaranju.
Hvala. Prešao bi sad na digitalnu infrastrukturu. Znači, ovdje imamo predstavnika tvrtke Kombis. Puno se govori o tome u Hrvatskoj kako da Hrvatska postane u stvari regionalno infrastrukturno čvorište za podatkovne centre. Što je iz kuta industrije ključno da bi se privukli globalni igrači i investitori u cloud i edge infrastrukturu?
Dobro jutro, hvala na pitanju. Dakle, što se tiče digitalne infrastrukture, ono što mi vidimo i što bi ja rekao za Hrvatsku ide na ruku, promijenili su se trendovi, dakle, u podatkovnim centrima. Nekad ste imali podatkovne centre koji su bili negdje daleko u cloudu i to je bilo dovoljno za use case-ove koje je industrija tražila. Međutim, pojavom umjetne inteligencije došlo je do toga da zapravo AI use case-ovi su u svim porama društva. Pa kao što je profesor rekao, automatizacija, robotika, telemedicina, transport, autonomna vožnja, to su sve use case-ovi koji koriste ili će koristiti još više AI kao tehnologiju, a što će zahtijevati, za razliku od prije, da obrada podataka bude što bliže korisnicima. Dakle, svaka milisekunda je bitna u toj komunikaciji. I upravo zato AI daje jedan vjetar u leđa da se AI podatkovni centri grade blizu korisnicima. Hrvatska je dobar primjer tu, jer upravo može objediniti cijelo jedno područje regije u kojoj zapravo onda imamo blizinu korisnika s jedne strane, a ono što ste pitali kako bi privukli globalne igrače da dođu ovdje, bitno je da imamo, a imamo vrlo dobru optičku infrastrukturu, povezani smo sa svim susjednim zemljama u regiji, tako da mi smo tranzitna ruta optičke infrastrukture i to je naša prednost. Ono što se promijenilo isto u podatkovnim centrima u odnosu na prije je cijela priča podatkovnih centara bila kapacitet, procesorska moć, memorija plus optički vodovi, dakle pristup. Međutim, danas to dobiva još jednu drugu dimenziju. Zašto? AI infrastruktura troši 5 do 10 puta više energije. I tu se javlja komponenta energije. Dakle, mi moramo osigurati dovoljno energije na mjestu izgradnje takvog jednog AI podatkovnog centra koji bi mogao pokriti širu regiju. I tu je naravno jako bitno da investitoru ta energija bude i dostupna i predvidiv trošak te energije. I uz to naravno prednost je ako postoji komponenta zelene energije, jer to uveliko povećava i reputaciju samih investitora. Tako da ja bih rekao, Hrvatska da, ima veliku šansu, možda najveću u zadnjih 10 godina, upravo zbog AI-a i njezine geostrateškog položaja, a uz znači, telekom infrastrukturu, energiju, potrebno je naravno i uvesti jedan dobar nivo sigurnosti na sve to, ali to je nešto o čemu se da malo više razgovarati još kasnije.
Koliko su u stvari podatkovni centri povezani sa nacionalnom sigurnosti danas?
Pa jako su povezani.
Države koja je konkurentna, koja je u stanju braniti svoju, odnosno štititi svoju stratešku infrastrukturu?
Apsolutno su povezani, zapravo cijela digitalizacija gura sve više aplikacija u podatkovne centre, sve više tvrtki privatnog sektora, javnog sektora, data centar potražnja raste. I mi to vidimo kao predstavnik tu privatnog sektora, mi to u kompaniji vidimo da ti kapaciteti i potražnja raste. Naravno, i iz tog aspekta, pošto su sve aplikacije praktički na jednom mjestu, nikad važnije nije bilo pitanje sigurnosti, jer u slučaju bilo kakvog kibernetičkog napada možete imati najbolji podatkovni centar, AI podatkovni centar na svijetu, međutim, ukoliko imate samo jednu manjkavost u kodu neke aplikacije ili u nekom operativnom sustavu, ta cijela priča neće funkcionirati, odnosno korisnici neće imati svoje usluge.
Hvala. Stipe, dakle, možda jedno pitanje vezano za situaciju u Europi, odnosno odnos Europe, SAD-a i Azije. S obzirom na tvoj uvid u globalne trendove kroz Forbes zajednicu, gdje se Europska unija, a unutar nje i Hrvatska, trenutno nalaze u globalnoj utrci za digitalnu otpornost u usporedbi sa SAD-om i Azijom?
Europa definitivno u ovom momentu zaostaje za svojim, ajmo reći, globalnim partnerima. Imamo jedan stari kod da Amerika ima najbolji software, Kina ima najbolji hardware, a Europa ima najbolju regulativu. Tako da mi ovdje jesmo u biti iz aspekta nekih policy makera, i sam bio policy maker, ali je bitno ova druga strana inovativnosti u kojoj još uvijek prednjače prije svega Amerika, i tu razinu inovativnosti još uvijek niko ne može uzeti, zato su definitivno prvi igrač, dok Kina im je puše za vratom, ona je definitivno tu, a drugi igrač na krilima toga što je imala jeftinu radnu snagu i cijeli svijet je u biti svoju proizvodnju plasirao putem njihovih kanala i tako oni su stekli jako brzo to znanje, brzo su ga implementirali i počeli stvarati svoje vlastite resurse, infrastrukturu i postali su stvarno drugi najveći igrač maltene za vratom Americi. Europa je dosta stabilna, ali jako i spora, tako da alat kao što je AI poprilično može akcelerirati razvoj Europe, ali prije svega Hrvatske. Zato što, evo, daću vam primjer iz mikro ekonomije, iz mikrosituacije. Vi ako ste, na primjer, mladi poduzetnik, imate dobru ideju i želite okupiti neki tim, vama treba bar 5-6 ljudi, vama treba 5-6 programera, svaki od tih ljudi nešto košta, a vi danas imate alate, na primjer, s kojima to možete napraviti besplatno, tako da praktički možete biti sam co-founder i poprilično smanjite trošak i analize, i istraživanja, i PR-a, i marketinga, i researcha, i koncepta, Tako da stvarno smanjuje tu barijeru ulaska na tržište, smanjuje i barijeru kao što su kolege panelisti pričali i samih nekih tih software inženjera, tako da definitivno daje priliku i pogotovo mladim zemljama kao što je Hrvatska. Što se tiče Hrvatske, Hrvatska nikad nije bolje globalna stala nego li sada. Imamo definitivno izvrstan rating, najbolji do sada. Prepoznati smo po Europi, zaista smo brand i po sigurnosti, imamo dobru infrastrukturu i zaista možemo biti ponosni nakon dugo, mislim, mlada smo zemlja, stvarno možemo biti ponosni ko Hrvati, ali mislim da sad moramo iskoristiti tu tehnološku tranziciju i moramo tu uhvatiti neki trend s ovim većim igračima. Mislim da bi nam trebao biti uzor male sofistificirane zemlje kao što je Singapur. Dubai je napravio odličan posao, oni sad imaju političke probleme dole zbog rata u regiji, na primjer imaju veliki odljev i timova i projekata i kapitala, tako da Hrvatska definitivno ima kapacitet i bila bi interesantna u privlačenju takve jedne zajednice u vidu i kapitala i u vidu inovacija. I mislim da je to nešto što treba raditi i Hrvatska, i Europa i to je nekako mislim najispravnije.
Hvala. Antonija, vi predstavljate udruženje koje okuplja kompanije iz sektora umjetne inteligencije, ako možemo tako reći. Dakle, iz vašeg iskustva, a tu su predstavnici praktički iz cijelog svijeta, Dubrovnik forum kao konferencija doista je praktički globalna konferencija, dakle iz SAD-a, iz Europe, iz Azije. Da li tvrtke koje posluju u AI ekosustavu u Hrvatskoj imaju iste probleme kao i sve ostale tvrtke? Što govore vaši članovi i kompanije s kojima vi surađujete? Što ih najviše tišti na neki način, a gdje u stvari vide nekakve konkurentske prednosti ovoga o čemu razgovaramo, dakle to pozicije jugoistoka Europe i Hrvatske?
Pa hvala lijepa na pitanju. Dobro jutro svima. Drago mi je biti ovdje s vama i reći nešto više o Hrvatskoj udruzi za umjetnu inteligenciju. Evo, kao udruga postojimo od 2019. godine, kad je na početku tema umjetne inteligencije bilo nešto jako neobično, novo i uzbudljivo, ali kroz protok vremena evo, udruga je radila puno na i popularizaciji umjetne inteligencije u nekakvom širem društvenom miljeu, ali sada evo od tog nekakvog početnog hajpa udruga je počela sve više raditi na nekim konkretnim projektima i zapravo odgovarati na pitanja, i u tom smjeru će i dalje ići, odgovarati na pitanja ne što i zašto umjetna inteligencija, nego kako. I to je jedno od pitanja koje, ja mislim, tišti cijelu Europu, a pogotovo ovdje i ovu našu regiju. I evo samo da se nadovežem na ovo pitanje koje je adresiralo kompanije. Dakle, mi kao udruga nemamo samo kompanije kao članice, mi povezujemo cijeli takozvani ekosustav, jer u ekosustavu za bilo koju tehnologiju, mislim i njezinu razvoj i primjenu, pa tako i za umjetnu inteligenciju, trebate imati različite dionike koji u sprezi rade da bi se zapravo u praksi provela i primijenila ta tehnologija. Tako da mi imamo tu i fakultete iz cijele Hrvatske, imamo tvrtke i to tvrtke koji su developeri, znači to su one koje razvijaju AI rješenja, imamo one koji su takozvani integratori ili su pomoć tvrtkama da pronađu najbolja rješenja i da ih nekako identificiraju probleme i nađu adekvatne provajdere. I imamo tvrtke koje su takozvani adopteri i onda njih opet možemo podijeliti na više razina. Neki su tek krenuli i zaista im treba mreža poduzeća i fakulteta da im u tome pomogne, a imamo i one koji su zapravo dobri primjeri što se sve u Hrvatskoj može napraviti. Isto tako čuli smo da se spomenulo i ovi use case-ovi. Tako to je nešto što kad pričamo o tome kako, to je nešto na čemu mi radimo i što želimo pokazati široj javnosti, a pogotovo poslovnoj zajednici, kako rješavati probleme koje poduzeća imaju i to u različitim sektorima. Od zdravstvenog sektora, dakle farmaceutske industrije, turizma, koji je jako važan u Hrvatskoj, do maloprodaje, ali i onih koji su visokotehnološke proizvodne tvrtke i kako oni mogu pomoći sa alatima. Ono što kroz neki razgovor sa našim članicama, tvrtkama možemo nekako staviti pod zajednički nazivnik je da u principu ne postoji razlika između shvaćanja umjetne inteligencije, rješenja, između toga da je to nekakav eksperiment koji IT odjel radi, pa onda eto oni malo se tamo igraju pa vidjet ćemo što će biti s tim, do toga da postoji jedna korporativna poslovna strategija i vizija koja kaže rješenja koje može ponuditi umjetna inteligencija će nam pomoći da riješimo svoje poslovne ciljeve i da postavimo neke mjerljive parametre kojim ćemo znati da li ta rješenja doprinose većoj produktivnosti, većoj profitabilnosti i većoj konkurentnosti. Tako da mislim da poduzeća koje imaju ovu drugu strategiju, dakle koje gledaju to kao jednu makro strategiju za svoje poduzeće, da će oni uspjeti prije i bolje ostvariti te ciljeve. A ono s čime se zapravo svi nekako suočavaju je to pitanje upravljanja promjenama unutar poduzeća, jer postoji različita i nivo spremnosti i pojedinaca i različitih funkcija unutar poduzeća da to prigrle, prihvaćaju i primjenjuje. Tako da za sada ono što možemo vidjeti po našem uzorku da uglavnom su to ove funkcije podrške koje koriste, pogotovo generativne AI rješenja, dakle to su svi ovi LLM modeli kojim koriste za pomoć u planiranju, u praćenju podataka, izradi dokumenata i tako dalje. Ali to je neka početna razina, sad treba sa te razine prijeći na implementaciju rješenja u procese, pogotovo u proizvodne procese gdje se može pomoći i kod prediktivnosti, minimizacije ljudske greške, automatizacije procesa. Dakle, tu se može jako puno uštediti na vremenu i za razvoj nekakvih rješenja ako se radi o tvrtkama koje razvijaju svoje rješenje. Dakle, po našim informacijama neki koji su nešto razvijali 2-3 mjeseca, sada mogu to razviti u 2 dana ili evo najdulje 2 tjedna. Tako da to puno ubrzava cijeli proces. I ono što je isto tako važno u svemu tome spomenuti je da je i ta regulativa jako važna i da evo naši članovi koji su mahom inovativni i bave se nekim vidom ili nekom vrstom inovacija, oni ne bježe od odgovornosti i od povećane sigurnosti o kojoj treba voditi računa, ali ono što je važno da regulativa bude pametna, da bude dobra, ne da bude više ili manje regulative, nego da ona bude pametna u smislu da je razmjerna, da ima jasna pravila, jer kad imate jasna pravila onda postoji taj neki efekt, mislim i faktor sigurnosti, izvjesnosti koji je za poslovanje izuzetno važno, jer ako ne postoji ta izvjesnost, ako postoji ovo što je gospodin Obuljen govorio, nekako dupliranje različitih pravila i kompleksnost tih pravila, to pogotovo nije dobro za mala poduzeća, za start-upove, jer oni nemaju unutar svojih timova kapacitete da bi mogli, kao što imaju velika poduzeća, razmišljati o tako kompleksnoj regulativi, da znaju jesu li usklađeni ili nisu. Tako da i budući regulator mora biti onaj koji razgovara, surađuje, educira, sluša poduzeća, znači to je ta neka sprega javnog i privatnog koji zajedno djeluju za dobrobit sviju. Tako da...
Razgovarali smo isto u pripremi ovog panela o europskom projektu koji se zove AI Factories. Pa u smislu globalne konkurentnosti Europe, koliko je taj projekt značajan i što evo za publiku ovdje on predstavlja? Ako možete malo pojasniti.
Pa može, da. Samo važno je napomenuti da Hrvatska nije, barem za sada, dio toga europskog projekta. Dakle, AI Factory su zapravo hubovi unutar Europske unije koje pružaju, koji su praktički podatkovni centri i koji mogu davati i poduzećima i drugim dionicima u tom ekosustavu, dakle i istraživačima, lakši i brži pristup infrastrukturi za provedbu njihovih projekata. I evo, Hrvatska se nažalost nije tome priključila, to je sad pitanje možda za nekog drugog da komentira, ali mislim da kod sudjelovanja u takvim europskim projektima nije pitanje samo fizičke infrastrukture i samih podataka, nego i tog umrežavanja koji osigurava preljevanje znanja, suradnju sa partnerima i taj inovacijski sustav iz kojeg onda proizlaze nove ideje, nova znanja, nove suradnje i zapravo jedna mobilnost koja osigurava dugoročno, ako se pametno iskoristi, i konkurentnost. Ovako, mislim, mi u Hrvatskoj smo se malo izolirali, rekla bih, jer nismo u tim tokovima. Postoji sad jedna inicijativa takozvanih gigafactories, čeka se da komisija zapravo pokrene i poziv, tako da nadam se da će tu biti interesa sa hrvatske strane da u tome sudjeluje, jer evo, sudjelujem isto tako na raznim konferencijama koje su i globalne i europske, i uvijek se postavlja pitanje, dobro, zašto Hrvatska zašto nije dio ili partner AI Factory na europskom nivou, i moguće je da naši policy makeri imaju neka racionalna i argumentirana obrazloženja zašto to nije tako, ali evo ja ću biti malo provokativna pa ću pitati, dobro, a koja je alternativa?
Znači, pitanje, odnosno poruka je the age of multipolarity, jel? Pa u tom kontekstu, evo, možemo i to pitanje pokušati razriješiti, jel, koja je alternativa?
Koja je alternativa,
umjetnoj inteligenciji i da li postoji neka druga tehnologija?
Da.
Stipe, o tome smo razgovarali jučer u pripremi, dakle, što u stvari nama umjetna inteligencija u smislu jedne kompletno nove revolucije koja je tu nudi i kako se trebamo kao Europa postaviti prema tome i koje bi bile u stvari neke flagship priče koje dolaze iz Europe, a vezane su za, bio si u Briselu, radio sa europskim institucijama, policy makerima. Što je tvoja poruka oko toga?
Tehnologije, mislim da je to jedno od najvećih tehnoloških dostignuća, čak bi se usudio reći nešto, ne znam, od vatre i parnog stroja. Puno ima prilika, ja je u principu i gledam po aspektu prilika, što je kolegica sad pričala u njenoj implikaciji u doslovno sve branše, od same infrastrukture pa implikacije u zdravstvu, ne znam, u financijama, investicijama, ne znam, na primjer prije jedan hedge fond ima je na floru 500-600 ljudi, analista, sad u biti to sve rade kompjuteri, cijelu analizu, predikciju, praktički projekcije, possibility, scenarije, tako da nevjerojatna implikacija toga i što, mislim, glavni svjetski, ajmo reći neki lideri u industriji kao što je Elon Musk kažu da će u biti kreirati cijeli novi setup i ekonomije, a sa tim novim setupom ovi ekonomije će kreirati i nova mlada poduzeća, takozvane novo welt društvo. I to je baš ono malo prije što sam spominjao, to je stvarno prilika za mlade zemlje koje još nisu toliko etablirane da uđu na scenu, jer dok su stvari standardne, uvijek onaj koji brani poziciju u ovom aspektu velikih igrača, ako govorimo iz perspektive Europske unije, to su i bili Njemačka, Francuska, Velika Britanija, velike zemlje, njima uvijek oni su ti koji su predvodnici, imaju jaku industriju, imaju velike brojke, imaju velik broj ljudi, imaju te neke stabilne stvari i nama ko maloj zemlji je jako teško ući u utakmicu s njima i jako teško je biti konkurentan. Ali baš ova tehnologija je ta koja nam može dati priliku da to napravimo brzo, da to napravimo efikasno. I to je baš ono što sam u uvodu spominjao. Ovo je jedna nova prilika, prije svega govorim za Hrvatsku, zato što mislim sad smo stvarno stabilni, imamo sve predispozicije da budemo što konkurentniji, da idemo u smjeru, mislim, jedna Švicarske, da imamo i dovoljan broj ljudi, imamo i dosta pametne ljude i da, na primjer, naši i mediteranski gradovi da se ne oslanjaju samo na turizam, u biti kako bi se moglo, turizam nam je još uvijek najveća bitna grana u kojoj povisimo, ali na primjer kad bi to radili kako rade gradovi nadzor na obali kao što je Monako, kao što su, da ubacimo u taj turizam industrije koje su komplementarne, kao što je financijska industrija, kao što su inovacije, kao što su ta visoka tehnološka dostignuća, dobili bi jedan dobar balans i to ide u skladu i sa našom nekom i reputacijom i sa povijesnom ostavštinom i bili bi i dalje i tehnološki sofisticirani i to bi nam biti pružilo taj razvoj. Definitivno što su kolege malo prije spominjali, van tih mogućnosti imamo i te neke, ajmo reći, stvari na koje moramo se pripremiti oko umjetne inteligencije. To je definitivno, imat ćemo višak nekih radnih mjesta, imat ćemo višak nekih profesija. Što se tiče akademskog sektora, što je kolega Bilaks spominjao, već bi sada trebali raditi te neke periodične rebalanse. Kina, na primjer, radi na tromjesečnoj razini, radi rebalanse nekih profesija koje im u budućnosti neće biti potrebne. Tako da i mi se sa te strane moramo spremati i moramo biti naš edukacijski sistem pripremati na tu jednu novu ekonomiju. Imate mnogo dobrih primjera, sad bi mogao tu pričati satima, ali na primjer Dubai je svim svojim građanima otključao ChatGPT, onaj premium verziju, baš da budu uključeni, znači da vam u biti kao vam je neki research najinteresantniji, ako nemate onih $25 ili ne želite, ne znam, platiti, da u biti država vam daje tu mogućnost da budete vi ti koji ste konkurentni.
Stimulirate. Stimulirate državu.
Da, tako da to su neke stvari koje u biti stvarno su bitne da u biti uđemo u tu utakmicu i tu stvarno vidim ponovnu priliku i za Europu i za Hrvatsku da ponovno uđemo u utakmicu, ali s tim da moramo biti brzi. Moramo stvarno spojiti inovaciju i kapital. Jako je bitno po Europi da privlačimo kapital, a kapital voli inovacije, tako da moramo imati jednu stabilnu i, da tako kažem, poželjnu atmosferu za one koji imaju kapital i za one koji imaju najbolje ideje da dođu, da to razvijaju po Europi. Još uvijek je Pele i tu najpopularniji I, na primjer, poruka svim mladim founderima je ono, ako želiš imati, ne znam, valuaciju preko milijarde kroz neko vrijeme, moraš biti u LA-u, fizički moraš biti tamo, to vam reći neka poruka. Tako da mi smo ti koji to moramo ispravljati, to nije lako, ali ako želimo biti konkurentni, jednostavno moramo. I moramo raditi na tome da privlačimo i kapital i inovacije.
Hvala. Gospodin Pehar, dakle, zanima me u stvari suradnja biznisa i javnog sektora. I koliko javni sektor, odnosno država, može bez biznisa izgraditi digitalnu otpornost i stvoriti novu infrastrukturu?
Danas to definitivno ide ruku pod ruku zajedno. Dakle, nemoguće je niti jedan, niti drugi sektor da se razvija sam za sebe. Upravo i zbog pitanja sigurnosti. Vi morate imati danas da se postigne digitalna otpornost digitalnog sustava, morate imati prvo niz stručnjaka. Dakle, država ne može osigurati sama taj broj stručnjaka. Postoji velik broj stručnjaka u privatnom sektoru, u kompanijama koje se ozbiljno bave i AI-em, i digitalizacijom, i cyber security-em. Tako da određeno javno-privatno partnerstvo je ključ da se postigne i nacionalna sigurnost u smislu zaštite svih državnih tijela, ali i svih kompanija koje doprinose, naravno, gospodarstvu. I upravo zbog toga i dolazi i došla je i NIS-2 direktiva koja je zapravo dala vjetar u leđa, odnosno i obvezu svim gospodarstvenicima i državnim tijelima da se jednostavno usklade na jedan puno viši nivo sigurnosti. Ali kažem, to je jedino moguće zajedno. I o tome se puno razgovara i volio bih vidjeti u budućnosti zapravo jedan ozbiljan projekt koji će upravo rješavati takvo pitanje.
Hvala. Gospodin Obuljen, razgovarali smo o tome da europski zakonodavni proces traje skoro 6 godina. To je duže od mandata jedne vlade. Kako, dakle, Europska komisija kao glavni europski regulator, to tako reći, može biti efikasna i vi kao osoba koja se dugo već bavite europskom regulativom i sudjelujete u mnogim sastancima, radnim skupinama i slično, mislite da Europa se može natjecati na ovakav način na globalnoj sceni i da li su nužne neke promjene?
To je pitanje svih pitanja i nisam siguran da postoji jednostavan odgovor. Znači, taj komplicirani proces je izravna posljedica toga što, ja sam to već nekoliko puta rekao, ne postoji vjerojatno na svijetu kvalitetnija demokracija od Europe. Ali mi smo onda skloni pretjerivanjima. Pa, ajde, idemo 2-3 koraka unaprijed što bi moglo biti, ili ajde recimo kreiramo probleme i tražimo rješenja za njih. Umjesto da budemo budni, postavimo principe i reagiramo kad se problem dogodi. Znači, to bi bilo prvo ubrzanje. Drugo, nemojmo zaboraviti, Europska unija nije Kina, nisu Sjedinjene Američke Države, to je i dalje zajednica 27 nacionalnih država, svaka sa svojim interesima, svaka sa određenim setom ovlasti na nacionalnoj razini, sa svojim lobijima, sa svim svojim što uz to ide. Dakle, prvo, to je velika prepreka baš u ovom području, jer ne postoji ni jedna usluga danas, mreža ili bilo što u digitalnom području koje staje na državnoj granici. Sve je to europsko i svjetsko. Znači, tu nam je potrebna stvarno promjena, potpuna promjena načina kako radimo. Ja inače sam pomalo i kritičan prema Dragijevom reportu koji se danas uzima kao temelj za dalje. Mislim da o njemu nikad nije provedena ozbiljna rasprava. Za početak ne zna se ko su sve točno autori. Ima dosta lobističkih stvari unutra. ali je dobra osnova za vidjeti kako dalje. Znači, ako hoćete rješavati nešto brzo, onda to treba brzo rješavati u više zemalja ili treba rješavati u zemljama, ali na isti način. Uzmite kibernetičku sigurnost. Mi sad imamo cijeli niz novih propisa, NIS-2, IDC, SA2, CRA, teško mi je i sjetiti se, nabrojiti svih, različita tijela za provedbu. Neke su uredbe, neke su direktive. Čim je direktiva, postoji vjerojatnost da će se različito protumačiti, različito provesti u različitim zemljama, onda imate različita tijela koja su odgovorna u različitim zemljama, a suradnja je neophodna. Sad meni je naravno lako surađivati sa regulatorima elektroničkih komunikacija, znam ih, ako ne ja osobno, onda moji eksperti 20-ak godina, ali ove ostale ne poznam. Ja ne poznam ljude iz Njemačkog centra za kibernetičku sigurnost, ali ih poznaju kolege iz Hrvatskog centra za kibernetičku sigurnost, i sad mi možemo surađivati preko njih. Znači, ta suradnja međuinstitucijska zna biti komplicirana. U konačnici stvar je prvenstveno, vi ste to odlično rekli, promjene kulture, ne zavlačenja u nekakve svoje rupe, nego jednostavno morate izgraditi tu kulturu suradnje. Kulturu da ste u stanju prihvatiti da niste bili u pravu, da ste pogriješili, da promijenite. I ja bih rekao, možda je to više za završnu poruku, ali mislim da je prikladno. Ovdje treba brzo donositi odluke. Jer ovo je područje koje ne trpi da vi sad sjednete i razmišljate 6 mjeseci, 12. Pa da, mislim, znate, ima ona, najgore su odluke koje niste donijeli, ali ovdje je zaista tako, treba brzo donositi odluke. Ja inače nisam baš jako sklon strategijama. Za ovo područje one mi se čine preduge, ja sam skloniji odlukama i volio bi da imamo mogućnost ukloniti brzo svakog ko stane na put odluci koju smo donijeli. Počevši sa mnom. Ja sam čelnik institucije, opet paralela iz kibernetičke sigurnosti, pred 20 godina to je bila neka tamo stvar IT-a, ako je nešto pošlo naopako, natrljio si nos onom iz IT-a,
šefu IT-a.
Tako, ili si ga eventualno promijenio i to je bilo to. Danas je to kultura sigurnosti i najodgovornija osoba u organizaciji je čelna osoba organizacije. I svaka organizacija, dakle prvo niko nije siguran, svakom se može dogoditi, ali svaka organizacija koja ovo ne shvati je potpuno nesigurna. Evo, i to bi onda bila poruka i za Europu. Donositi odluke i onda se pobrinuti da imamo čvrstu polugu koja je može provesti. Je li to komisija ili je u nekom slučaju nacionalno tijelo, o tome se naravno članice moraju dogovoriti. Ali mora biti jednostavno i točno se zna tko provodi. A onda imamo i predvidivost koja je potrebna za razvoj.
Slažem se, ali natjecanje konstantno traje. Natjecanje ne prestaje.
Nikad.
Ono je 24/7. I u smislu toga, u stvari, što je vaša poruka javnom sektoru u smislu stvaranja digitalne otpornosti i digitalne infrastrukture? Vi ste predstavnik javnog sektora. Jel? A što bi bila u stvari poruka europskim institucijama, europskim čelnicima koji kreiraju taj prostor u kojem se svi mi natječemo, a i natječemo se sa drugim globalnim igračima, kao Europa?
Pa, treba pogledat ono u čemu su drugi bolji, priznat da su u tome bolji, mislim da smo to na neki način već napravili, i pokušati vidjeti je li možemo na ovaj način na koji funkcioniramo biti barem isti, ako ne bolji. Cilj uvijek treba biti da budete bolji, jer to će vas u najmanju ruku dovesti da budete blizu. Ako ne možemo, onda moramo mijenjati sustav, a to je dosta teško.
Odnosno inovirati.
To je recimo za Europsku uniju kao takvu. A što se tiče javnog sektora našeg, a trebalo bi ga ubrzati. On se jest
Staviti na AI.
nešto ubrzati. Pa i staviti na AI, da, zašto ne? Mislim, mi koristimo AI već u HAKOM-u, koristit ćemo još više. Inače, moj prvi susret sa CroAI udrugom je bio 2020. kad smo trebali pripremiti, znači nisam ni znao da ste tako mladi bili tad, kao udruga. Trebali smo pripremiti jednu tematsku konferenciju za hrvatsko predsjedanje Europskom unijom, baš ovdje u Dubrovniku na drugoj strani zaljeva. I trebali smo nešto iz tehnologije, nismo baš znali što bi, država je to uvalila nama, evo vi to napravite za nas. I mi smo razgovarali s tadašnjim vodstvom, iskreno zaboravio sam imena, ali se sjećam dva mlada čovjeka, tako je, Mislav Malenica je, 7 djece zajedno i motivacija im je, tako su rekli, bila da im djeca ostanu u Hrvatskoj. Aha. Super, genijalno, rekli smo vi napravite što god hoćete, ne zanima nas. Aha. Samo dođite, budite tu i napravite. I krenuli smo punim plućima, što bi se reklo, spremati, onda je COVID zaustavio sve, ta konferencija nikad nije održana. Ali, mislim, ja bih rekao, to je na neki način i preporuka javnom sektoru. Spori smo, idemo onima koji nisu spori, naslonimo se na njih, učimo od njih. Mi moramo stvarati uvjete. Ko god shvati dužnost ili vlast na način da mu je osobno to nešto i da to ima, pogriješio. Mi smo servis i ko god ne shvaća da smo mi servis, na krivom je putu.
Odlično, hvala. Profesor Bilas, koja je vaša poruka u smislu inovacija i onoga što znanstveni sektor u stvari u ovoj utakmici globalnoj može ponuditi tržištu, ali i policy makerima?
Ključna poruka bi za mene bila globalni pogled, ambicija, brze odluke i nakon toga kvalitetna izvedba, a to, kao što je kolega Obuljen rekao, u javnom sektoru zna biti koji put izazovno. Kad pogledamo koji su resursi potrebni za ovo o čemu mi danas razgovaramo, dakle za intenzivniju primjenu i naravno etičnu i kvalitetnu primjenu umjetne inteligencije, dakle s jedne strane je to infrastruktura. Danas smo vrlo ograničeni tom izvorima te infrastrukture. S druge strane je to energija. Paradoksalno je da se nalazimo u situaciji u kojoj pokušavamo transformirati, posebice u Europskoj uniji, korištenje tehnologije, izvore tehnologije i ovu naglu potražnju energijom je pitanje možemo li na koji način ostvariti. Nakon toga talenti, o čemu je kolega Pehar govorio, dakle koji niti infrastruktura, niti energiju ne možete imati, ne možete operirati time bez ljudi. Onda dolazite opet do talenata koji stvaraju recimo te modele generativne umjetne inteligencije i interesantno je da se na nekim mjestima kao što je na primjer u Kini vrlo intenzivno na tome radi i imate otvoreni kod koji je bitno jednostavniji za korištenje i treba razmišljati kuće nas to dovesti. I sad recimo kad to sve složimo, postoji ono što vjerujem da svi dobro poznajemo, to je Gartnerov ciklus očekivanja ili hype cycle. Još uvijek bih rekao da smo negdje pri vrhu ili da smo se lagano krenuli spuštati sa ove desne strane gdje ćemo onda doći u neku zonu otrežnjenja ili dijelom i razočaranja i onda shvatiti nakon toga što je. Ja sam dovoljno star, nije to bila umjetna inteligencija, ali bilo je par tehnologija za koje se pričalo da će promijeniti svijet. Svijet izgleda prilično slično onome kako je izgledao prije tih tehnologija, ali recimo ono što bih volio ovdje napomenuti da Europska unija između ostalih tehnoloških inicijativa ima inicijativu za europski procesor za napredno računarstvo i da je upravo prije par tjedana u okviru takve inicijative u kojoj sudjeluje i Hrvatska, pa je institucija koju ja predstavljam, izašao u probni rad prvi europski HPC procesor koji se zove RIA. Iza njega stoji francuski startup C-Pearl, naravno isprojektiran u Europi, ali proizveden na Tajvanu. I očekujemo da bi to bio proizvod koji bi mogao značajno promijeniti poziciju Europske unije u kreiranju infrastrukture.
Odlično, vrlo zanimljivo.
Mogu spomenuti još i kvantne komunikacije i kvantne tehnologije. Evo, predsjednik Trump je prije nekoliko dana rekao 2030 je naša dominacija u kvantnim tehnologijama. Europska unija dosta dobro stoji u tome, postavlja se infrastruktura. Hrvatska je jedna od 8 članica Europske unije koja je kroz i sufinanciranje Europske unije kreirala prvu temeljnu infrastrukturu za kvantne komunikacije. Krenuli su novi projekti u suradnji s europskim partnerima. Tu je recimo isto jedan od primjera gdje male zemlje poput Hrvatske trebaju biti hrabrije, trebaju biti odvažnije. Pohvalio bih Sloveniju, koliko ja pratim, Slovenija je tu se nešto kvalitetnije postavila od nas i kreiraju se nove prilike, novi startupi koji će na tome raditi.
Hvala puno. Evo, ostalo nam još pola minute ili minutu. Koliko vidim, dao bi zadnju poruku Antonija vama i vašoj organizaciji. Koja je strategija za dalje?
Hvala. Kao što sam rekla ranije, mislim da je ključno raditi na poboljšanju koordinacije, jer imamo različite faktore koji predstavljaju neki širi inovacijski ili AI sustav, od poduzeća, velikih, malih, novih instituta, imamo europske centre, digitalne hubove. Dakle, ono što trebamo napraviti, dakle, i izvore financiranja u Hrvatskoj imamo kao što nismo nikad prije imali. Sad je potrebno koordinirati to sve bolje da ide u jednom smjeru. Dakle, imati integriranu strategiju. I ja bih rekla da trebamo razmišljati o tome kako praktično to provesti u djelo. I ima puno primjera koji govore i o tome kako javni sektor zapravo jako dobro i prikuplja i obrađuje podatke i surađuje sa gospodarstvom. Mislim da to trebamo malo bolje i jasnije približiti i cijelom društvu, a pogotovo toj zainteresiranoj poslovnoj zajednici, malim i srednjim poduzećima. I rekla bih da je jedan od jako dobrih alata koje ne moramo čekati, niti nacionalni plan za umjetnu inteligenciju, niti europske strategije, niti europske fondove, dakle ne moramo to čekati, možemo krenuti sa inovativnom javnom nabavom gdje će se krenuti od takozvane demand strane, dakle od potražnje, gdje će se identificirati problemi i u javnom sektoru i u poslovnom sektoru i spajati na taj način sa potencijalnim pružateljima usluga gdje će se u toj nekakvoj suradnji razvijati konkretna rješenja za koje će sve strane imati jednaku odgovornost i interes da se oni realiziraju, će biti povezani sa stvarnim problemima. Tako da mislim da tu može i javni i privatni sektor profitirati.
Odlično, još po jedna rečenica, Domagoj i Stipe za kraj.
Evo, s moje strane kao predstavnika privatnog sektora mislim da imamo dobru poziciju za jedan budući AI podatkovni centar za regiju, ali to moramo opravdati onda i kroz jednu sveobuhvatni pristup tome da rješavamo zajedno sva tijela i pitanje optičke infrastrukture koja je vrlo dobra i pitanje energetike i pitanje naravno regulatornog okvira koji će omogućiti da se investicija može doći na plodno tlo, a ne da investitor čeka 5 godina građevinske dozvole da bi napravio nekakav objekt. I još tu kada damo komponentu sigurnosti u cijelu tu priču i nadzora, onda ćemo dobiti povjerenje onih da najkompleksnije use case-ove AI-a, robotika, transport, telemedicina i slično stave upravo u takav podatkovni centar. A to onda privlači i nove kadrove i nove stručnjake.
Hvala. Ipe.
Definitivno, znači privlačenje kapitala i privlačenje inovacija. To su dvije glavne poruke i za Europu i za Hrvatsku. Jer u toj smo fazi pine tranzicije i trebamo zauzimati poziciju, tako da to su ključne poruke po meni.
Zahvaljujem se svima. Ja se nadam da vam je bilo vrlo zanimljivo i dinamično. S obzirom da smo bili jutarnji panel, ovaj prvi nulta pozicija, A sad kreću prave geopolitičke rasprave i zahvaljujem se Ministarstvu vanjskih poslova na mogućnosti da organiziramo ovu raspravu danas ovdje. Sretno svima i uživajte.
simple word for Europe.
Dobro jutro, good morning, everyone, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Croatia and the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the 2026 Dubrovnik Forum. Dobrodošli u Dubrovnik, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ali Aslan. I'm an international TV host, moderator, and journalist, and it is my great pleasure, and I'm delighted to be your master of ceremonies over the next 2 days. You've already had a look, I reckon, this morning, and with its stunning beauty and rich history, Dubrovnik is a very fitting place to reflect on the complexities of a rapidly changing world. And this year's theme, the age of multipolarity, could indeed not be more timely. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a moment of profound global uncertainty, marked by major security challenges and geopolitical tensions. At a time when the world and all of us needs more dialogue and cooperation, not less. For nearly 2 decades, the Dubrovnik Forum has been a vital platform for dialogue and exchange. And this is the 19th Dubrovnik Forum, and it also marks the 20th anniversary of the launch back in 2006 as the Croatia Summit. Over the years, the forum has grown into a global platform where leaders, policymakers, and experts such as yourself come together to address the defining challenges of our time. In fact, this year's forum is the largest to date, with a record number of participants, very much reflecting the urgency that we all are feeling on a day-to-day basis. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying, we have much to discuss over the next 2 days. So, to officially kick off this year's Dubrovnik Forum, it is now my great pleasure to welcome to the stage the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Croatia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Gordan Grlić Radman.
Thank you, Ali. Welcome to Dubrovnik. So, dear Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, Mr. Jandrokovic, and members of the Croatian Parliament here, dear Mr. Prefect, Mr. Mayor of this beautiful city of Dubrovnik, ministers, foreign affairs, heads of international organizations, Secretary General of Council of Europe, Secretary General of OSCE, ambassadors, representatives of esteemed institutions, dear friends, dear colleagues. Welcome to the 19th edition, but however, and 20th anniversary of this forum, and welcome to what I believe will be our richest and most relevant gathering yet. By saying this, I am not downplaying the weight of the previous editions. On the contrary, each of them had their distinct value and weight. 20 years ago, this forum was founded on the belief that Dubrovnik could be something more than a beautiful backdrop, a genuine space for honest international dialogue. And 2 decades later, that has paid off, and I am grateful to everyone who has kept it alive and relevant. But when we inaugurated this forum in 2006, known as Croatia Summit back then, the world we were navigating was, in a fundamental sense, much more predictable than the one we inhabit today. The international system is rearranging itself faster than our institutions are able to respond. History is not standing still, it is accelerating. In order to remain relevant, we had to fully recognize the speed and complexity of the challenges we are witnessing and reflect them in this year's agenda, which is more global, multifaceted, and ambitious in scope than any previous one. The theme we have chosen this year, the age of multipolarity, many directions, one future, is a diagnosis of the current state of international relations, which is of course open for debate. Yet it is the one many would agree with. More than 3 decades after the end of the Cold War, the assumption that liberal democracy and global economic integration would define a singular, stable path forward has been challenged fundamentally. On the contrary, multiple centers of power have emerged. Rules that we built together have been under pressure. And the multilateral order, as we have known it for decades, is in a state of profound stress, to put it mildly. The global crises are not happening in seconds anymore. They are unfolding simultaneously, and they are interconnected. The Russian aggression in Ukraine has now been going on for more than 4 years, with constant destruction of vital infrastructure and death toll rising by the day. Croatia has stood with Ukraine from day one, as we understand well from our own experience in the 1990s, what it means to defend one's own sovereignty, people, and territory from external aggression. At the same time, the situation in the Middle East has continued to generate instability far beyond the regional borders, affecting maritime security in the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz. Fortunately, Hormuz is opened. Disrupting energy markets and straining supply chains that connect us all and are vital for our trade, health, and food systems, and other critical infrastructure. Here I would like to stress that as a current chair of the EU Med9, Croatia has placed maritime security and the stability of the Mediterranean at the heart of our presidency. When we met in Split in April, we underlined something that is becoming ever more apparent, that energy security and maritime security are now 2 sides of the same coin, and that Europe's resilience depends on our ability to address both. To go even further, we can claim that global disruption of critical supply chains has become one of the defining pressures of today's international relations, the one we wish to address and discuss from different angles over the next 2 days, hopefully generating some valuable and useful insights. In that context, let me also mention that Croatia chairs the 3 Seas initiative this year, and in April we hosted the 11th 3 Seas summit right here in Dubrovnik, bringing together leaders and senior representatives from member and partner states to advance our shared vision of connectivity from the Baltic to the Adriatic to the Black Sea. And then, of course, there is the broader geopolitical reshuffle, the rise of new powers, the recalibration of old alliances, the intensifying competition over technology, critical materials, and artificial intelligence that will define not just economic competitiveness, but strategic power in the decades ahead. The world is not becoming simpler, and it is not waiting for us to agree on a framework before it moves. These are the questions with huge implications for the entire humanity, and should not be addressed only through the optics of a zero-sum game. This is why we have deliberately tried to gather diverse voices from across the world to explore more collaborative approaches to these and other critical challenges of our area. In this context, the Dubrovnik Forum has a role that is, I believe, genuinely distinctive. We are not just another conference. This platform has, from its very beginning, served as a bridge between East and West, between North and South, between established powers and emerging voices, between those who write the rules of international order and those who are increasingly shaping its future. That bridging function has never been more necessary than it is today. This year we have therefore made a conscious choice to broaden the forum's agenda, to move beyond our traditional regional focus and engage with questions of truly global consequence. And there is no better place to do that than here. Every time I just highlight the importance of the location. 50% of success is location, and Dubrovnik proved as a good example for that. As I mentioned, that Dubrovnik itself teaches us through the centuries something about how to do this. The Dubrovnik Republic survived for centuries without an army worthy of the name in one of the most contested corners of Europe. It survived because it practiced what we might today call smart diplomacy. It maintained dialogue with everyone. It built trade relationships that created mutual dependencies, and it never allowed itself to be captured entirely by any single patron. In an age of multipolarity, this could serve as useful template, not just a historical curiosity. Ladies and gentlemen, Croatia comes to this forum as a country that has completed its own historic journey, from the war and a victim of armed aggression to being a member of the European Union and NATO, a part of Schengen and the Eurozone, and now on the threshold of OECD membership, which will complete our full integration into the community of the world's most advanced democracies. We achieved this through persistence, alignment with values, and the passionate work of building partnerships. And we did it as a country of 4 million people, fully aware that states survive and thrive not because of the size of the territory and population, but because of the quality of their relationships and partnerships. It is in the spirit that we have convened the most diverse and ambitious edition of this forum to date. Over these 2 days, you will discuss energy competition and European sovereignty, the geopolitics of artificial intelligence, maritime security, and supply chains, Africa's emerging global role, the future of the Western Balkans, also enlargement, the unique role of forums such as the 3Cs Initiative and Med9, universal values and the pressure, and the nature of power in a world that has many distinctions, but we hope one future. We have brought together an impressive number of policymakers and thinkers from the West to the Global South, representing both the well-established centers and voices which are too rarely heard on platforms such as this one. I would ask only one thing of all of you over these 2 days. Please be honest, not diplomatic in the evasive sense, but genuinely frank. The problems we face today require the kind of direct dialogue that can only happen when people of good faith decide to speak plainly to one another. That, more than any communique, is what Dubrovnik has always offered. More than one statement or declaration. And that it is what we hope to deliver again. So, dear friends, the age of multipolarity is not something that it is yet to come. It is already here. The question is not whether we adapt, but how wisely. And true wisdom is only possible when we share our insights, knowledge, and resources and work together. This is why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you indeed to Minister Ratman for officially kicking off the 2026 Dubrovnik Forum. And you have, of course, eloquently laid out the many challenges that we're all facing and will be discussing over the next 2 days here. Indeed, this is the 19th edition, but the 20th anniversary. It might sound confusing at first. I think an edition was skipped during COVID times at some point, very understandably, of course. But this all started in 2006. Back then it was called the Croatia Summit. And by then, it was a relatively regional conference and affairs. And as the minister pointed out correctly, just looking at the audience, what it has blossomed and turned into, a truly global conference with representatives not just from the European continent, but from Asia, Africa, and beyond. 19th edition, that's something to be very proud of. Who's here for the very first time at the Dubrovnik Forum? Let me see a show of hands. All right, so we have quite a bit. Minister, I know the speaker is here for the first time. That's why we're very delighted to see him and hear from him in just a moment. But I think seeing so many hands up here really shows that the Dubrovnik Forum, even in its 19th year, keeps attracting new voices and talents. Ladies and gentlemen, now, the first timer, if you will, the person who's attending, not for the first time, of course not. Very delighted to see him here and for his remarks. Please have your translation kits ready, just mentioning it because the next speech will be in Croatian. It will be given by none other than, of course, the Speaker of the Croatian Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gordan Jandrokovic. Speaker, it's good to have you.
Thank you. Poštovani domaćine, ministre Grlić-Radman, poštovani potpredsjedniče Hrvatskog sabora, poštovani čelnici međunarodnih organizacija, poštovani župane i gradonačelniče, cijenjeni uvaženi ministri, visoki dužnosnici, panelisti, ekscelencije, dragi gosti i prijatelji Dubrovnik foruma. Srdačno vas pozdravljam u ime Hrvatskog sabora i svoje osobno ime. I zahvaljujem Vladi Republike Hrvatske i Ministarstvu vanjskih i europskih poslova na organizaciji još jednog Dubrovnik foruma. Zahvaljujem i na časti koja mi je pripala i ove godine da održim uvodno izlaganje na njegovom 19. izdanju. Mnogi koji ste ovdje znadete da nisam prvi puta ovdje, nego sam od prvoga foruma još dok je bio Croatia Summit, tako da pamtim te početke. I zaista važno je reći da je tih 20 godina dovoljno dugo razdoblje da bismo zaista mogli podvući crtu i trezveno sagledati što se otad u svijetu promijenilo. A te promjene, nažalost, nisu ni malobrojne, niti bezazlene. Prije 2 desetljeća, iz naše perspektive, prevladavalo je uvjerenje da se razvoj međunarodnih odnosa kreće relativno predvidljivim smjerom, pa i da su ključna pitanja iz sfere međunarodnih odnosa uglavnom riješena, da predstoji prvenstveno njihova daljnja nadogradnja na razmjerno jasnim temeljima. Danas je i najoptimističnijima jasno da smo daleko od takve slike svijeta. Mehanizmi sigurnosti na koje smo se oslanjali ozbiljno su poljuljani, a razina predvidivosti na koju smo navikli praktički je nestala. Takav novi svijet ovogodišnji Dubrovnik forum s dobrim razlogom opisuje kao doba multipolarnosti, svijet mnoštva smjerova. Pogledajmo stoga gdje smo to danas. Rat u Ukrajini ušao je u 5. godinu. Na Bliskom istoku svjedočimo opasnom sukobu između Irana, Sjedinjenih Američkih Država i Izraela, čije posljedice daleko nadilaze granice same regije. Povremena primirja i pokušaj smirivanja sukoba često nailaze na ograničenja koja proizlaze iz dubokog nepovjerenja među sukobljenim stranama. Pritom nesigurnost oko vitalnih naftnih dobavnih pravaca poput Hormoškog tjesnaca ili ruta koje prolaze Crvenim morem snažno negativno utječu na globalni geoekonomski krajolik. Istodobno i među tradicionalnim partnerima i saveznicima svjedočimo napetostima koje su se donedavno činile gotovo nezamislivima. Vidimo kako krize i različiti izazovi nerijetko dolaze istodobno. Međusobno se nadovezuju i pojačavaju, bilo da je njihova priroda sigurnosna ili financijska, energetska ili tehnološka, klimatska ili zdravstvena, migracijska ili demografska. U takvim okolnostima čini se kako današnji poredak i pravila gube važnost, kako se crta nova karta političke moći. Ona u kojoj glavna odrednica postaje sila. No, konačnosti takve konstatacije moramo se pokušati oduprijeti. Jer multilateralni poredak ne dovodi se u pitanje zato što su njegova temeljna načela pogrešna. Prije će biti da su nekadašnji glavni nositelji tih načela iz različitih pragmatičnih razloga promijenili svoj pristup. Bez obzira na to, svi mi trebamo međunarodni poredak utemeljen na pravilima. Ista pravila moraju vrijediti za sve, pa i onda kada njihova primjena nosi političku cijenu. Jer pravila koja vrijede samo za neke zapravo nisu pravila. U tom slučaju ona postaju privilegije. A privilegije ne stvaraju potrebno povjerenje i lako je zamisliti da dovedu do novih sukoba. Vratimo se za trenutak na rat u Ukrajini, koji evidentno nadilazi granice te razorene i napačene zemlje. Ondje se ne odlučuje samo o teritoriju jedne države, već i o tome može li u 21. stoljeću jača i veća država tek tako silom poništiti suverenitet manje i slabije. Postavlja se i ključno, ali ipak vrlo jednostavno pitanje. Kakvu poruku šaljemo ako prihvatimo mir koji nagrađuje agresiju i potvrđuje nezakonito prisvajanje tuđeg teritorija? Hrvatska na to pitanje zna odgovor iz vlastitog iskustva. Zato je naš stav jasan i dosljedan. Mir mora biti pravedan, održiv i utemeljen na teritorijalnoj cjelovitosti te na međunarodnom pravu. Sve drugo značilo bi krajnje nepravedan ishod, opasan presedan koji otvara prostor za nove sukobe u budućnosti. Poštovani sudionici i gosti Dubrovnik foruma, u svijetu sve više obilježenom podjelama, sukobima i neizvjesnošću, kao čelnik Hrvatskog sabora, Hrvatskog parlamenta, želim jasno naglasiti kako predstavnička demokracija i njezine institucije nisu i ne smiju biti tek promatrači događaja. Naprotiv, one moraju biti dio rješenja. Dakako, vlade oblikuju politike i provode ih, uključujući i vanjsku politiku i s njom povezane aktivnosti. No parlamentarna dimenzija međunarodnih odnosa važnija je nego što se na prvi pogled čini. Parlamenti ratificiraju sporazume, donose zakone i osiguravaju demokratski legitimitet bez kojeg ni jedna međunarodna odluka ne može imati puni politički autoritet. Isto tako, parlamentarna diplomacija otvara prostor za otvorenu razmjenu mišljenja, onakvu kakva mora biti među ravnopravnim partnerima koji nose jasan nacionalni demokratski legitimitet. To je njena ogromna dodana vrijednost koju vrijedi stalno afirmirati. Hrvatski je Sabor pokazao kako takvu logiku konkretno slijedi i u praksi. Od prvog parlamentarnog samita Međunarodne krimske platforme, kojeg smo s našim ukrajinskim kolegama organizirali u prvoj godini ruske agresije, do nedavnog parlamentarnog samita inicijative Triju mora. Takvom pristupu ostajemo predani i u budućnosti. Dame i gospodo, jedna od tema ovogodišnjeg Dubrovnik foruma posvećena je univerzalnim vrijednostima u multipolarnom svijetu. Treba to priznati. Mnogi su dugo podrazumijevali da su vrijednosti zapadne civilizacije gotov, optimalan model kojeg treba promicati i da ih drugi trebaju jednostavno prihvatiti i slijediti. No očito je da današnji svijet traži drugačiji pristup. Onaj koji će naglašenije uvažavati razlike između različitih kultura, tradicija pa i vrijednosnih sustava, koji će prednost davati suživotu različitih vrijednosti nasuprot nametanju vlastitih. Korisno je i ovdje podsjetiti na preambulu Povelje Ujedinjenih naroda koja govori u vjeri u temeljna prava čovjeka, u njegovo dostojanstvo i vrijednost, kao i u ravnopravnost velikih i malih naroda. Govori i o stvaranju uvjeta potrebnih za održavanje pravde i poštovanje obveza koje proistječu iz ugovora i ostalih izvora međunarodnog prava, o potrebi da budemo snošljivi i da živimo zajedno kao dobri susjedi, da ujedinimo svoje snage za održavanje međunarodnog mira i sigurnosti. Vjerujem da vrijednosti koje živimo mogu biti uvjerljive samo ako smo spremni poštovati druge, slušati jednako koliko i govoriti. Pitati što možemo naučiti jedni od drugih nipošto ne znači odreći se vlastitih uvjerenja. Naprotiv, to je možda i najbolji način da ih očuvamo živima i relevantnima. Istodobno, najveće prijetnje za današnje demokracije ne dolaze samo izvana. Sustavno narušavanje informacijskog prostora, širenje dezinformacija i manipulacije sve su više naša svakodnevica. Takva djelovanja potkopavaju povjerenje nužno za učinkovito funkcioniranje demokratskih društava. Posebno nam teško pada činjenica da su naročito na udaru naši mladi, koji velik dio svog društvenog života provode u digitalnom okruženju, gdje su izloženi ogromnoj količini lažnih, zlonamjernih i manipulativnih informacija. Iskušenja dodatno pojačava i ubrzani razvoj umjetne inteligencije s kojim se nije nimalo lako nositi. Upravo je zbog učinkovite zaštite budućih naraštaja toliko važno da naši odgovori na suvremene izazove budu mudro odvagnuti, promišljeni i usmjereni dugoročno. Pritom bez dvojbe sloboda govora mora ostati temeljna vrijednost koju je nužno štititi. Zato odgovor na dezinformacije ne može biti manje slobode, već više znanja, više medijske pismenosti, više transparentnosti i snažnije institucije koje će biti sposobne braniti istinu bez ugrožavanja otvorene javne rasprave. Dragi prijatelji, Dubrovnik forum u kontinuitetu već 2 desetljeća podsjeća na važnost upravo takvih rasprava. Među njima uvijek važno mjesto kao tema zauzima jugoistočna Europa, čija je stabilnost izuzetno važan dio ukupne stabilnosti europskog kontinenta. O tome se ovdje govori od samih početaka ove konferencije, od vremena dok je Hrvatska još bila na putu prema članstvu u NATO-u i Europskoj uniji. I danas je jednako važna svijest o tome da proširenje Europske unije na zemlje jugoistočne Europe nije tek birokratski proces, nego strateško pitanje europske sigurnosti, stabilnosti i dugoročnog mira. Držim stoga kako vrata Europske unije moraju ostati otvorena svima koji svojim reformama, postignućima i predanosti europskim vrijednostima pokažu da su spremni postati dio europske obitelji. Hrvatska je najbolji dokaz koliko snažan poticaj za transformaciju može predstavljati europska perspektiva. Mi nismo prošli kroz ta vrata kako bismo ih zatvorili za druge. Zaključno, želim podsjetiti kako je Dubrovnik kroz stoljeća pokazivao da i manja država može očuvati svoju slobodu, dostojanstvo i utjecaj. Mudrim promišljanjem, otvorenošću prema svijetu i sposobnošću vođenja dijaloga. U tome se krije i važna poruka za današnje vrijeme. U svijetu mnoštva centara moći ne trebamo birati gospodare, trebamo čuvati vlastitu prosudbu, graditi partnerstva i sačuvati sposobnost razgovora. Zagovaranje dijaloga nipošto nije znak slabosti. To je možda najzahtjevnija, ali i najvrijednija politička vještina u koju zaista vrijedi ulagati. Čak i kad se to možda čini uzaludno. Zato iskoristimo sljedeća 2 dana na najbolji mogući način, razgovarajmo otvoreno i iskreno. Slušajmo jedni druge, budimo otvoreniji za one čije perspektive možda često zanemarujemo. I ne zaboravimo da ovdje ne raspravljamo samo o svijetu kakav on danas jest. Mi svojim odlukama, idejama i djelovanjem sudjelujemo i u oblikovanju svijeta kakav će tek postati. Želim vam stoga uspješne i sadržajne rasprave te ugodan boravak u Dubrovniku. Nadam se da ćete iz ovog rada otići bogatiji za nova saznanja pa i nova partnerstva. I s barem malo ojačanim uvjerenjem da budućim naraštajima ipak možemo ostaviti bolji, sigurniji i stabilniji svijet. To bi morao biti naš zajednički cilj. Hvala vam.
Thank you indeed to Speaker Jandrokovic for being here and for his remarks. Thank you. We have now officially kicked off the 2026 Dubrovnik Forum with the initial speeches and for laying out, of course, the vision of this forum with all its challenges, aims, and goals, ladies and gentlemen. When I first asked who's here for the very first time, I saw a lot of hands go up. That is very encouraging and enticing to see. And there's a new feature, actually, of this year's Dubrovnik Forum, which is the Dubrovnik Youth Forum. It's the very first edition of the Dubrovnik Youth Forum, which is being held as part of the official Dubrovnik Forum. Of course, 30 young participants from 20 countries coming from all over the world are participating here for the first time. Let's see a show of hands. Where are the youth? Where are the participants from the Youth Forum? Right there in the back. Let's give them a hand. It's wonderful to see them all. Clearly a very enriching experience for them as well as they will take in the discussions over the next 2 days. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off with our very first panel of the day. We will actually have many speakers here on the stage. It's going to be a crowded one, but it's going to be a very exciting one because it is going to be the think tank panel titled Emerging Powers in a Multipolar World, Many Paths, One Destination. And we will combine and hear from all the voices from all over the world as far as how they see events being developed as we are taking place. You can already see there's a lot of commotion here behind me, and rightly so, because we're setting up the stage. I'm going one step further down here. As we're setting up the stage here for the very first panel of the day, which I believe boasts more than 6-7 speakers. So we will hear from a variety of speakers. And for that, it is my great pleasure to hand over to the moderator of the very first session of the think tank panel, from the MIT Center for International Studies in the US. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michaela Papa. Michaela, it's great to have you. It's great to have you. You will be moderating this panel. It's going to be a busy one, yes, but we're looking forward to the discussion. The floor is yours. Please.
Shall we start? Hello everyone, please take your seats. We are starting. Oprostite, jel sređeno sve? Možemo početi, jel? Minister Grlić-Radman, Speaker Jandrokovic, thank you for your inspiring remarks and for welcoming and hosting us here at the Dubrovnik Forum. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored and delighted to moderate this think tank panel on emerging powers in a multipolar world, many paths, one destination. We are joined today by a distinguished group of experts, bringing perspectives from across Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the United States. I would like to introduce our panelists. Henry Huyao Wang, founder and president, Center for China and Globalization from China. Charles Powell, director, Elcano Royal Institute from Spain. Luanda Mpungoze, outreach and partnership manager, South African Institute of International Affairs from South Africa. Rachel Rizzo, Senior Fellow, Strategic Studies Program in Observer Research Foundation from India. And Daniel Kochish, Senior Fellow, Center on Europe and Eurasia, Hudson Institute, United States. And last but not the least, Manuel Correa do Lago, Senior Consultant, Brazilian Center for International Relations in Brazil. So we are very fortunate. Thank you so much for joining us. We often describe the emerging order as multipolar, but it is not always clear what we mean by multipolar. Does it refer to a more balanced international system, a more fragmented one, or simply a world in which many actors seek greater autonomy, multi-alignment, new partners, diversification, while still operating under the strong gravitational pull of US-China competition? To assess whether emerging powers are becoming new poles in the order, we also need to ask what makes a country a pole. Is it its economic weight? Is it technological capacity, especially now in the AI times, military power, demographic scale, institutional leadership, or the ability to preserve autonomy under pressure? So our discussion today seeks to address three questions. The first one, are we moving toward a genuinely multipolar order or toward a new bipolarity? What forms of influence are emerging powers actually exercising? The second question, how is this reconfiguration of global order affecting multilateral processes as well as US and EU strategies? And then finally, where do we see opportunities for constructive cooperation among emerging powers and between established and emerging powers? So for our first question on the shape of the emerging order, I would like to begin with perspectives from China, Brazil, and South Africa. So maybe the best place to begin is actually with China, because next year, we see that it will be a 30-year anniversary since the 1997 China-Russia Declaration on a Multipolar World. And last month, President Xi and President Putin renewed that language and renewed the initiative in a new declaration on multipolarity and the new type of international relations. And we also saw that President Xi met with President Trump, and there was a lot of talk about the crucial bilateral relationship for the world order. So is China's vision genuinely multipolar? And if so, who are the poles? Or are we entering a bipolar system? So maybe, shall we start with Huaya?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mihaela, for this great moderation.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer, for inviting me and for to this beautiful DUBROVNIK, scenic, city that is famous in the world. No, I think absolutely you're right. We're getting into a multipolar world now, and that is already a reality. I remember last year I was in Berlin. We kicked off Munich Security Conference annual report. The title of the report was multipolarity. I was one of the 4 panelists there to kick off that report. But since then, I see more recognition of multipolarity and multipolar world, because it's not, it's already a reality that everybody seems to accept that now. So, but the challenge we're having today is that we are in a multipolar world, but then we are not having a multilateral system to support this multipolar world. So in that transition, we're trying to reach some new equilibrium. So you ask, who are the new polos? Absolutely, I'm sure we're here in Europe. European Union is a polo. Of course, the United States is a polo. I think China is a polo. India and global South countries are polos too, and mid-powers probably as well. But the thing is now, we could have a new big polo rising is the BRICS countries. For example, the BRICS countries now, GDP has already reached 40% almost, and that counts about half of the global population. Whereas G7, I think it's, GDP has greatly declined, and also represents only, about 1 billion people. So it's quite a contrast. So I see these two big, if you want to say have a bipolar bubble, there's a two big polar like that, but ideologically divided sometimes. So what I hope is that now we're getting into a multipolar world, but then all the countries, all the polos must work together, like we come to the DUBROVNIK Forum to talk about that. And then, gradually build up a consensus. We need to reform the current global system, the multilateral system. We established, for example, we're not not going to turn away the existing system, but to improve, enhance, and enlarge. We should reform multilateral system, UN, WTO, WHO. But China actually play a huge role now in supporting the existing system. Like United States is creating 66 international organizations, and China is actually supporting many of that. For Mr. Wang, he has just recently mentioned China has proposed that, President Xi actually proposed Global Governance Initiative. China is now the second largest donor to the United Nations, largest peace troop sending country among the P5. Mm-hmm. And also when US pulling out of the WHO, China announced going to donate $500 million to WHO. So I think China is plays a positive role, contribute 30% of the global GDP growth, and become the largest trading nation with 140 countries. So I think, as one polo from China is going to be a stabilizer, promoter, and, cooperator for the new multipolar world.
Wonderful. I think it's important to stress the entrepreneurial initiatives, and I think World Data Organization is also the one getting shaped up.
Yes.
So thank you, and let's go now to Latin America and Brazil. So Brazil has also long supported a more multipolar and representative international order, and there was often an emphasis on avoiding rigid blocks and really empowering multilateralism, especially like these big conferences, multilateral diplomacy of sustainable development. That was really something that Brazil is known for all over the world. So is Brazil's vision of multipolarity similar to China's, or where do you see the trends in Brazil? And also, if you could broaden, please, to some hemispheric challenges that you see in the current order.
Thank you very much, Mihaela, and thank you very much for this invitation. We are very honored in Sebri to participate of this forum, and me particularly, I'm still under the spell of seeing Dubrovnik for the first time yesterday, going to the old city, so I'm very much taken by this at the moment. Yes, what I would say is that Brazil's commitment to multilateralism is a very old story, because when European powers were fighting themselves in the late 19th century and early 20th century, Brazil established each one of its frontiers, one of them with France, the Guyana, one of them with England, the ex-English Guyana, and each one of the South American countries through negotiations and arbitration. So there's not 1 inch of Brazilian frontier, which is the result, for instance, of conquest. Everything has been the result of the application of international law and the resource to arbitration. So after the Second World War, when the United Nations were created and all the mechanisms were created, Brazil was very active in the making of it, and we have no reason to believe that the best way is the multilateral, which in no way impedes bilateral strengthening of ties, and that's why, for instance, for Brazil, Mercosur, for instance, is so important. BRICS is an important forum. So the other aspect we value very much is that we think that your very good question about what makes a country a pole. We believe there are all reasons for Latin America being a pole, because we have almost 700 million people there. We have probably the largest, let's say, biodiversity of the planet. We have, on the whole, a clean energy matrix. And we have become, if we take together the Mercosur countries, we have become really a very, very important and successful food producer for the world. So there should be no reason why we shouldn't do that in other areas as well. And we understand that African countries can become poles, and we see the examples of China, the extraordinary example of China in the last 30 years, and more recently of India. So very remarkable achievement. So we look forward to a multilateral, to a multipolar world where each continent will develop its own avocations. And in the recent context of China and the US, we at Mercosur see with great enthusiasm the agreements we are progressing with Singapore, with Japan, and now very recently the very, very important agreement with the European Union. So we look very much forward to see Europe with its half a billion people and so important GNP to become more of a pole than it has been so far. So yes, so we welcome a world of many poles.
Wonderful. Thank you. So turning to South Africa, and from South African perspective, does multipolarity create greater agency for African states? And what do you perceive in South Africa in terms of the debates and discussion on multipolarity?
Thank you very much, and it's a singular honor to also be joining this panel of think tankers and the knowledge producers of the world. I think I perhaps want to take a little bit of a step back and reflect on the fact that when Africa enters global fora or global systems, it enters them already established. If you look at the birth of multilateralism and the creation of what we call the Bretton Woods systems or institutions, we were in the periphery when those were created. And if you go on then to look at this birth of a single hegemony, it was post the Cold War when the US kind of won the contestation with the Soviet Union. So again, there, Africa kind of positioned itself together with the Global South as kind of non-aligned, forming this non-aligned movement. So we entering the systems already established, and we kind of play a very peripheral role, not by choice, but because of how the system has been set. Nevertheless, I think cooperation and the underpinnings of cooperation is what we understand, is why we think that these systems are important. And we want to cooperate within those systems and kind of be the forebearers of the rules and the norms that make the global system that we work on. And I think I'm going to rely on the minister's plea for us to have very frank conversations, is that even as we enter this kind of, these systems that have been put before us, it hasn't been as recognized as equal players. It's almost like it's a contestation of geopolitical happenings and underpinnings, and basically we are being mobilized to kind of take sides. Nevertheless, I think what we increasingly are communicating as a region is that we actually have agency beyond that, and we actually like the global system to have rules that are fair and equitable. But as it stands, it's whose rules and who do those rules apply to? Because certainly if a country in the global south does something, the world reacts very strongly. However, if it's a country in the global north, we see that being mummed. So that level of hypocrisy becomes a very, very fundamental kind of critique that we raise as South Africa and largely as the African continent. Nevertheless, I think the important thing is that we are certainly headed towards a multipolar world. We probably are in it, but I would argue that it's a multipolar world with very special features, because now we are seeing the role of emerging markets and middle powers being pronounced like never before. So South Africa is one of the BRICS member countries, and we've received a lot of critique for being a member. In the initial stages when BRICS was being formed, it was looked at kind of in the West as a counter to global cooperation and the multilateral system. But if you really investigate the positioning of BRICS, they've actually emerged as the protectors of multilateralism when the people who created the system have regressed and eroded the rules and the norms that we know to be fundamental and key. So we look largely to these platforms of plurality as well as cooperation as a space where we can probably effect reform, both from inside the multilateral system, but possibly even outside, creating alternatives that will work for the global south. So certainly multipolarity from my perspective, but with special features. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the three speakers actually introduced BRICS as an important aspect in the multipolar debates. So to what extent do the three of you see that BRICS is evolving as a platform to create a building block for like a future system, or actually more, as I think, Luanda, you mentioned, as something around which the core of the new system will be built? Because if we look at, for example, Russian statements, it's very much the new system will be built around BRICS and Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So that's a very different trajectory than BRICS being a building block of the new international system that needs reform, needs modernization and upgrading. So what are your thoughts here? I don't know, whoever wants to start.
Perhaps I could add on that. I think that whether it's BRICS or SCO or others, it's really a new form of a multipolar world taking place. But I do think that they don't want to, surround the old system or establish a new system. They want to cooperate within the system we already have. And what I think now is probably more important is that the old system, the Bretton Woods system, reflect what 80 years in the past. But a lot of things are happening now, like climate, like AI, like pandemic, global debt, like robotic. All those things are happening. And I think that BRICS countries and of course G7, G20. UN, and we should all work together. It's just we have a multi-stakeholder now to this war, rather than it's only unipolar or one stakeholder, right? Everybody's stakeholder, all those polar stakeholders. So I think it's a joint effort now. So by having all those big blocks together, but then really we need some anchor role of BRICS country probably for some time, but also European Union and United States too. So I think we need to really get those big, polar work together for a better world.
Thank you. Dipti.
So perhaps I'd say that BRICS was born out of a realization that middle powers or developing economies need to cooperate. And its mandate started as largely economic vis-a-vis trade. And it morphed into a bigger kind of global governance project. And I think Henry has mentioned that the areas that the BRICS looks at now have expanded. We're looking at AI, we're looking at climate. So the agenda is really expansive. And I think the fundamental underpinning there is largely the recognition that the system isn't fair and responding to that. But I think increasingly, and even beyond the BRICS, because there's also another grouping called MICTA and many other corporations that exist, is that the more the system is unfair and the more systems and institutions are being weaponized against those that are considered the losers in the system, the more they're going to want to innovate and come up with alternatives. So if I look, for instance, at the local payment in local currencies, that was born out of a decision by certain countries to impose unilateral sanctions as opposed to referring to a multilateral system. And we increasingly saw the weaponization of that. So the more you do it, the more countries are going to want to innovate and look for alternatives. So I kind of see BRICS and as kind of both. It is a system that is challenging the current order, not because it wants to kind of make significant changes, but it just wants reform and equity. But more over than that, I mean, countries do advance their own interest, and some of them are not aligned with any of the other countries' interests. But that's important because then the consensus conversation then comes to the fore. And BRICS is specifically interesting from my perspective because if there's no consensus, a project, whatever it is that's been discussed doesn't move forward, and then they will agree to disagree and then move on to other platforms. But largely in areas that have been very difficult, they have been able to find consensus. So I see it as largely that, Mahalia, it's a combination of the weaponization of systems and the lack of reform of the current system to actually be fair and equitable. And that's where BRICS is largely responding at the moment.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Yes.
Yes. No, I would say that that is, we are so much in need of forums, sometimes some diagonal, transversal forums, so that some specific questions are better treated in those forums rather than in others. So I think it would be a great mistake to look at BRICS as a sort of anti-Western mechanism. I think it is in the same way as the G7 is not an anti-global South mechanism. I think it gives immense opportunities of dialogue between countries which have not so far developed bilaterally their relationships, and I believe it enriches, let's say, the diplomatic agenda by having this particular sort of outlook. Now, of course, BRICS has to live to its expectations. So far, I believe it is still more a project than a reality. But definitely, it is not, let's say, a group set against another set of countries or groups. So that's my view.
I would certainly say yes to that because this is the work, the BRICS work I'm doing. Actually, the data shows that it's most of the cooperation is sustainable development, industrial development, and development centered. So let us go now to India. And Rachel, if I can ask you to give us a sense, India seems to be really the master of multi-alignment and thinking about multipolarity, making the most of alignments, both with the United States, with BRICS. And how do you see now India is also actually chairing the BRICS group? But more broadly, what do you see the debates are merging into in India, and where do you see the current situation?
Yeah, absolutely. First, I'd like to echo the other panelists in saying thank you for the invitation. It's a beautiful city, and it's wonderful to be here. I want to start with a little anecdote that can sort of frame whether or not we're talking about multipolarity or bipolarity. There were two really important meetings that happened last month. One got a lot more airtime than the other one. The first was a very highly publicized meeting between President Donald Trump and Xi Jinping. Trump went into this meeting, in my opinion, sort of from a place of relative weakness, needed to try to get the Chinese to help convince the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz, needed a deal on critical minerals. We're obviously having a different conversation today. This is a very fast-moving conflict in the Middle East. But there was also another meeting that happened simultaneously. And this was the meeting of the BRICS foreign ministers that took place in New Delhi. Now, my question for the audience is, what meeting do you think the Chinese foreign minister went to? He stayed in Beijing for the meeting with President Trump. So I think this gives you a good sense of maybe how both the US and China are thinking about this moment. Neither label fits cleanly. The US-China relationship still organizes a lot of the system's gravity, especially on tech and security, but the texture of the world, I think, underneath it is multipolar, and India plays an important role here. I think obviously the difficulty is that when you look at a bloc like BRICS, there really isn't an organizing principle or a set agenda, because there isn't really a vision of what a non-US led multipolar order might look like and how BRICS could use their collective power. But I think India's chairmanship is a useful lens, because it shows the limits of treating BRICS as a coherent anti-Western bloc, as you were saying. India, what have they done? Okay, so they've pushed BRICS towards more of an economic and institutional theme. So looking at things like the new development bank reform, looking at things like local currency settlement, supply chain resilience, and away from the more confrontational anti-Western framing that perhaps Russia and China might not necessarily prefer, but they might find more helpful in a bloc like this. And I think this is exactly what you were saying, Mihaela. This is multi-alignment in practice, and multi-alignment has been a mainstay of Indian foreign policy for decades, and it will remain a mainstay of Indian foreign policy. India sits in the BRICS and in the Quad simultaneously, and I think its chairmanship really reflects this. It can strengthen the Global South's bargaining position without committing to a bloc identity against the US or Europe. And some things to watch out for. I mean, I think it's important to look for potential friction. I think we'll talk about China, India in a little bit. We could look at potential friction with China over expansion and any rhetoric about de-dollarization. India has always hit the brake on anything that reads as a unified currency challenge to the dollar. But I think the bigger takeaway is that the BRICS chairmanship reveals the organization's internal coherence as much as it reveals its growing weight. And I think India's year is a really good test case for whether the BRICS can be a platform for several simultaneous models and simultaneous strategies at once, rather than needing to coalesce around a single one.
Thank you. So I want to now pivot a bit toward our question 2. And how does this reconfiguration of the order affect multilateral processes? Some of that we mentioned, US and EU strategies. And how should the United States and the European Union adjust their strategies? Are they adapting existing institutions, being newly entrepreneurial, or how do you see their strategies evolving? So let me start now and bring in Daniel, please.
Thank you for that. Again, pleasure to be here. Dubrovnik is almost too nice of a city, though, to hold a conference, as we were talking about earlier. But the fact that we've been able to hold so many people here, I think, is a testament to the conversation we've already been having. I think similar to I think probably where you're going, Rachel, I believe that we sort of right now sit in an unhappy, asymmetric bipolar world, more than a multipolar one. There's the US and China and their respective blocs. Neither is particularly happy with sharing the stage, but they do. I think that there are many states which would like to see the emergence of a multipolar world order, but I do not believe that it has yet emerged because there isn't a coherent structure, I think, outside of those two blocks. The Trump administration, I think, they believe that similarly, that the unipolar moment is irretrievable. It's not worth the investment to try to recapture. But they also believe that there's a need, I think, for shock therapy, both domestic and internationally, to best position the United States for long-term success in the world order that it is now. So you see that this is animating some of the U.S. Actions in Latin America, efforts on critical minerals, which have been a key focus of the administration. There's also a focus, I think, on getting the American House in order internally, reconstituting a border, key focus once again on manufacturing. And another, I think, is also reforming U.S. defense acquisitions. It's a Sisyphean task, perhaps, but one I think that the U.S. believes is necessary to adapt to the challenges that the country currently faces. Internationally, the administration's mantra is sort of on fixing what they believe is unfair trade relations. And I think that from the administration's perspective, what they just broadly view, I think, that what the U.S. has been doing isn't working. So let's try to shake things up. And so who would have thought that the Venezuelan government, for instance, would have been touting, in their words, a joint operation with the U.S. to eliminate a drug kingpin just a few weeks ago. This just shows you how quickly I think things are adapting and changing to this sort of reactive momentum of the administration. And this animates, I think, as well how the U.S. under President Trump is approaching Europe. It's quite a bit about shaking things up. It's once again, there's a focus on demographics, a belief that the U.S. is trying to utilize shocks to try to change the European trajectory. Not all of these shocks, of course, have been well received. And the Greenland example, of course, is the key one there. But I do think that I don't see Europe sort of evolving into its own pole. I think that it would be a mistaken attempt to do so, and I don't think that it's likely to happen. I think just this week, the EU joined the Pax Silica. I think that is very indicative of the fact that Europe is going to remain, I think, part of the sort of the US-led Western bloc, rather than trying to constitute sort of a pole of its own. And simply put, the scale of the challenge, I think, from the autocratic pole is too strong for the US or Europe to simply overcome without the other. So what is the U.S. doing right and doing wrong? Well, I think that some of its efforts on manufacturing, on supply chains, which will be a focus, I think, later in the day, I think has been a success so far. I do think that there has been some mismanagement of alliances, which I think is harming a bit the way the ability of the United States and Europe to work together to address sort of the state of the current world order. And I think as well, you know, I think that there's a real missed opportunity so far from the U.S. in terms of how it is engaging with other regions, with Africa, with Latin America. I mean, when I'm looking, the United States currently has 5, that's it, confirmed ambassadors in Africa. By contrast, China is only lacking an ambassador in 1. Russia is expanding its presence in Africa, and the U.S. I think is largely absent from the continent. So I think there are real missed opportunities when you think about the way that the world is progressing. Finally, maybe a word on sort of the multilateral system from a U.S. perspective. I think in its current form, there's a belief in many quarters of the U.S. that the multilateral system is simply no longer fit for purpose, and reforming many of these institutions has proven impossible. And that these institutions will not necessarily magically start delivering absent that reform. And so what is possible, I think, from a U.S. perspective is developing new skinny organizations or groupings of nations with shared systems and values that can theoretically deliver on the raison d'etre outside, you know, in a better way than the multilateral system. We had, in April, we had the U.S. Trade Representative, and he sort of encapsulated this view when he talked about the WTO, saying that the U.S. put forward ideas and reform papers, other countries sent proposals, but that the organization is simply unable to reform. And therefore, in his words, probably we need to get back to smaller groupings of more like-minded countries. And I think that probably is in many ways the dominant view, at least from the conservative side of the political spectrum in the U.S., but I think has some resonance on the other area. So I do not foresee sort of a return to the multinational world order as we once knew. The U.S. is unwilling and perhaps unable to enforce the rules. Europe can diplomatically, institutionally support multilateralism, but cannot enforce the rules. And I don't think that the two dominant blocks that I started my remarks on agree on even what the rules are, whether they can or should be followed. So I don't see sort of some renewal of the multilateral system. I think that it's going to be much more sort of these smaller groupings and hedging behavior.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on 2 points. So is your sense that the United States is pursuing primacy? Is it political? Is it economic? Because in light of the national security strategy, so that's the first follow-up. And the second one is, there are different, especially in the US debate, there are different debates on whether Trump is a multilateral president or not. Obviously, multilateralism at the universal level is different than multilateralism at less than universal level. So what would you suggest, like, are we now seeing the end of primacy ambition, or do you see it differently based on the national security strategy?
I think that there's a recognition from the administration and from the U.S. that the world simply is a bipolar world order, that the challenge that the U.S. faces is in many ways much more significant and sort of multifaceted than we did during the Cold War, and that the idea of recovering primacy is sort of a mirage. But at the same time, I think that there's a recognition that the U.S. is quite vulnerable. And so I think that the shock, for instance, I think that the critical minerals stoppage was a true shock, I think, to the administration, and has informed, I think, some of the ways that it's behaved since that time. And so what they're trying to do is to shore up those areas where the U.S. is especially vulnerable. And this pressure, I think, is also animating the way that it's behaving towards its allies. It's much like Athens. When it was feeling pressured by Sparta, it kept pressing its allies, and I think that the U.S. is doing the same thing, feeling, I think, the pressure from the Chinese-led bloc, and it's sort of animating the way that it's really pressuring its allies to sort of move quickly and in a way in sort of in alignment with the United States. And that, of course, also has some downsides, because you can press too hard, and I think that in some cases the United States has done that, and it's hampered actually its ability to sort of work together with its European allies. But frankly speaking, I don't see that relationship is going to endure, and I don't see that changing. But I think that I don't know if it's sort of an end of ambition for primacy, but I think it's a recognition that world is past, and sort of we are in a bipolar world order, and the U.S. needs to do many things in order to be able to compete and survive in that system as it currently is.
Thank you. So, Charles, please, turning over to you, if you could tell us more about the perspective that you see from the EU. And also feel free to comment. Thank you for your patience. Feel free to comment on anything you would like to.
Thank you, and it's lovely to be here. Since we are on EU territory, right? So
exactly.
Let me try and say something nice about the European Union. But before I do that, Mihail, and thank you for your moderation and all of the exchanges we've had prior to this event. Intellectually and academically, it's interesting that all of you, except one speaker, assumed that we are living in a multipolar world, and yet we don't actually, we can't name the poles. We don't have a list of poles. And I find it interesting, for example, there are 9 countries in the world which have nuclear weapons. Mm-hmm. Surely, that makes some states more important and more relevant than others, but I would be reluctant to regard North Korea as a pole. I would be reluctant to regard Pakistan as a pole, and I have my doubts about the state of Israel as a pole. These are countries which perhaps punch above their weight, but I don't think they are poles. So I think we need to think more carefully about what we mean when we talk about a multipolar order. And I agree with our American colleague in the sense that I think we are transitioning towards something, and it is still unclear as to whether the destination will be a multipolar world or perhaps a G2 bipolar world. The Trump-Xi Jinping summit was mentioned. What I found interesting about that is that they both seemed pretty comfortable with the idea of a G2 world. That was my impression. Perhaps a declining power having to adjust to decline, and a rising power, already fully risen in many ways, China, beginning to enjoy the fruits of being a superpower and acknowledged as such by the declining power. So, I think the jury is still out on whether we are actually moving towards a multipolar world. What about the European Union? Well, this is also very interesting because in all of its official documents, the European Union supports multipolarity. It claims to look forward to the emergence of a multipolar world, but fascinatingly, it never describes itself as a pole. And that is not entirely surprising because what are we? We are a union of 27 sovereign member states. I always argue we are, above all, an internal market of 450 million people, which isn't nothing. Remember, the EU, with a population of only 6% of the world's total population, produces about 17–80% of the world's economy. So that's not insignificant. But internally, we are very reluctant to regard ourselves as a pole, and I think that has a lot to do with our history, the history of European integration. We are a project for peace. We were born to avoid a fourth Franco-German war after the 1870 World War I and World War II wars. We are a community of law, and I still believe that we are a normative power. And this means that we find it extremely difficult to think in terms of hard power, of military power. Although, by the way, last year we spent 380 billion euros on defense, which is not much less than what the Chinese claim to spend. And I say claim because my Chinese colleague will correct me, there's a bit of a debate as to the accuracy of official Chinese figures. But be that as it may, we are spending a lot on defense. But we are reluctant to see ourselves as a pole for lots of reasons. The 4 or 5 largest states, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, maybe Poland, all have their own ambitions. But at the same time, as the great Belgian politician Paul-Henri Spaak said, Europe consists of 2 kinds of states, small states and small states that haven't realized that they're small yet. And I include France and Germany in that, frankly. Even the countries with populations of more than 50 million are really actually rather small states, and Germany is beginning to discover this, I think. So we are, to quote a former recently deceased Spanish Foreign Minister, Giuseppe Piqué, we are a herbivore surrounded by carnivores. And in a sense, we are very ill-suited to do well in this increasingly transactional world. Now, I would like to think that the EU may one day decide that it wants to be a pole, but we're certainly not there yet, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. So, during our discussion initially, a question of middle powers emerged. And there was recently a very important speech by Mark Carney on middle powers, and it had some of the dramatic elements, either you're at the table or you're on the menu onwards. So, and that made me reflect, is there any middle power coalition that you would find that really is a successful example of, let's say, if Mark Carney's idea went forward, that would be the path to follow. So I wanted maybe to go to Luanda on the question of IPSA. So IPSA, India, Brazil, South Africa, was this major middle power coalition. And I still remember South African foreign minister before South Africa was going was joining BRICS said she hoped that BRICS will strengthen IPSA. But then we have seen basically BRICS overtaking a lot of IPSA's agendas. So from your perspective, why this middle power coalition did not thrive as much as BRICS, or what does it take to make middle power coalition thrive? And then if I can ask the rest of the panel to think about which is a successful middle power coalition that you would like to highlight, that like Carney's speech would potentially, incite you about this is the middle power coalition that worked. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mihaela. And with your permission, I just maybe want to react to one or two things, and
Yes,
then I'll
please.
come to the question. I think our colleague raised the interesting point about just U.S. ambassadorial representation in Africa currently, and kind of what that speaks to in terms of relations with that region. And I think a fundamental thing that is increasingly intolerable in this current order that we are in this global system is kind of the paternalistic kind of finger-waging behavior that we see towards countries that are kind of considered less powerful. And here I want to kind of bring in an anecdote of what's currently happening in South Africa. So we are one of the countries that were fortunately allocated an ambassador who's just kind of started. But even before the ambassador had the chance to present credentials to the president, he had already been in the media behaving in what we consider undiplomatic behavior, very critical of the government, very critical of our foreign policy and relations with certain countries. But if you look across the Atlantic and you go to the US, and a South African ambassador to the US was participating in a webinar where he called President Trump a white supremacist. He was immediately expelled and given 72 hours to leave the country. So that kind of role and attitude towards kind of relations with Africa, I don't think that there's a space for it in this current global system. And as you know, the US tries to push, I think the Global South will also try to push even more. And we also see that in Latin America with the whole Huawei kind of debacle, where the US wanted Latin America to take a certain position. But Latin America kind of introduced the concept of non-alignment, which is not the same as neutrality, but we're also seeing kind of this concept emerge. I mean, we know the non-aligned movement of the Cold War era, and now there's also this non-alignment, which is really underpinned and enforced by we will advance our relations based on our national interests and our foreign policy. So I think I just wanted to kind of make that emphasis, just kind of provoked by the interesting points that was brought to the fore. And before I speak about middle powers, I think it's important I think we've all acknowledged that the world is not the same. We heard it during the opening remarks, and I think more or less all the colleagues on the floor have acknowledged that. If we look at what's happening in the WTO, I mean, it's correct. We're looking at plurilateral approaches now. But the question is whether the plurilaterals are undermining the fundamental principles of multilateralism. And that's why you find countries such as India and South Africa blocking the plurilaterals. And I think South Africa has now conceded because it was under a lot of pressure that it's blocking progressiveness. But it's interesting to me that we speak about progression as plurilaterals, because what does that say then about multilateralism? So South Africa now supports this, but will not be participating in the plurilateral approach. However, India is still blocking it because it is fundamentally safeguarding the principles of multilateralism. So if I look at the role of middle powers now, and it's not just something that has emerged with the speech of Prime Minister Carney. In fact, we have been saying this for quite some time in the Global South, but it seems as though he was kind of met with the moment, because when he made that speech in Davos, it really transcended and it created a moment globally. But really, we have been saying this. We have been saying this. And if I look at speeches by our foreign ministers and probably some of our African governments as well, we've been preaching the concept of partnerships between middle powers and partnering to ensure that we also have fruitful alternatives that will complement the multilateral system. So I think in terms of whether we've defined or haven't defined the rules of this current order, you'll find out what the rules are if a global South country invades another country. However, the rules become ambiguous if the US kind of captures a sitting head of states, whether he's right or wrong, but from a principle of multilateralism, the global order, capturing and detaining a sitting head of states, where does it fall in the rules? It's very ambiguous when it's that, but when it's Russia invading Ukraine, you kind of see that coming out quite significantly. And perhaps what I'll end off with is perhaps the role of Europe. We in Africa are very confused sometimes by the response that we see emerging from Europe. We consider Europe a very important player in the global system. Mm-hmm. And yet, when South Africa takes to the ICJ on the Palestine matter, for the first couple of months where it was really, really significant to see Europe kind of emerge and say something, it was quiet. And yet, on Ukraine, countries in Africa were being pressured to kind of condemn Russia. So again, it's just this hypocrisy and double standards that are leaving us a little bit dumbfounded. But nevertheless, I think the role of the middle powers currently is to safeguard the rules. We know what the rules are. They are defined in instruments and frameworks. And I see increasingly the middle powers coming together to kind of be the norm entrepreneurs and the safeguard of the current rules and norms.
This is a very important point. So if anybody would like to respond.
Carney is my hero, can I say this in public? But he said medium powers, and then which ones did he mention? He said Canada should work with the EU, with Australia, with Japan. He's not really talking about medium-sized powers, he's talking about like-mindedness. Mm-hmm. And that's a different kettle of fish completely. I don't see a coalition of medium-sized powers having adding anything significant to the equation. The real question is, are we still dividing the world into democracies and autocracies? I think we're not. I think that ship sailed, sadly, in my view, in many cases. But he's really talking about like-mindedness. He's talking about countries that share a similar worldview and a similar interpretation of multilateralism, which I think has very little in common with Chinese or Russian interpretations, and probably North American ones under the Trump administration as well.
Yes. Rachel, and then Brian.
We should also look at the potential of the growth of the relationship between the European Union and India. So when you look back at this year, two major things happened in January in New Delhi. First, the EU and India signed a free trade agreement, the mother of all deals, as they call it. This was as Ursula von der Leyen was Prime Minister Modi's guest of honor at the Republic Day celebrations. This is an FTA that had been being negotiated for over 20 years. And in my opinion, the mercurialness of the Trump administration and the desire to create something new and build new partnerships really offered the two sides the momentum they needed to get this over the finish line. But the second thing that happened in January alongside the FTA was the EU and India signed a security and defense partnership, which offers an EU-wide framework to build the relationship with India already being driven by member states in the EU. So I think there's a few things here. First, you can look at real defense industrial base cooperation between the two sides. You can look at supply chain resilience. You can look at the green transition. But you can also look at something that I don't think gets as much airplay or much discussion, which is that students are looking to go to other places besides the US now, specifically Indian students. So when you look at the mobility and when you look at partnerships, youth partnerships, Europe is a real a place for Indian students to go as they look at the United States as a less desirable market. So we're really losing out there, and the EU is something that's really really gaining.
Yes.
You from the Paul-Henri observation. In a certain way, the EU is a proof that middle powers can get together and obtain together important, successful results. Though, as Charles has very well mentioned, the EU has not, with its 27 members, has not formed, let's say, a political unit. But If we haven't, in our discussion so far, put Russia in the equation, and we have been raised in a bipolar world where Russia was the other side. And speaking about Europe, if, as it may be happening, the war in Ukraine, against all expectations, after 4 years, maybe it's taking another turn. Maybe is this not a first success of a united Europe, as Europe, in a way, has taken the responsibility of giving this sort of support. I'm very impressed by the consequences of those 4 years in terms of the weakening of some of the elements which cemented the world order before. For instance, the fact that Syria has changed, the fact that you don't have any longer the Venezuela-Cuba connection. That is, I think that in a way, what seemed to be a certain axis is not present any longer, and maybe this is a consequence of the fact that Europe faced a very difficult situation in the Ukrainian front. So, looking back at Latin America, and the particular case of Brazil, of course, we welcome diversification, and developing as many relationships as possible, and as a country like with the potential of Brazil asks for. But definitely, the United States is the most important relationship we have had for the century, and what has been a very fruitful one. So we look at diversity and multipolarity, not something against X or Y country, but the fact of reestablishing a certain type of balance and establishing maybe some sort of deterrent also against the idea that countries have to follow their own paths. So I believe that the recent developments of Mercosur with the trade agreements, the potential of cooperation between Latin American countries, for instance, in the case of critical minerals, which they can develop together, not to the exclusion of other investors, but which it can develop on its own. So I believe that it's more a reestablishment of balances rather than something in which you are facing other countries. So that's how I would look at it. But again, if I may return the question, is how do we put Russia in the equation? We're speaking about Poles, and we have not spoken about Russia so far.
All right. So where, if you would like to take over.
Okay, great. I think we have a very fascinating discussion. You know, you ask about what's the future of the multipolar world, and we hear our colleagues mention it. Where's the polar? What's the future? It doesn't really happening now. But actually, I tend to agree probably with our American colleagues that it's probably a little bit bipolar now. I mean, like President Trump was in Beijing, and also he was saying G2 and all those things, right? So that's a possibility. So I envision now, actually, we're getting a new multipolar world. Maybe there's a two major polar, but also there's many others middle polar as well. So it's a multipolar doesn't mean all polar are the same size. You could be two major polar, but then there's some other polars too. But then the problem is now, how can we achieve this new equilibrium among the major polars? And I see actually something's happening, like in the Trump's era, in the phase one, he was talking about strategic rivalry with China. Now, second term, he come to Beijing and said, let's have a strategic stability, a constructive. So that's a shift. So I think if U.S. and China can maintain a strategic stability, which I think they are trying to do, and we're going to see President Xi is going to visit U.S. in September. We're going to have an APEC summit. Trump's come to Shenzhen. And then G20 summit, President Xi going to Miami, we're going to see a lot of interchanges between these two polos. But I think that's probably exactly happening on the mid-powers. We're talking about mid-powers. So mid-powers actually now doesn't have to pick sides now. As Charles just said, it's no longer autocracy versus democracy. Then we have to really pick by the merits. And then so that's what the Carney said at Davos. Okay, you know, he came to Beijing too, right? Carney actually made a lot of comments and, you know, importing 50,000 China EV cars, lifted all the tariff for China against what the U.S. has done now. So I think, you know, that's a good example of, in the future, this multipolar world. You have two major polos, but then other mid-sized mid-polos too, but then they don't pick sides now. They're actually working with whoever has the right, work with whom, doesn't pick a side. And then the important thing, I think China is probably doing the right thing, is that China is joining RCEP. You talk about where are the most successful cases. RCEP is very successful. ASEAN is China's largest trading partner. And of course also China has China African Summit, China Latin American Summit, China Arab Summit, China Central Asia Summit, you know, cover all the region, economically focused, rather than military security focused. So I think, you know, if that peaceful competition remains between the two major polos, all other polos will see, okay, whoever benefit, we don't have to pick sides, we choose whatever useful for its own country. So I think, you know, that probably is a future multipolar world. And then I think that new equilibrium would really better than this former Soviet Union and the US, because it's not ideologically driven, it's economic development and sustainability driven. And then that's where China is doing all, you know, leading the green powers, leading all those. That's why we see all the G7 leaders coming to Beijing, except Japan, right, this year. And also that's why we've seen that, you know, you talk about autocracy versus democracy, we see how democracy works in the UK. 10 years, you change 7 prime minister, right? So that is what really... Democracy is messy. So what I'm saying is that you can't blame China for success just because of its autocracy. It's not, because China has meritocracy, has a consultative democracy, so things works well. So I really think the future multipolar world is really merit-based. And then you have two major polos, but the other mid-powers are now have the best of the two worlds now. You know, they can really, they doesn't belong to any side, but then they can really push the new equilibrium towards the betterness of the world. And then that's probably the future version of the world.
Yes.
I mean, as an African, for me, I think positionality is always so interesting. And I'm so intrigued by the perspectives that are coming from the two panelists, because if I'm hearing correctly, it's the importance of kind of non-alignment, be able to choose your own partners and compete in a peaceful manner. And it's also an element of pragmatism. You know, you choose your partners based on your interest, and as long as it's peaceful, etc. But I think there's a certain level of exceptionalism that I also want to highlight again in this room. From where we sit as Africa, we don't get afforded that. You know, it's almost like our partners want to choose for us who we must partner with and who we must cooperate with. I mean, just as I was flying here, I kind of saw a tweet again by the US ambassador who was highly critical on social media about our deputy president currently being in a state visit in China, as well as another engagement that we had with Iran. And again, the South African government came up and kind of criticized this non-diplomatic behavior. But I think the meat of what they're saying is that, you know, we are a country that's free to exercise our own foreign policy, and we exercise non-alignment based on the explanation I provided earlier. And what they say there is that, you know, the US is criticizing South Africa for cooperating pragmatically with certain partners, and yet they themselves cooperate with those partners. So what does that tell us from an African perspective? Are we also afforded this pragmatism and non-alignment that is emerging from the discussion here, which seems to be playing out quite well for other partners within different spheres of the world? So it's just an interesting thing that I wanted to kind of bring to the fore.
I think the US was mentioned many times. So if you would like to respond, I mean, how do you see the Trump administration now in terms of emphasizing economics versus emphasizing military relations? And if you have any comments, Daniel.
I think that this is sort of prelude before what the administration views will be sort of another round of more active competition. And so I think, you know, when you look at, and thinking about sort of Carney's comments, I mean, I think that he mislaid. I think that in some ways what he was actually speaking about was hedging behavior of these middle powers that sit within the Western Bloc. And so you have the EU's deal with India. Now India's not buying Russian kit. Nobody wants to buy Russian kits, so there's opportunity for European firms. The French, I guess, are going to work with the Gulf on maybe a new fighter jet. So there are opportunities, I think, within the system, but I still don't. I think that's sort of what he's talking about, though, is sort of alignments within an alignment. But I think sort of beyond those blocks, I don't see much that really would coalesce these middle powers to be able to sort of work together outside of sort of the traditional blocks. And so I think for the U.S., you know, economics are a key tool, I think, that the administration is trying to use in order to achieve more security ends. And so I think that you've seen that with tariffs. You've seen that with favored rates. I think that this is the way that the administration is trying to use economic tools to achieve security ends. And so I think that that's sort of the way that I would think about that.
Thank you. Any other comments on? All right. So I think we are ready for our final theme. Our final theme is opportunities for constructive cooperation among major powers. And I wanted to ask, maybe let's start with Rachel. Where do you see the opportunities for cooperation? I know that you have been both in the US and now in India, so both between emerging powers and between so-called old and new powers.
I'll talk specifically about the opportunities between India and China, which is a relationship that gets a lot of discussion, especially in New Delhi. But I think it's difficult to talk about this relationship without sounding just aspirational and naive. So I think you have to keep it pretty narrow and focused. And I think right off the bat, you just have to name the asymmetry in this relationship pretty honestly, which is it is a relationship that is defined by an unresolved border. There is a massive and lopsided trade deficit. And on top of it all, there is real deep strategic mistrust. Who is Pakistan's #1 arms supplier? It's China, and it has been for a very long time. It has been for decades. So any cooperation between these two powers, I think, needs to be built on top of these realities. You can't just pretend them away. But I think there are real openings that are functional and economic rather than strategic. You can look at, for example, climate and clean energy supply chains. China dominates solar and battery manufacturing, and India needs to scale up fast. There's one. This is an area where economic logic, I think, could potentially outrun politics if we allow it to, and that's a good thing if both sides let that happen. I think there are multilateral venues where both sides have shared interest in reforming the system rather than confronting one another, certainly not as allies or partners, but more so as fellow travelers, I would say. So looking at things like WTO dispute settlement reform, looking at voice and representation at the IMF and the World Bank, coordinating on debt relief mechanisms for the Global South. These allow India and China to cooperate on reshaping rules without requiring the trust on security issues. But I think border de-escalation mechanisms remain the precondition for almost anything else. There was a 2024 steps towards disengagement where India and China reached an agreement on patrolling along the line of actual control in Ladakh. And this matters, I think, less for what they resolved than it does for showing that both sides still want a functioning crisis management channel. So at the end of the day, I think this is a relationship that's not moving toward a partnership in any meaningful sense, but it's one where both sides are testing how much transactional cooperation is really possible while strategic competition continues underneath.
Thank you. So turning over to Hu Yao, when Chinese policymakers think about potential conflict, what relationships are they most concerned about? Are they concerned more about U.S.-China relationship, China-India relationship, or how could you paint a picture of concerns?
Yes, thank you, Mihaela. Yeah, no, absolutely, great question. No, what I think actually, what Chinese leaders and the Chinese government has mentioned, emphasized many, many times, the core interest of the core is the Taiwan issue, the cross-Taiwan relation. I think if U.S. is really not taking a very aggressive posture and recognize one China principle, things are really okay. Because that's, I think, one of the things that's why U.S. realize now. You know, they want a bigger peace. President Trump said he wants to be a president of the peace in his inaugural speech. So he wants to settle help on this Russian-Ukraine conflict. He wants to settle Iranian-Israel-U.S. conflict. He needs China. Right? Foreign Minister Wang Yi has phoned over 30-some foreign ministers to really calming down all sides on this peace deal. And then President Trump openly thanked China for supporting this Iranian U.S.-Israel memorandum of understanding. So you see, China is behind, doing a lot of things happening for securing peace. So I think, but U.S. is also recognized China's interest. I'm glad to hear President Trump said, okay, we're not going to send soldiers to Taiwan 9,500 miles away, and we don't want to interfere, and we're temporarily hold weapons selling. So that's a good progress. But for further, you talk about, our colleague talked about China-India relation. I think China-India relation are really, as the two largest country, most populous country in the world, we've got an almost 3 billion population combined. You know, two really leading position in the BRICS countries. I don't see the reason why we can't get along well. I mean, of course we had a border clash before. We had a border clash with Russia quite many times. Now we can normalize the relation. I see no reason we cannot normalize that with India. Because India, I remember when 80s, China was trying to learn from India. And at that time, India GDP is almost as same or even larger than China. Now China is 5 times larger than India now. So I think there's a huge supplementary collaboration, cooperation, because we have the same infrastructure issues, same environmental issues, same green power issues, same communication issues. That's just many time for China and India to work together. So I see, not only that, but also internationally, on the political stand, we safeguard the global South, we safeguard the BRICS countries. I don't see the reason we cannot work together. I think, Foreign Minister Wang is just in India now, met Modi. And then so the G7, the BRICS summit in India this year, I think would be a good occasion. Our leader probably go this year again. So I think there's a great opportunity for two countries to set aside their little differences, some differences, and really take the interests of the whole world, of the whole global South, and of course also working with Europe, with US, with everybody. So I think if India really, the leader of the long line movement, with Tito, you used to do that in Yugoslavia. Why not? Not taking sides is probably the best thing. And China has always support, non-alliance movement. And I really think that India and China has a huge opportunity because we have so much economic to work together. And at the end of the day, it's really the economy, the benefit, the livelihood of the people that really counts for the government, right, to sustain. So I don't think those temporary geopolitical alliance has any sense. And then these days we already have a big deterrence. There's no need to have a war. So I think China is a peaceful stabilizer, a factor for the region, for ASEAN. Recently China helped to calm down the Cambodian and Thailand conflict as well. So I don't see that happening. And China never, invaded any country for many, many decades now. And has not done that in history, never colonized any place or never sent and established military base anywhere. Whereas U.S. has 800 military base. China has 8,000 economic project. The Belt and Road has a 10,000 economic project worldwide. That's the difference. That's, I think, China, India, and all the global south can work together.
So I think, thank you. I think it's interesting, especially in terms of India-China relationship, how optimistic you are about it. I think one area we forgot to mention, and I wanted to bring it to all of your attention, like G20, and I know this is for us to think about as a potential opportunity for collaboration across major powers. So do you have any thoughts, all of the panel, whoever wants to volunteer, on whether G20 plays an important role as an opportunity for collaboration, or do you see it moving in another direction? Yes.
I can just add on that. I published an article in the Foreign Policy just about probably six months ago, talk about G20. I think G20 should be involved with the UN Security Council, because G20 is well balanced. There's 10 global South countries, 10 global North countries. It represents 85% of, even 90% of the global GDP if you include the African Union. So it's really important to get G20 into the Security Council rather than currently Security Council is about 15 countries. Let's get the G21 there. 5 permanent members, another 16 associate permanent members. But then they can probably, establish a rule if there's abuse of the single veto, like Russia and the U.S., vetoed over 100 times, and China probably 20 times, 30 times. Let's reform that, and then then we can really have a more powerful, new power structure to reflect this multipolar world that give all the balanced power. Not only that, reform also World Bank, IMF, with China and India, and to be reflected.
All right. Any other thoughts? G20, Rwanda? I think.
I'll come in because South Africa, of course, was presiding over the G20 in 2025, and we have been disinvited to participate in the current G20. And I think, for me, that cooperation has been one that shows me that different thinkers in different markets and different powers can cooperate and work together effectively. If I look at the G20 really championing some of the key global governance issues, a meeting of the G7 countries and a lot of the global South countries as well, for me it represents a platform where we can dialogue on issues, and even though our standpoints differ, we can arrive to some sort of consensus. It's an interesting space because while consensus, I mean, we are in a space of dissensus currently. We're unable to agree on a lot of things as countries. It's a space where ultimately we can make compromises and move the process forward. So I think it's a different experiment, and it's an interesting project for that reason. But the world is increasingly changing, and I think now we're also seeing the rise of plurilateral approaches, especially on issues of trade. And I think, some of us thought that, President Trump's term would just, shake things up a little bit, but would be able to kind of allow us to go back to normalcy once he finishes his term. But at this point, I think the world has been shaken up so much that that normal doesn't exist anymore. And we have to kind of now rethink our strategies to kind of suit this new normal that we find ourselves in. And I think, for me, the future of cooperation also needs to take consideration of how we then kind of interact with one another in a fair, equitable and respectful manner as equal partners of the global system. And certainly with the rise of IPSA and IPSA kind of morphing now into BRICS and other kind of formations that will come up, they will still need to cooperate with the West and with other formations as well, because ultimately cooperation is underpinned by us coming together and moving the agenda forward. So certainly G20 for me is a prime example of how we can kind of reach that cooperation.
Thank you. So I think we are now almost like the last panel before lunch, and I know I would like to give an opportunity to all of our panelists for some final thoughts. So, and I promised we'd leave on a positive note. So I wanted to ask you, is there any institution diplomatic practice or something that gives you hope and inspires you for the future of the world order, and thinking about multipolarity, where are the opportunities that inspire you? So whoever wants to start, or we can just go straight, like if you can start, Manuel.
The multilateral institutions, some of them, the bilateral maybe institutions which are in place, like Mercosur, I think that even if Mercosur has not so far fulfilled its promises, I think it has taken a new path in the last years, in the last 2 years. We look with great expectations to the EU Mercosur agreement, for instance. I think it can have very strong implications. I think that we cannot. We have to think about the problems of a system which was created in the post-war, but we cannot throw it off completely. So I think it's an important heritage we have to stick to in its at least in its philosophy of respect for rules or for international law, for the sovereignty of each country. And I think, as Henry has pointed out, I think that there is much we can work together. An example, a recent example was, I come back to the Mercosur EU agreement. Apparently, Brazil and Argentina would be in very different ideological positions, which I question if it's not more a stereotype than a reality. Both countries were absolutely enthusiastic about the agreement and they worked together. So the fact that you have elements of polarization, for instance, you have the Amazonian countries, you have the boundaries of French Guiana, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Venezuela, and so on. We have a common cause against organized crime, which has something which has become transnational. So there is no reason for us not to cooperate with all the countries which want to have a common activity in relation to this. So I am optimistic that pragmatism on issues which are common to us can become stronger than some labelings we have been living through, and that we can achieve. We can go after small successes which add together.
Thank you. Thank you. Daniel, moving on to you. What gives you hope?
I think that Ukraine has turned the tides. We've seen the failure of multilateralism. We can't get much of the global South to vote against Russia's aggression in Ukraine in the UN system. We've seen a failure there, but I think that the realities on the ground give me a lot of hope. I think it was the Saab CEO recently said the most important thing that the Western Bloc can do is to incorporate Ukraine's industrial base into the West fully. And so I have hope there. And I do think that China has in the past played a role in terms of warding off Russian nuclear ambitions or potential in that war. But China still is, of course, the main supporter of Russia's aggression. Russia couldn't propagate its war without Chinese assistance. So I do think that there's more that could be done there, and maybe there's opportunity if the reality on the ground is such that that sort of cost overrides the gain, the potential gain in that relationship. So, and I do think the U.S. and India can do a lot in terms of manufacturing. I think that there's a lot. We've only really sort of scratched the surface, I think, on that potential. So there are some areas I think that I have for hope, but I think multilateralism I'm a bit more dour on.
Thank you so much. So please, briefly, Rachel.
Yeah, I would just echo what Dan said. I think we're sort of moving toward an era of, I guess you going back to an era of coalitions of the willing. When multilateralism becomes broken, you see emerging partnerships between countries that want to get things done and that can get things done. And I think we've seen that, especially when it comes to Europeans in Ukraine as well. So that's what gives me hope.
Luanda?
I would say it's institutions and humanity. Specifically, if you look at the ICJ process and how the world is now coalescing in that process in the ICJ, with the objective of preserving humanity. What's happening in Palestine is now a humanitarian crisis, and it's rallying around just humanity. I think that gives me hope that the world can make a difference still.
Thank you. Charles?
What I liked most about Mark Carney's speech was the fact that he acknowledged that the so-called rules-based liberal international order has never existed. This is basically what the French philosopher Voltaire said about the Holy Roman Empire in the 18th century. It's not holy, it's not Roman, and it's certainly not an empire. So the liberal international order was never complete. It was an aspiration, and millions of people throughout the world felt excluded from it. So let's not get too nostalgic about something that never existed. Moving forward, there's a lot that's actually happening underneath the surface. And at the risk of sounding nerdy, next month, the International Telecommunications Union will be meeting in Geneva and will be hosting the 7th Summit on Artificial Intelligence for Good. Now, you know, we're all worried about artificial intelligence. We don't really have an international global framework to deal with this, but there are still modest, discrete, multilateral initiatives such as the ITU, which are still doing an extremely good job, which rarely gets mentioned by the media. Thank you.
Thank you. And please take us home, take us to lunch.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll be brief. You ask what's the hope? What make us still optimistic? Well, I think there's quite a few factors. I see while multilateral system is weakening, but then the poly-multilateral system is actually strong. Like RCEP, for example, the largest free trade agreement in the world. And ASEAN become China's largest trading partner. Of course, CPTPP also. You see, it was Australia, Japan take over after US exit that, and then UK become a part of that, right? European Union is interested in that. China is interested in that. So I see that is still happening. And of course, AIB, Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, a new development bank. So all those things are still happening. And then, so I would think that, of course, we still got the European Union, which is still there, and ASEAN is still pretty strong. And so we see the world is still on many fronts. The multilateralism is still advancing, but then, of course, the global system as a whole, we have been weakening. But I think now we have getting the multipolar world, and we need everybody to work together for a better future multilateral system.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank our panelists and also say this was a great discussion. I'm inviting everyone to lunch. Lunch is until 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
To Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if I could kindly ask you to start taking your seats as we are about to start the second part of the opening day. Thank you so much. Indeed, very much aware that the session after lunch is always a bit challenging in terms of getting people back into the room, but I can tell you that the fact that you are here is very much reflective of the importance of the following session, because it is dealing with a subject matter that every nation, certainly on this continent in Europe, is grappling with these days, namely energy security. And so this following session is titled Energy Competition in a Multipolar World. It is going to be moderated in just a moment by the director of the Institute for Development and International Relations here in Croatia, Jaška Pulic, who will introduce himself in just a moment. But before we get started, we're very delighted and honored that this session will be inaugurated by a high-level speaker who obviously, due to the strategic location and position of his country, can speak with great deal of expertise and knowledge about energy competition in a multipolar world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for a keynote speech the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Bakhtiyor Saidov. Ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the organizers of the Dubrovnik Forum for the opportunity to discuss one of the most pressing challenges on today's international agenda: how to ensure energy security, sovereignty, and long-term stability in an increasingly complex and multipolar world. Today, energy is no longer simply an economic resource. It has become a factor of strategic autonomy, technological leadership, industrial competitiveness, and geopolitical influence. We are witnessing a rapid transformation of the traditional architecture of global energy markets. A system built on a limited number of suppliers is giving way to a far more complex reality. Diversification, flexibility, technological independence, and trust among the partners are becoming increasingly important. In this new environment, traditional hydrocarbon producers continue to play a vital role. At the same time, renewable energy, critical minerals, energy storage technologies, hydrogen solutions, digital grid management, and resilient supply chains are creating additional centers of influence and opening new opportunities for cooperation. This is precisely where Central Asia and Uzbekistan in particular can contribute to the solution. For many years, Central Asia was often viewed primarily as a geographical space situated between major centers of power. Today, however, our region is increasingly asserting itself as a relevant, responsible, and constructive actor in global economic and energy processes. The region possesses substantial energy resources, significant solar and wind potential, and an important resources base of critical minerals. These resources are directly relevant to the production of batteries, electric vehicles, clean energy technologies, and advanced manufacturing. Beyond its resource potential, Central Asia is also strengthening regional cooperation, expanding cross-border connectivity, and moving toward a more integrated energy market. This is increasing the region's predictability and creating new opportunities for deeper cooperation with Europe. Within this transformation, Uzbekistan seeks to play an active and constructive role. For us, the global energy transition is not a zero-sum game. Rather, it is an opportunity to create new forms of cooperation based on mutual benefit, technological exchange, and shared responsibility for sustainable development. In recent years, Uzbekistan has embarked on a large-scale program to modernize its energy industry. That sector attracts more than 20 billion USD of investments. Leading international companies from Europe, the Middle East, and Asia are implementing major projects in renewable energy, grid modernization, and energy efficiency. Our objective is to build a more diversified, reliable, and modern energy system. Uzbekistan aims to increase the share of renewable energy in electricity generation to 54% by 2030 and commission more than 20 gigawatts of green generation capacity. This is not merely a declaration of intent, but a practical program supported by investment projects, market reforms, and openness to long-term partnerships. The strategic importance of cooperation with the European Union was reaffirmed at the first Central Asia European Union Summit in Samarkand in 2025. The EU's Global Gateway Initiative and related investment commitments create a strong foundation for translating political dialogue into practical projects. From our perspective, several areas deserve particular attention. The first, it is essential to expand European investment and technological participation in the development of renewable energy across Uzbekistan and the entire Central Asian region. This involves not only renewable generation, but also energy storage, digital grid management, equipment manufacturing, workforce training, and energy efficiency standards. Such cooperation would enable the region to accelerate its green transformation while providing Europe with a reliable partner in building the new energy foundation of Eurasia. Second, the development of green energy corridors should become a strategic priority. The Trans-Caspian Green Energy Corridor could become an important element of the future energy architecture linking Central Asia and Europe. Combined with the Middle Corridor, it would create opportunities for clean electricity transmission, hydrogen logistics, industrial cooperation, and technological exchange. Third, particular attention should be devoted to critical minerals and value-added processing. For Europe, diversifying supplies of critical minerals is increasingly a matter of industrial resilience. For Uzbekistan and other countries of the region, it represents an opportunity to move up the value chain and develop new industrial capacities. Fourth, the modernization and integration of Central Asian power systems. European experience in interconnected electricity markets, smart grids and energy storage is of great interest to us and can help strengthen regional energy security. To advance this agenda, political commitments must be translated into concrete projects supported by the European Union, international financial institutions, and private sectors. The current international environment presents serious challenges, yet it is precisely in such times that partnerships of genuine strategic value prove their importance. For Europe, cooperation with Central Asia contributes to energy security, industrial resilience, and stronger Eurasian connectivity. For Uzbekistan, partnership with the European Union supports modernization, investment and technological development. This creates synergy and generates strategic advantages for both parties. We have all the foundations for deeper cooperation, resources, technology, political will, and converging interests. And I'm confident that the Dubrovnik Forum can continue to serve as an important platform for an open, practical, and forward-looking dialogue. Distinguished participants, allow me to take this opportunity to highlight a new initiative proposed by the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, aimed at strengthening inter-regional connectivity, including in the field of energy sector and other important areas. In this context, Uzbekistan will host the inter-regional and international, I would say, ministerial conference with the name Interregional Dialogue for Peace and Sustainable Connectivity, the Central Asian Approach, in Tashkent on 27-28 November this year. So we invite all partners worldwide, including the European Union and its member states, to participate in this conference and contribute to strengthening inter-regional connectivity and cooperation. I wish all participants very productive discussions and every success at Dubrovnik Forum. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Saidov, for your keynote remarks and for bringing the perspective of Central Asia and Uzbekistan to this panel. Hello, everybody, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. My name is Jakša Puljiz, and as has been said, I be the moderator of the panel. Today we have a really excellent panel, which allow me to introduce to you. Here on my left is Mr. Anže Logar, who is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy, Labor and Sport of the Republic of Slovenia. We have here also Mr. Nicolae Ștefănuța, who is the Vice President of the European Parliament. Welcome. Mr. Josip Brkić, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Welcome. Ms. Ivanka Taševa, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria, is here with us. And from Croatia, Mr. Vedran Špehar, State Secretary of the Ministry of Economy. Welcome. And finally, from the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Ardak Zebeshev, who is the Chairman of the Investment Committee at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Welcome. Okay, so let's start after this excellent introduction, which really put those key, let's say, pinpointed the key topics that we will try to dive in this topic, give a European perspective, but also this multi-regional perspective, especially the connectivity and partnership perspective with the Central Asia. So let's start. Mr. Ștefănuța, can we start with you? Let's start with a little bit wider European perspective. So from your perspective, from the perspective of the European Parliament, what would you say are the main energy vulnerabilities that EU should address and which are necessary to be addressed in order to become more sovereign, more resilient in this very unsecure multipolar world? What should be the priority?
Well, first of all, is this working? Yes,
it's working.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon, and thank you so much for our Croatian guests. This is the European Union. We are in the European Union, and I was listening to our esteemed minister from Uzbekistan correctly pointing to some of everyone's vulnerabilities. I think the crisis in the Hormuz Strait has shown that we are collectively vulnerable, not just the European Union, but other resource-rich nations as well, who have suffered from price spikes that were to a level that was unexpected, no? I mean, I'm talking about global nations that have good reserves of oil and gas, and still they felt the immediate effect at the tank, at the gas station, and so on. So the vulnerabilities that the European Union, I would say, are common to the vulnerabilities that many other nations across the world share. I mean, listening to the minister's points, I thought maybe he shared a copy of my speech in advance, because some of them were really, really similar. And I'm going to talk about a few things. We are in the European Union. We have reduced our dependencies and diversifying our supplies. You know, the EU was for a long time very, very dependent on imports from Russia. This has been addressed also via legislation, but also via resource diversification. I think the invasion of Ukraine showed us very clearly that we cannot, with one hand, finance the growth of an energy sector that's financing the budget of a war machine, and at the same time suffer from the consequences of that. So we took action and we drastically reduced our dependency, which is a good thing. Diversifying supplies. I'm not just talking about expensive LNG importation. I'm also talking about the growth of renewable energy with the goal to reach 43% by 2030. And we have seen a boom, not just in Europe, but across many other nations. I will give you the example of Moldova. Moldova, that was completely dependent on imports, managed to sustain, okay, for a short while, complete renewable energy production. Many other countries have managed to do that in the region. Renewable energy is booming. Energy communities are booming. I think right now in Brussels, with the packages that are coming on the electrification grid and so on, we are addressing the shortcomings, because if we gave a lot of money for people to install own capacities, solar panels, etc., we need to give them full freedom to integrate themselves in the grids, to exchange the energy, to pass it forward, to capture and store that energy. We have managed to get to a point where it is actually becoming very, very price competitive, perhaps even lower than traditional oil and gas sources. I always say that people are not in love with oil and gas. People love comfort and good prices. They couldn't care less where those come from. They are not ideologic about energy sources. Politicians make them ideologic about energy sources. People are ideologic about their house being warmed up, about having comfort, about having AC in the summer, about not spending a third of their budget on energy in the winter. We have also worked on protecting the energy infrastructure. We have a pact inside NATO to do that. The Task Force on Critical Infrastructure Resilience, I think it is crucial to do that. Why? Because we see in the periods of conflicts, energy sources are the ones always targeted, no? I mean, we see in the Ukraine case that energy facilities are always targeted by strikes. And by forcing new energy partnerships, I echo what the minister said, and I know that also Kazakhstan is represented here, so I also welcome the work that was done in the first EU Central Asia Summit in Samarkand. I was there at the time. And the global gateway investment of 12 billion, I also echo the minister's thoughts that we need to invest even more. And last but not least, I do believe that we have to upscale our renewable energy sources. Now, if you look at me and think, is Europe's response only renewable energy? I will say, no, it is a mix, it is diversification. But I will say that for us to gain strategic autonomy, it is one of the shortest. It is one of the cheapest. It is one where we can really, really work to increase efficiency and increase autonomy. Autonomy is the name of the game, no?
Thank you. This is, I think, opens a lot of questions. You also answered some of them, but checking the dependencies, of course, that increasing renewables will increase the independency. But at the same time, it opens the question on the dependency on the raw materials and technology, which is necessary to produce the investments in renewables. But we'll come back to that issue later. And I would like to ask Mr. Logar, your perspective. coming from Slovenia, a country which has a very solid industrial base still, and looking back at the energy crisis and the impact of the crisis on the economy, what is your take? What have you learned in Europe on the impact of the crisis? And what should be the key lessons that we should bring into the future, and also the Slovenian perspective in this scenario as well, please?
Well, main takeoff is that if you do not do homework today, it will be costly tomorrow. So the energy model of European Union was not sustainable, and we were aware of that, leaning on cheap Russian oil and gas. And it had to come to the blue chat until we realized that putting too many eggs in one single basket, it's not, I mean, it's disastrous for our economy. So we learned the lessons, but we are still in a way in a shadow. What my predecessor described, it's okay, but we have still the same problem, that the production of energy within European Union, it's something we have to work on. We are still too much reliant on energens that are coming abroad. We still have to change the way how we supply our not every citizen, but industrial basis, and how we shall, in a way, to enhance our competitiveness, lower the prices of energy for our economy. For example, in Slovenia case, we produce within the country 97% of energy needs. But the problem what we have is that a few years ago, the average price of the energy was 20 to 30% lower than EU average. So we were well off. Now the prices are on the EU average, so that means 20 to 30% higher, and it's costly for our competitiveness. And the same is it within European Union. And we are turning back to something what we established in order to be more green. It's coupons for the CO2. For example, I don't know if you know, but it started with more or less zero price, and now it's cost around 80 euros per ton of CO2, which reflect in price of, let's say, oil on our gas station for roughly 20 cents on the price we pay. So an average citizen pays for you know, to fuel the car. And that is even bigger effect on our economy. And there's a question how to establish a mix that will be sustainable and competitive in comparison, let's say, to our rivals from United States, from Eurasia, from Asia, Pacific, and things like this. So there's a lot of work to do. And for the time being, until we make, let's say, a new evolution on producing energy, which means, let's say, fusion power plant, we are still too much reliant on import of energy, let's say, ingredients. And in that time, the main question is, I think it was mentioned in the keynote speech, interconnectors. So I think this is the issue of the next few years that we have ahead until we find out something that will be within European Union and it will bear fruit. And just to make some small add, as I think you mentioned rightly, we were too dependent on the oil from Russia, so from the resources of energy, and we shall not make the same mistake to become dependent on technology. So you just switch one dependency on another dependency. But at the same time, one shall be aware that renewables, especially solar energy and wind energy, is not a substitute for the hardcore energy source, because you need a shadow reserve for every megawatts you produce by sun, you need a shadow resort of the hard power, either nuclear power plant or coal power or hydro. And we have to build grid, and we have to build energy sources that are solid, and all these renewables can be only value added in that sense.
And nuclear energy option for Slovenia, it's rather clear?
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, we built up our power plant in 83, I think, or it was 86, 83. First lifespan, it was prolonged. It will last until 2043, but it can be prolonged until 2063. Calculate 80 years of the energy productions. I mean, this is something. Yeah. So for 8 years to have a stable energy source is something one should opt as a reasonable resource of energy. And if you compare, for example, this aftermath of Ukraine war from France and Germany, it was a complete difference. France invested in nuclear power plants. I think they have 53 or 56 nuclear power plants, while Germany was too reliant on energy from Russia, so from, let's say, gas and oil. And so it was much more costly for German industry than from France industry, even though France pays more for megawatt of the energy.
Thank you. We now move to Bulgaria, and I ask Deputy Minister Tasheva. Bulgaria is strategically positioned, Black Sea region, southeastern Europe. So from your perspective, how would you describe the strategic importance of this region? Can you bring us a little bit closer your perspective on the energy importance of the region for the Europe and for the whole energy policy of the European Union?
First, from my side as well, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be part of this panel discussing a crucial issue for, I think, for competitiveness for all of our countries. And I couldn't agree more with what was said by my previous co-panelists about dependency, creating vulnerability, about the war in Ukraine exposing geopolitical risks of relying on a single supplier of energy, of also a lot of hybrid and cyber attacks showing that critical energy infrastructure nowadays is a part of actually the security architecture in Europe. And this is something that we, I mean, Bulgaria and the region we are in are experiencing on a day-to-day basis, and something that we are trying to overcome. And speaking about overcoming it, I don't think that today energy independence is equal to absolute self-reliance. To the contrary, part of the, let's say, the recipe for success is actually diversification, strong regional partnerships, investment in innovation and industrial competitiveness. And the region of Southeast Europe and the Black Sea has a crucial role to play, as you mentioned, and Bulgaria is very much involved in this European effort to overcome dependency through what we do, through expansion of our nuclear energy capacity, because nuclear energy is, it was already mentioned, is we think really part of the solution, because we need a balanced energy mix with investment in nuclear, in renewables, in battery storage, in modern electricity grids that are capable of dealing with the increasing needs of energy and also of the fluctuations that go hand in hand with a mix that incorporates renewable energies in it. And this is what Bulgaria is doing, and what we also invest in partnerships, because As I mentioned, part of the solution is strong partnerships for diversification of routes and suppliers, partnerships with countries from the Black Sea region, from the Southern Caucasus, from Central Asia, as the Minister of Uzbekistan mentioned in the beginning. And it also stronger investment in local, in national production and energy innovation. I think that only in combination of all those elements, we can truly speak about energy independence, and in a way that is something that I would call pragmatic autonomy, not that much strategic autonomy, but pragmatic autonomy that is really born out of diversification and these strong partnerships that we all need.
Thank you for this perspective. And now moving to Croatia and Mr. Špehar, can I ask you about your view on Croatia's contribution to the EU energy policy security and diversification and less dependence? We know that Croatia is presented as a regional hub, especially referring to the LNG terminal. Can you maybe reflect a little bit more details on that, but also come back with the issue of the Croatia's main vulnerabilities, just to get a picture on the country's country situation at the moment?
Yes. Despite of the fact that we are a relatively small country and that we are the last who joined the EU, Croatia is constantly playing its role in the team in a way that, first of all, we are taking care of our own energy security, but at the same time, without any how to say, false messages, we are trying to send a message that we are a reliable partner for our own, primarily for our neighbors, but in general for the EU. So we are aware of our strategic position, geographical position, and in that fact we are trying to play as, how to say, as constructive as possible role. In this respect, first of all, we were dealing with our own energy security. As many Eastern European and Central European countries, we were for years focused on East concerning energy sources. We were quite good in the context of our own energy production. Until some 15 years ago, we were quite good in gas production. Majority of gas was coming from our own fields. We were quite good with oil production. We are still good with oil refining. So, but that was those days. So I would focus, if we look at the timeline and we put us in somewhere in the middle, what we can see. We can see the past and all the lessons learned, everything basically what colleagues said are the past. And on the other side, there is a future, or let's say target, where we want to go and by which date or time we want to get to that goal. It is called energy transition, green transition, however you want to call it. In this transition, there are few facts which are inevitable, or few key points that we should be aware of. So, energy security or availability of enough reliable energy sources is a precondition for everything, precondition for the economy to grow, and we want to grow. We as Croatia, we consider that we are lacking or have to speed up our process in order to achieve at least some of our neighbors, how to say, statistics. In this context, we need reliable, clean, and affordable energy. It's a tough, let's say, task to achieve all three. But in this context, first of all, I think I agree completely with everything was said prior to that, but one other fact is to be worth to be mentioned, is the energy efficiency and energy savings. This is something that we are quite good within, I'm speaking about primarily EU, but we still have enough space to fulfill the blanks, because there is enough, still enough to be done in this context. So energy savings can be done, it takes time, it takes efforts, it is under, let's call it under control. Energy efficiency is something which is crucial, especially in the context of industry. So in this context, together with the national funds, but also with the EU funding, we are doing quite, let's say, good efforts in this respect to modernize wherever it is possible in order to be as energy efficient as possible. But for all that, we still need the precondition, which is reliable energy sourcing. Unfortunately, Europe in general is energy dependent, energy importer, and it will stay like this for a certain period of time. So that means that our primary focus is to focus to extract or to produce as much as possible of any kinds of energy sources from our own, let's say, on our own territories. Wind and sun are something which is, we are blessed with it, so everybody is doing quite good, but also our Slovenian colleague said it very, very nice. So we need for, not only for industry, but primarily for industry and for the security of power network, we need a stable base source of electricity. So if you look what was happening in Spain last year, somehow it seems that the sun is not enough. Sun is a great element of the energy mix, which we want to have as much as possible, together with the new technologies like batteries, like hydrogen, so we can and should focus on sun as much as possible. Costs of solar panels are still decreasing day by day. Unfortunately, we should be aware where those panels are being produced, and we should be aware what we have to do with those panels when their life cycle ends. But okay, there are technologies, ways how to recycle them. So besides that, sorry to say, we have to be aware or to admit to ourselves that fossil fuels are something that we cannot skip or forget or disregard in the energy mix. We will have to rely on them for another at least decade, and I would say even more. In this context, CO2 cost is something which, again, is additionally burdening that option, let's call it that way. Coming back to energy efficiency, this is also one way of dealing with that problem. And when we speak about renewables, I always prefer to say carbon neutral technologies. That means that not only wind and sun, there is, at least in Croatia, high geothermal potential is significant. This is what we are now being focused, at least in heating, but also in electricity production. And as a cherry on the top, we cannot and we should not, disregard the option that nuclear can bring to our economies. There are the new technologies, and we are, let's say, we are obliged to also take them into consideration.
Okay, thank you for this. And now I think everybody's clear how complex the topic that we are dealing today is, how many factors need to be taken into account. But with Bosnia and Herzegovina is a little bit even more complex, since there is also this, I would connect now a little bit energy situation with the enlargement process. Mr. Brkic, can you maybe tell us a little bit more how you see the integration of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also other non-EU Western Balkan countries into the Europe's energy infrastructure before the full EU membership. So let's not wait for the EU full membership, but what can be done from your perspective already now to integrate Bosnia and other countries better into the EU architecture?
Thank you very much. And in the first instance, I'm congratulating my colleagues from Ministry of Foreign European Affairs of Republic of Croatia for excellent organizing another Dubrovnik Forum. You could hear how much complicated it is for the countries of the European Union, and how much the legislators are, putting the framework that would be, obliging for the member countries, but it's already obliging for us candidate countries to the European Union, which is normal. You have to, comply with the rules of the club that you want to join. It's not easy, and it's not cheap. It's cost for us. At the same time, we do not have access for all of the sectors and policies provided, I'm talking for the Bosnia and Herzegovina, from the European Union to try to change or substitute what we have as our energy sources. And in our case, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, close to 65% of all electricity energy produced is carbon-based, coal-based.
Coal-based.
Why? Because under the very conservative, I would say, surveys, Bosnia and Herzegovina has more than 6 centuries of reserves of lignite to burn more to produce the electricity. Now we have to renounce this source, which is ours, that you have to just, dig from the ground. And it is, of course, not cheap, but it's cheaper than to import whatever that you cannot control. Second of all, my country is 100% dependent on the natural gas imported even today from Russia. One of the examples that I was living, and my colleagues in Sarajevo as the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina back in, I think it was 2012 or 2013, prior to the start of the Russian aggression to Ukraine in 2014, was that due to the whatever dispute between the Ukraine and Russia, the main valve for the natural gas was closed, and we were at the very end of that pipe in Sarajevo, which used predominantly this for the heating of the houses. Without having any strategic depots for the natural gas, we were actually, using what was there, and that left us in an opportunity that for a couple of days, very cold days, in Sarajevo, which was the host of the 14 Winter Olympics, so there is a lot of snow and could be a very cold days, produced actually the situation where the citizens were, going and trying to find the alternative for the heating. Of course, that was the electricity. But then the electricity grid that was predominantly done prior to the 80s, during the 80s, and renewed after the aggression to Bosnia and Herzegovina in 95 was, of course, jumping out, and it was, I would say, for a couple of days, chaos. Thanks to God, we had good neighbors that helped us in with their quantities for the natural gas, and then we could bypass this. Even today, what we are trying to do is to try to reallocate, in particular, natural gas resource or source of coming to Bosnia and Herzegovina with so-called Southern Interconnector, something that we do with the Republic of Croatia and with the United States partners. That would, dramatically decrease dependency of Bosnia and Herzegovina for the natural gas. There is a heavily investment in photovoltaic, solar, and aeolic energy, but as the minister was saying and colleagues were agreeing, serious industry cannot rely on this. Aluminium factory in Mostar or steel factory in Zenica cannot rely only on the renewable. So we are having this mixed energy mix for the Bosnia and Herzegovina, negotiating with the European Union for some prolonged dates for us to construct Southern Interconnector, because we should be closing the natural gas from Russia by 1st of January 2028, and that the use of the carbon-based electric energy also for Bosnia and Herzegovina should be, pushed forward until we, and this is the part of the energy deal that we are negotiating with the investors from the United States, build the thermal power plants which are going to be, run on gas in a couple of cities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So this mix of renewables, which is increasing, and the mix already existing, and softly transitioning into the natural gas thermal power plants is going to be something that is going to, paint our energy mix in the future.
And your expectations on this flexibility from the side of the EU, do you expect that it will have this necessary flexibility that smooths this transition, which is looking very heavy from your words?
I mean, we all have, from the sovereign countries, while negotiating with the European Union, we know how tough negotiators they can be. But this is, I mean, something which is real life, which is touching the life of every citizen, not only in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but throughout the Southeast Europe and either those member countries of the EU or non-member countries of the EU. And we believe that we can make some additional time.
Okay, thank you. And now going to back to Central Asia, and we have Mr. Zebeshev with us. So, Mr. Zebeshev, Kazakhstan and Central Asia, they are increasingly important in discussions on energy, critical raw materials, and connectivity, as we could heard from the introductory words by Minister from Uzbekistan. From your perspective, from the Kazakhstan perspective, how is the multipolar energy landscape changing, and what role you see for Central Asia in a more diversified and more resilient Euro-Asian connectivity and energy system?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. And dear ladies and gentlemen, for me, it is also an honor to be part of this panel session. And I wanted, by answering this question, to share the information that just 3 days ago, our President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev paid a visit to Brussels, and we by this visit added a powerful new momentum to our cooperation between Kazakhstan and European Union member states. So the first is the European Union and Kazakhstan reaffirmed the strategic partnership on critical raw materials, hydrogen and batteries. And also the sides agreed to accelerate infrastructure development in the line with the Global Gateway Initiative. And the joint roadmap was endorsed to expand the Trans-Caspian International Transport Road. So this middle corridor is one of the fastest growing trade roads between Asia and Europe. And we see that the volumes are increased 5 times in the recent 7 years, from 0.8 million till 4.1 million tons per year. And surely these steps are directly affecting and supporting Europe's energy security, bearing in mind that Kazakhstan is the world's 11th biggest crude oil producer, and in 2025 we produced nearly 100 million tons of crude oil and exported 80%. And for the European Union, Kazakhstan is the second largest oil exporter. So we try to ensure that there is an uninterrupted supply, and we are trying to diversify export routes. And at the same time, as previous speakers said, we are also, by ensuring the conventional energy sources, we're also developing our renewable energy sources and our Current production capacity is 3.6 GV of green energy, and it is about 7% of total energy. So our aim is by 2030 to reach 15%, and by 2050 reach 50%. And we can say that clean energy transition is heavily dependent on access to the critical raw materials. So Kazakhstan is well positioned to become one of Europe's most reliable partner in this field. We can assure that Kazakhstan can supply 21 out of 34 critical raw materials, and so we're ready to act as a bridge between regions, economies, and energy systems, and work together to increase this energy resilience. And as a Minister of Uzbekistan said that Central Asia is actually ready to work, but the only need is to attract FDI to the region, to attract technologies, and so we can build together the future energy sovereignty and resilience. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is killing us. Mr. Stefanunsa, taking these words into, echoing these words, what would you say, how the EU should pursue cooperation with Kazakhstan? These are very good news. So are we really talking now about strategic cooperation, or is it actually more transactional looking way of cooperation towards Kazakhstan? They will provide the raw materials that we need, or we are actually trying to achieve something more strategic in relation with Central Asia, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in particular?
It was very useful to listen to both representatives of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, as well as the European colleagues on stage. It can only be strategic. Energy is strategic. Energy is not a one-off. Energy investment is strategic. Energy FDI is strategic. So indeed, the European Union is interested in having green energy corridors, in having technology partnerships, not only in the Central Asia area. There are offers from several countries across the world. Raw materials, rare earths, minerals, etc. I don't need to repeat how critical they are to the development of the future. We have to also build our own capacities. I take the points. I also take the point from the candidate countries. Mm-hmm. It is important for us to have an integrated vision as regards the Balkans, but also as regards Eastern Europe's Ukraine, Moldova, etc. So coming back, also there's dialogues with countries of Africa as regards critical raw materials. But to sum it up, the European Union is serious about these partnerships. We are here to work on more stable, more diversified, more integrated Euro-Asian space in the energy market, but also to continue to work on our autonomy and independence.
Thank you. And Mr. Logar, from your perspective, what can realistically be achieved at the level of the EU when it comes to the reducing dependencies, increasing energy security? When you look at the next year or two, do you think we can really move substantially ahead, given the EU difficulties in reaching decisions and making concrete actions?
Well, I think the period from talks is more or less ending, so we have to go to the action. Those action in, let's say, fulfilling the gap we left years behind cannot be just redrawn in a 12 months lifespan. So we are talking about 5 years of next schemes or next steps. There are some good projects. There are within European Union and with let's say region around European Union. For example, Greece has its program named GREGI, It's the high voltage cable beneath the sea going to Egypt, where there is a big solar plant. And this investment is something that will bear fruit, for example, in 2030, which means it's going to be a biggest solar power plant connected to European country with high voltage cable that would bring to the possibility to bring to Europe around 3 gigawatts of energy. If you add this additional solar plant and wind plant in Egypt and countries of North Africa, it can bear up to 10 gigawatts of energy, which is roughly 10 nuclear power plant with, in a way, renewables by technology of European Union. The next step is North Sea Line. Norway, in a way, it's the natural power plant by sea tide, by wind. We have to connect countries from the north and connect them into the European grid, and this brings additional huge amount of energy within the system, and it helps bring the sustainability and, in a way, own resource of energy from European Union. And then is Euro-Asian interconnector, that it's more or less the same like program with South Africa to the Middle East. So there are 3 projects that could, in the meantime, bring some relief in bringing or diversifying energy mix, but we have to act very quickly. I mean, we do not have time to wait. And as I said at the beginning, interconnectors, this is the main issue for the next few years that are, in a way, in the hands of European Union.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you for these words. Time is practically finished. Let's thank our panelists. Thank you for joining here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for discussion. And hopefully we continue discussion after the panel. Thank you.
If I can get the microphone for just 30 seconds. Thank you so much to everyone indeed for a very critical debate. Much appreciated. Thank you to the moderator for skillfully guiding this discussion. Just a very short logistical remark. We're going to take a quick 10-15 minute break. And from here on, the Dubrovnik Forum, if you will, is going to separate into parallel sessions. So basically, please follow the program. Some of the sessions will take place here in the main room, and some right when you walk outside to your immediate left. So please follow the program very closely, because from now on the parallel sessions will start, and it's very pertinent that according to your interest and expertise that you are in the right room. So with that, thanks again. Please give another round of applause for this panel. Appreciate it.
Can we turn on? Can you hear me? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please get into the room for the most interesting, exciting session of the day. Okay, I think the clock is ticking. Ladies and gentlemen, great to be back here. My name is Mato Njavro. I serve as the Dean of Zagreb School of Economics and Management. It's my second time at this conference, consecutive second time. I had the pleasure of being here last year, and it's great to see the conference grow and develop so well in this wonderful city of Dubrovnik, where it's not easy to organize conferences. I mean, you really have to black out the room, eliminate any possible distractions. There's so many different reasons why you want to be outside and not here with us. So I respect the fact that you are here with us today. And you know, as the dean of a higher education institution, when it comes to AI-related events, I was very worried about today's event. And the reason why I was worried is I was looking at, yesterday we had a commencement speech at the university, so I had to give a speech to my students. And obviously, you know, you have to talk or mention AI. It's inevitable. So how do you address it? Have you seen what happened to some famous business people in the US recently in the last few months, where they were giving speeches? For instance, Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, when he started talking about AI, he got booed. He got booed badly. So I'm glad to see that the room has actually is quite full, and that you're still with us here and interested in what we have to say. I think the topic is, as much as there might be a little bit of AI fatigue, but it's probably one of the most important topics of the day. Let me first start by introducing my fellow panelists. We have a great team of speakers today, and then we'll jump right back into the topic. So to my right, Dr. Sanja Nishtar. Sanja is the CEO of Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, or the so-called Gavi. Great to have you here. Extensive experience, not just in the global health, public health, but also in government. Originally from Pakistan, at the various levels of government. It's great to have you in Dubrovnik. First time here? Excellent. Ms. Tatiana Valovaya. Tatiana is the Director of General UN Office in Geneva. Thank you for joining us here today. We have with us also somebody representing Croatia, Mr. Ivan Crnčec. Mr. Crnčec is a State Secretary in the Ministry of Justice, Public Administration, and Digital Transformation. I mean, this is a, wow, what a portfolio. We'll talk a little bit about that and how that beast appeared. Mr. Henry Wang for a second panel today. Great to see you, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang is founder and president of this think tank called Center for China and Globalization, CCG, based in Beijing. Second time here also at the conference. Last but not least, representing Central Eastern Europe, Poland in particular, but the CEO of AI Chamber, Mr. Tomasz Snazik. Great to have you here with us. So as you can see, you know, we're going to have quite a few different perspectives on what I really am confident is probably the most important epochal question of today, which is, you know, AI. And when we think about AI, especially when you think about the name of our panel and the topic of our panel, so AI, geopolitics of AI, I think I would like to start with the mental exercise. Let's literally try to think about the geopolitics of AI and how AI is produced. And I have good news for you. First of all, the supply chain of AI is such that no single pole, we're talking about multipolar world, so no single pole actually controls the whole supply chain of AI. And that's a good news, by the way, because if a single pole controlled it, world would be probably a much unsafer place. And what do I mean by that? So I'm going to provide context before jumping to my panelists. So if you think about how is AI produced, you know, Europe frequently gets, you know, pushed aside as a pole that is not so important. But actually, if you think about it, you know, you all know about ASML, the Dutch company producing extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. Without those machines, the cutting edge chips do not get produced. So they produce the machines, they ship it over to Taiwan, to TSMC. TSMC takes these machines, and then TSMC gets an order from NVIDIA. And NVIDIA is the one who designs it. They don't produce it. So chips are designed in the US, just like iPhone is designed in the US, but it's not produced in the US, it's produced in Taiwan. We're talking about the cutting edge of chip making. Of course, Samsung does it too, Korea can do it, China can do it, but there's still a gap between what China can produce and what TSMC can produce. So we have, and then the large language models. So there we have two and a half, three strong poles. Certainly, probably, and we have two different philosophies. We have the American philosophy, where it's basically the private companies funded by private capital, whether it's VC or deep capital markets, are producing these large language model in a closed source model. So these are, for-profit companies. They want to earn money. They're here to earn money, and at the same time produce it. Then we have a completely different philosophy over in the East, in China, where the model is completely different. So it's fully open sourced, and we will get back to that, Mr. Wong, and you will explain to us a little bit the philosophy behind the Chinese approach to AI. So we have the chips get produced in Taiwan under the design by NVIDIA and AMD and similar companies. Then they get brought back to the US. Then they got put in the big data centers, massive data centers that require abundance of energy. I had the pleasure of visiting US recently. I was in Texas, and they showed us a couple of these. I mean, those are beasts. Those are massive, massive, massive buildings requiring a lot of water, energy, and water, energy. So as you can see, from our little story, Europe plays a role. With ASML is an important player. It's a key strategic asset. Taiwan plays an important role. In terms of the models themselves, it's the US Big Seven, if you want to call them, currently, by the way, taking up almost 30% capitalization of the overall New York Stock Exchange. So we're talking about these. I mean, the whole American economy is very much growing on steroids and AI. And then we have these two approaches of, let's say the approach by closed source American companies and the Chinese one. So this is just kind of to lay the foundation of our discussion, which naturally leads me to maybe ask the first question to Mr. Wong. I think we have a pretty decent understanding here of how the American companies work. We are using them. Most of these, all of us are probably using these American products, except when they, for the reasons that we are not American citizens, cancel us out all of a sudden. But can you tell us a little bit about the underlying philosophy in China and how Chinese model differs from the American one when it comes to the development of AI?
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's nice again to be back on the DUBROVNIK forum. I think the topic we're having today, AI, is absolutely probably one of the key subject of the day, because nowadays if you go any place, you hear about that, and then China is also become such a hot topic. We remember when ChatGPT revealed a few years ago the Davos, and the whole world is a surprise. And then 2 years ago when DeepSeek started in China, there's a lot of attention being given. So we are actually, what I'm thinking is now we are entering into uncharted territory now. It's so unclear because you have other things. There's always some kind of a global regulations or a framework, but then the AI, we are now having a kind of AI race, to say the least. And then I remember when Henry Kissinger, when he passed away, his last piece, he jointly wrote with Graham Allison, which I have collaborated a lot. We just published a book recently, Escaping Humanity's Trap. But they worry about AI will be the next, very dangerous, very, uncontrollable thing happening. So I think, but also again, in AI is also, if we can contain, if we can tame it well, it can be also very productive forces. For example, China now is using a lot of AI now. It's called AI Plus, and that combined with robotic process, that combined with open AI model, basically. You know, when you talk about DeepSeek, it's open source.
Open source, yeah.
Yeah, when you have OpenAI, but it's actually closed, and the U.S. is even closed it a bit more. So there could be a danger if it's too close. Then we don't know what's going to be cooked, or what's going to be developed, and that could be not transparent. That could be a danger to the world. So what I think is important is that we need to establish an international or global AI organization, like China is proposing that. I think that I'm very glad to see President Trump and President Xi recently met in Beijing, but then they're great. They're going to start the AI dialogue, which they are great to do that. So I think this is very.
From your perspective, I mean,
yeah.
Who should be the final arbiter of you know, AI? Because currently in the U.S., I mean, who's the arbiter? The arbiter is Sam Altman from OpenAI. The arbiter is Dario Amodei from Anthropic, right? So ultimately, it's individuals who are motivated by profit, by power, by fame, and that is currently where the buck stops in the U.S. Obviously, we've seen the American government also intervene in the last couple of weeks with the new Mythos model when they said, "Oh no, you cannot expose this model to the public," and they had to react. But still, these organizations in the U.S. are very private, closed, individual dependent. China has taken a different approach. Why? And who do you think ultimately should be regulating the soul of AI?
Absolutely,
so to say?
You're right. I think right now there's two superpower of AI, U.S. and China probably. Like AI, 30-40% of AI talent in the United States coming out of China. I was in Washington just 2 months ago. There was AI closed door meetings. They will all talk about the top AI talent in the U.S. A lot of China trend. So what I think it's very important now is that I think the international government, particularly United Nations, we have a representative here, should really start, to beef up their work on the global AI dialogue and regulations and what have you, So that's the framework is really badly needed on that. Second, you talk about who is really in the AI lead. I think it's hard to say. There was a saying China is a few months behind, maybe a year behind U.S. But China is really very important, is that, the essence of AI is computing power. And the essence of computing power is electric power. China is 2.5 times generating electric power of U.S., 3 times of Europe. So I think China with this massive application. I know that the summer Davos is finishing today in Dalian in China. Yeah. The theme of this year is called Scale of Innovation. So you're talking about scale. China probably is the biggest scale, the largest application, say, largest data center, 1.4 billion smartphone users. That generate a lot of things for AI to use. So I think, China has its advantage. Of course, you talk about chips, China is behind, but you see Huawei is developed the phones now and it become very profitable, design its own chips on development. So I think that China, U.S., they have to talk together. I really, echo this China-U.S. dialogue that President Trump and President Xi started in last month's visit. But I really hope that, international organizations, European, more at regulating, more great at, this AI regulatory experience. We should probably all work together to really have a great framework for the AI development for the world.
No, because AI really is a kind of an once-in-a-generation type of technology. It's not just technology that produces intelligence or that produces something. It's a technology that will fundamentally reorganize the way society works, right? Because it will reorganize how the companies are run, how government is run. It will reorganize supply chains. It will kind of go into every pore of the society. And that is why the question of how it should be governed and who should govern it, should a guy like Dario, should Dario govern it? I just had a very interesting conversation during lunch with a very interesting young American gentleman. So we were discussing about these things. He's not a big fan of, I'm not going to say who he is, but the person is not a big fan of Dario because he has a feeling that Dario, not because of Dario, but that Dario is like behaving a little bit like holier than thou, like he's taking a very high moral high ground. But why should he in particular be? And then my question to the gentleman was, well, maybe the U.S. government should nationalize all these AI companies if it is really such a unique infrastructural type of technology that will reorganize the whole society. Maybe that's the case. At least then you have some kind of checks and balances, because currently there are, at least in the American context, it's not really clear how the checks and balances of the AI ecosystem work. They're very much concentrated in a few private hands. Ms. Tatiana, we have you from the UN. What's your take on the governance issue of AI? Who should govern it? Can UN do it? Can UN be relevant in that context? What's your view?
UN, of course, should be relevant, but of course UN can't govern it. That's absolutely clear. It's a very interesting question. Why? Because for the time being, even states, national states, are not governing their own AI. You just raised the issue about nationalization, and that this might be something on the agenda in some parts of the world, because when you're really entering the period when development of the AI is not only about technological development, but it's about geopolitics, it's about your place in the world, it's about your competition, of course, governments want to play their role. If we go back, for example, space race of the 50s and the 60s, it was driven by the states. AI is driven by the private sector. And of course, the question of governing AI is very, very important these days. Normally, and we all know from history, that first is the technological revolution, then governance. Well, first cables were sent in the 30s, in the 40s of the 19th century, the first international in 1858, and the body who started regulating ITU, International Telecommunications Union, which exists still within UN system, was established in 1865. So we see nuclear arms and nuclear energy. 1945 we saw the destructive results of use of the nuclear power. 10-12 years later, there were first decision in 1955, the treaty, and then International Atomic Energy Agency was established in 1957. So it was always after. What's interesting about AI? This gap is a little bit smaller, because
which gap? You mean
between appearance of the technology and the attempt to start governing it on the international level. Because, for example, if I was talking about AI, first AI for Good Summit, organized by UN-led agency ITU, International Telecommunications Union, which I also mentioned, took place in 2017. It was before AI became a fatigue. It was before the first GTP model appeared in 2022. So that shows that the thinking about the risks and the possibilities became even before technology became really available to everybody. That's good. But at the same time, we understand that, of course, one body, and I do not believe that there will be UN body governing artificial intelligence. No. But UN has a significant role to play, to set the norms, to set the principles, to discuss ethical issues, to discuss the issues of human rights, to discuss the issues of inclusivity. And for example, now, just in a week's time in Geneva, there will be the first event, the first global dialogue on artificial intelligence as a result of the Pact of the Future, as a result of the decision of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And we know that the member states want to discuss inclusivity. They want to discuss how to exclude the possibility of AI divide between those who already have AI systems and those who don't, but will suffer the consequences. So I think that's how process will develop. It will be, of course, some layered system with United Nations playing an important role, but of course there will be national regulations, there will be technical bodies, and there will be, hopefully, open source networking institutions which will actively participate in all this process.
Very interesting. The reason why I was maybe being a little bit provocative with the idea of nationalizing AI companies, but last time, let's say if you consider this AI thing that we're going through as a technological and societal revolution, which is an argument that is, can fairly be made. If you compare it to, let's say, the first industrial revolution that gave us, that produced the first layer of big entrepreneurs, it created an extreme amount of inequality in the world. And as a kind of what was the effect, the societal effect of first industrial revolution was also that, societies pushed back towards this inequality. We had Marx, we had communism, we had all this was all a byproduct of kind of a first industrial revolution. So we are, in a way, one can make an argument that the world has never been a better place in many ways. But however, when it comes to, let's say, inequality in particular, let's say the US, it's mind-boggling, right? It's almost back, I was there just during the week when SpaceX had IPO, and SpaceX raised $75 billion at a 1.3 trillion valuation. And one of the first things SpaceX, as you might know, has 3 different business units. Starlink, profitable. Shipping things to space, profitable. And then XAI, a money-losing bottomless pit. And they used the first thing that they did. So the whole IPO was, well, it's not an exaggeration to say that the IPO of SpaceX was to fund partially the acquisition that they just announced. Cursor, you've seen, they bought an AI company for $60 billion. So it's we really live in an AI world, and it's going to be. That's why I'm insisting a little bit on this governance issue and how we will govern the fallout, which will both be positive, and it already is. It's augmenting many facets of our daily life, but it's also going to have some. I'm an economist. We like negative externalities. Mr. Crnčec, first of all, I don't think there are too many countries in the world that have the Ministry of Justice, Public Administration, and Digitalization. And maybe for the benefit of our international guests, maybe explain a little bit how that came about. And my first question will be a simple one. Do you see synergies between these 3 massive portfolios?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. I will be very, very frank and blunt. I was not a big fan of it. First, I'm primarily in charge of a judicial system of justice, and first, when six years ago we were merged with public administration, we already became massive. And then 2 years ago, digital transformation was added to our portfolio, and now we are really huge. The thing is that I thought, maybe there are some, of course, there was a political message because, beforehand, the digital transformation was a state office, so we upgraded it to the level of ministry. I think it clearly showed that we care about it, that it's important. But I think it's much, it's much more logical to maybe, connect public administration and digital transformation. And, I think it shows some good results already. We are horizontally upgrading, we are modernizing, we are digitalizing our public administration, and you can really see the difference. We have, for example, our system, our application called e-Citizens, which is providing online access to public service. Which is covering, I think, 123 public services.
I have to give you a compliment, really,
yeah.
But this is a true story. So I lived in Singapore for 4 years, and I came back to Croatia just before pandemic. And in Singapore, really, everything is digital, everything is super easy. You do things that normally take in Europe a week, 2 weeks, a few minutes. Then I came back to Croatia, and I was very positively surprised by e-građani, like the whole system. I was like, wow, this is almost.
I think it's amazing. We are a country of 3.9 million people, 3.9 million citizens, and 2.3 million are e-citizens. So people are really using it. We have calculated the savings. I think it's around 15 euros per one, not going to the counter. Yeah. So not spending the money on gas, on parking, on public transport, simply for not queuing the line at the counter. And it all amounted to, I think, something around 2 billion savings so far. So it's a huge thing. But for me, what is even more interesting is this justice and digital transformation connection, which, as I said, I was not very big fan of it, but I think now that it is also really showing great results.
Can you give us an example of some?
Examples, yeah, very concrete. So, I mean, we are talking about AI today, of course, which usually, you know, judiciary is very conservative, I would say, and very reluctant to all these new technologies. We have had for 15 years one system, which was for anonymization and publication of jurisprudence, of judgments, of judicial decisions. It was conducted manually, and in the span of 15 years, 330,000 judgments were published, anonymized and published. And then at the beginning of last year, we introduced a new system, which has an AI-based model in it. And we have, of course, transferred all these 330,000, and just in a span of 18 months, we have added, I think, around 770,000 more. So we are at 1.1 million anonymized, you know, by AI and published, and I think it is really showing the strength and impact of AI. And one other thing that we are doing right now, and this is a huge project, which is going to change, I think, hopefully, for much better the whole, system, how our judiciary works. Now, when you come to court, you in any role, you know, as a party, as a witness, as an expert, whatever, you give a statement, and then this statement is being kind of summarized and paraphrased and dictated by a judge to a typist. So you're losing a lot of time, and also, reliability of the minutes is also pretty questionable. So now we are introducing audio recording of main hearings. Again, in the heart of this equipment is the AI, the artificial intelligence, and we are right now equipping over 1,500 courtrooms, so all the courtrooms in Croatia, and it will start mid next year. And we are certain that, you know, it will speed up the proceedings. It will be the minutes will be more accurate. So, you know, you can see that there are really benefits of us having such a cumbersome ministry. Another big project it's now in the pipeline, and it's hopefully also going to be going to start next year. It's called predictive justice. And this is also something huge.
Sounds like a science fiction movie. Minority Report, Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Not like that. We are not going in that direction. So, you know, one direction is towards judges, which is okay. We are going to have again AI-based templates for judges for some, let's say, model case types, for some maybe simpler case types like small value cases, misdemeanors, and we will also use AI for summarizing the jurisprudence. But the other thing, which is directed towards citizens, which I believe is even, I can say, more important, we will not go into prediction of outcomes, so not the Minority Report story, but prediction of costs and duration, which should be quite helpful for our citizens. To be very, again, frank, we have a huge number of influx of cases on annual basis, so maybe we also want to demotivate them a little bit, so maybe for them to use also mediation, conciliation, all these forms of alternative dispute resolution. So a lot of things that I think would have not happened if we were not in the same big ministry.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Dr. Nishta, you have worn over your career several hats as a medical doctor, cardiologist. You've been very close to the ground. You know what the problems with the healthcare sector are, not on a theoretical and abstract level, but on a very real level. Today, you are here representing Gavi and being a global public health leader. When it comes to AI, I mean, there's so much there should be a separate panel for just healthcare and AI longevity. It's a big thing. Side note, I think during somebody overheard President Xi when he was, I think, speaking to President Putin, that he said, you know, maybe with AI we can live 150 years and with longevity. But it's a big deal. Going back to my question for you is, when you think about this multipolar AI world and various different models coming from Pakistan, a region that has strong ties with China. How do you see the development of AI, in particular when it comes to applications in healthcare sector, and where do you think the biggest benefits of this technology could be?
So thank you for that question, and thank you for convening this panel, and thank you for the broad brush strokes with which you put the questions on the table. I think before I come to the health sector, the initial part of the discussion was very exciting. Because what you painted was a context, and if I can take sound bites,
absolutely.
You know, if I can draw on your sound bites, you said AI. We're now going to be living in an AI world, and you said AI will reorganize the society. I think that is the context. We're not looking at a little technological innovation. We're looking at something so profound that perhaps humanity has never seen something so profound. And it is challenging what it is to be human and what it will be like to be human in the future. We're looking at something so profound. So the question is, are we going to look at it as a problem, or are we going to tap into an opportunity? Because if we tap into an opportunity, it could be the biggest equalizer we have seen on this planet. And the question is, what would it take for it to be an equalizer? I think that is the question we should be asking ourselves. And if that is the question, then we need to get our understanding about a few fundamentals right. Because there are some things in the world which cannot be done bilaterally, which cannot be done regionally. And for these few things, we have to be a collective one as a planet. And I'll give you an example, and I'm going back to the question that you raised about the health sector. In the health sector, for instance, as we speak, there's an outbreak of Ebola in DRC and Uganda. Now, that's not a problem we can solve bilaterally. That's not a problem amenable to regional fixes. Public health security is a matter of international concern, for which we need multilateral action. And I would say that AI is squarely within that space as well. So the world may be becoming multipolar, but we cannot discount multilateralism, however it will get defined in the new paradigm. You don't want to call it multilateralism, call it whatever you like, but in the construct of the future, because we're clearly moving towards a construct, a new world order, a construct for the future, there are going to be some things that for which all countries of the world will have to come together. And for those things, there has to be predictable financing that all countries of the world contribute to. And for that, the UN, in any new recasted size, shape, form, or structure, will have to be responsible, as Tatiana rightly says, for the norms and the principles. And we have to think about the governing arrangements, and those have to mirror into countries, and we have to think of financing. The issue is that things are moving at such scale and speed that the global normative system, the global multilateral normative system as it exists today, is completely unable to keep up. Because it takes us 1 year to convene member states to get consensus over language. And I think that the way in which we approach multilateralism in the future to look at issues such as, and we're just looking at 2 examples, global health security and AI, we need to completely change that. And we need to do something quickly, because this is not something we can spend months and years on. Now, in the health sector, coming to your question, in the health sector, we saw the taste of artificial intelligence, I would say a decade from now. Because in our radiology labs, I of course moved away from the health sector more than 26 years ago. From being a physician, I moved to the civil society, then I joined the government as a cabinet minister. I was a parliamentarian before I joined Gavi. But we saw the taste of artificial intelligence as, I would say, 15 years ago, when we realized that radiologists in the future may become obsolete. because AI algorithms were reading in radiology labs far better than we were.
Have they?
Yes, all the evidence shows that.
No, I mean, have the radiologists completely become obsolete? Or?
No, they haven't. And I think one of the conversations that we need to have, alongside the norms and standards, the governing arrangements, the regulatory arrangements, and the financial flows, both at the global and the country level, alongside that, the other conversation that we need to have is about the future of the workforce. Mm-hmm. Because the manner in which AI is displacing humans is massive and colossal. And to give you an example, we grew up in our careers in countries relying heavily on the UN system, because we, as a minister, I could pick up the phone and ask somebody in UNDP to develop terms of reference for a new role, to do a position paper, to do a brief. Those things are done in seconds now. Mm. So what is the future of technical assistance? And there's a whole edifice of institutions that stands on this. What is the future? So I come to this area with a lot of humility, because as the CEO of Gavi, running an institution, we are using AI to enhance productivity. Using the infrastructure we have, for the minutes, for the briefs, for looking at errors in audit and finance, integrating AI into all our daily operations. The next level for us is, how about mission critical work? How about we stop doing forecasting on Excel sheets and do that totally through AI engines? How about we write grant applications not through a year-long, long-drawn process, which has been the norm, but come out with grant applications in the next 10 seconds. And these are the kind of things we are institutionalizing. The other things that we are trying to institutionalize is to address some of the wicked problems that we have been addressing on the ground. I mean, in my sphere of work, in my institutional sphere of work, there are millions of children in the world who have never had a single dose of a vaccine. And we're trying to map, by triangulating data from various sources, not structured information, not structured data, how can we reach them out? The point I'm trying to make is that the impact of AI on all institutional spheres is so profound that people like myself are only beginning to realize what the scale and scope of the transformation could look like in the very near future. And we're not talking about a 5-year horizon. Yeah. We're talking about months here. So I think in the context of that future, in the context of how you framed it, living in an AI world, how do we structure the systems of multilateralism? How do we do that very quickly? How do we cascade that guidance to countries? And how do we come up to speed at a regulatory level with something that needs to be harnessed? Because if it is not harnessed properly, it will widen a divide at a scale that we have never seen. But there is also an opportunity for it to be one of the greatest equalizers that mankind has ever seen.
No, thank you very much. And now that I think about your key message, I think the AI reality, the AI world, the multipolar AI world will be a complicated and messy world, because at the same time we will have to collaborate. There's no going about it. The issues that we are facing, especially, let's say you mentioned the global health sector, this is something no single country can deal with themselves, as powerful as the country might be. So there will certainly be collaboration, but there will also certainly be at the same time competition, because countries, these poles, will all want to have some sort of control over how AI is interpreted and what is the soul of AI. We've seen that our partners in the US treat frontier AI capabilities as a kind of a strategic national asset, and anybody who's not American, cancel it for them until, So how does this make, for instance, Europe feel? Let's talk a little bit about that. Tomasz, you have been in the building AI ecosystem all across Europe. You're based in Warsaw, but you're the president, the CEO of AI Chamber. How do you see Europe's role, especially in the context of a word that we like to mention a lot, sovereignty, right? We like to be, Europe is hopefully in the middle of new awakening and of self-emancipation. How do you see Europe's role in the context of this multipolar AI?
Thank you, and thank you for having me. So first, just to say what I do, I have as members enterprises from the CE region, from the 11 countries from the CE region, and from Estonia to Croatia, we have members that deploy AI, that build models. And we have members from 11 labs to a sole entrepreneur that does something with human resources and with AI. And we have more than 100 members. So before I answer your question, two things. I wanted to applaud you. I never heard a better summary of Chris Miller's book Chip War. If you haven't read it, read it. But if you haven't, at the beginning we had the best summary of the book. So just wanted to applaud that. I want to also add one layer to that, which is research that you didn't touch. And the research is mainly actually exploited by US and China. The only, I would say, university on the map in Europe is ETH, which is also subsidized by the European Union as well, of course. But the vast majority of students over there are mainly they're from Asia or from US. So just wanted to also put that on the map. Regarding the soul, I just want to. I was nodding. No. Please do not humanize. This algorithm.
I put quotes. Air quotes.
Good, because this is you do like with a cursor. If you want to a computer program to run it on your on your iPad or on your phone or on your computer, you basically put the mouse and click twice. Or the same goes with AI. Let's not humanize. Let's not. I mean, it's a great tool. It's really changing our lives, the lives of other people. But let's not put the soul, please, let's not humanize it. And I'm not saying it because I read the Pope's encyclic, but just for the definition. Just for the definition. So we recently did an index. We launched it. It's under CAIindex.ai. We wanted to see how how we are ready. How is the CE region ready for AI? How we can how we can safely, effectively, and securely host and operate and govern AI ecosystems. That's what we wanted to do, because we know, and this is a no-brainer for anybody here in the region, that between US and China, we are not in the third place. Just to say, and you mentioned where the chips are shipped, are made, and how the large language models are deployed. So I just wanted to say that we can see in Europe that we have, I would say, two trajectories. And you can check it out on our website, CAIindex.ai. I'm great at marketing. So two trajectories: shapers and consumers. That's basically the bottom line in Europe. That what you have. So the region is splitting, and the same goes to the whole region in Europe. That shapers, the nation is structurally prepared to lead and anchor the AI, and consumers, nations still, building the basic foundations. That would be the case. And one more thing from our study, and that's also for other countries. You also mentioned Singapore, that agility beats scale in very ways. So if you look on Europe, actually Estonia is I would say one of the forerunners of the AI indexes and all the digital transformation indexes. On the sovereignty, I think it's it is not a boardroom topic anymore. It's something that will be deployed. If you like transatlantic relations or not, in some manner, we will see the deployment of national large language models. That is going to happen, and probably some people will stop using Microsoft or Gmail for various reasons. This is actually happening in France, what we can see.
Mm-hmm.
So I would I can see that we are in the moment where every country has a national AI strategy, but strategy is nice. And Ivan, I don't know if you actually finished your strategy or not, but you're close, right? You're very, very close. But that's not execution. So one thing is actually strategy. Another one is execution. And what we are actually beaten by our friends in China and US is actually execution. Mm. Is that things are actually getting done.
Mm. Okay, we've talked about. Thank you very much. And I'm similar like you. I'm a big proponent of this CE vertical. We have a great partnership talking about two, let's say, parts of the AI stack that we have only briefly mentioned. One is talent. Another one is energy. And when it comes to talent, we have a very good partnership, a great partnership with our partners, friends from Poland, Kuzminski University. We have built something called European University Alliance, which is a flagship European Commission project for the universities all across Europe. And the topic of our alliance, where we have 10 universities, is AI and how it will revolutionize the way students learn from the moment they enter the university until the moment they leave the university. And one of our partners, in fact, is this German university, a very small German city. How many of you have heard of Heilbronn? Yeah, Heilbronn. Okay, a couple of, yeah, very good. What is Heilbronn famous for? Yes, it has Heilbronn University, but you probably don't know that Heilbronn also has, Thomas mentioned the ETH from Zurich, has just opened the second campus in Heilbronn, and TUM Munich, so let's say the second or one of the best technical universities in Europe, in Munich, opened the second campus in Heilbronn. Why? Any ideas? Why Heilbronn out of all places? It's a small city, 1 hour away from Stuttgart. Nothing special about it, but there is something special about it. Schwarz Group, Lidl, Kaufland, that's the global headquarter, the biggest foundation, European, let's say, philanthropic foundation. Schwarz Group is in Heilbronn. Mr. Dieter Schwarz has brought these world-class universities to his own village, basically to try to build up talent for this race. They are our partners, so Heilbronn University. So I think the talent part of this AI stack is super important. Mr. Wang, I read yesterday, I think the news is very fresh. China just eliminated 12,000 degrees across China. The government did a big kind of a reshuffle of education sector and basically eliminated anything that the government thought would not be useful for the upcoming AI world. Many of them also liberal arts. These things can happen in China and they can happen very quickly. But tell us a little bit about the philosophy behind this type of decisions and why is China so very utilitarian about education? In just 2 minutes, because I want to get everyone's point on this talent question.
Great. I think that, basically, as you said, China is adjusting its curriculum of different universities, and then they will find out how many are really applicable, really can be used in the real society and also the AI society coming up. So China produces about 5-6 million STEM graduates. Each year they graduate.
Only 5-6 million?
Yeah, but no, the college graduates is about 13 million each year.
I'm joking, obviously.
Yeah, but
That's a lot.
the 40%, 50% are STEM related. A lot of them are probably not really that. It's too theoretical, so they are adjusting to some more practical for AI society. But the final point I would like to make is that we see a lot of war going on now. I mean, AI is also used in the war, so it's very dangerous in the future. So I'm thinking of China has actually proposed on a nuclear front, no first user for the nuclear weapons.
So there's a human in the loop.
Yeah. So why can't we, now? We have UN now propose not weaponize AI for the battlefield, right? Because if that is really happening, it's out of control. So we should have a really international agreement, not to weaponize AI. But you can develop AI for other good purposes, but not really on war. So I think that's probably something we are not talking about. But we see what happened in Ukraine and Russia fighting in Iran. I mean, a lot of AI technology is being used. Let's really have some moral grounds for that, and have an international treaty for not weaponize AI. So at least we should put that into the narrative of the global AI.
Thank you so much.
Phase. Thank you.
On a similar talent question, Mr. Crnčec, the Croatia, as a small country, has actually been quite successful in developing a kind of a vibrant entrepreneurial tech ecosystem. We have 2-3 unicorns, depending on how you count it. One of them is in, let's say, digital communication technologies, flirting and working a lot with AI. I think there's a couple of guys here from the Istrian company. I'm not going to advertise it, but the locals know what I'm talking about. So AI, to go back to what, echo what Doctor said, AI is a great equalizer of opportunities. We have, for a small country, China produces 5 million STEM graduates. There's less than 4 million Croatians, but we do some good things when it comes to AI, but can we be better in terms of producing better talent to strengthen up that important part of the AI ecosystem?
Yeah, sure that we can be better. I mean, we don't have problem with talent. We're talented in both football and AI, definitely. But the thing is that they should invest more in education. I think it's really needed, and it's not. We have in our national AI plan that Tomasz also mentioned, which we are right now developing. We are putting a strong focus on increasing the digital skills. And here I'm not talking just about technical skills. This is also about creativity, about critical thinking, about how for the kids not to understand how to use AI tools, but also to understand their limitations, to understand, to be able to recognize misinformation, to identify some potential bias, of course, to protect their privacy, but in a way to assess whether any AI-generated content is to be trusted or not. So we have definitely to work more on that. Universities are quite crucial here, and I'm not talking only about IT students. I think future lawyers or doctors or teachers or engineers or public servants, they all need to learn more about AI, because as we obviously all know, AI is not the future, it is now.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tatiana, maybe your final thoughts, also connected to, again, governance is a never-ending, issue when it comes to AI. Hopefully we'll see a bigger role of UN playing in this particular field. Multilateralism, as we've heard, is inevitable because the problems are global and no single country can deal with them themselves. What would be your final thoughts on this point?
Well, I think it's inevitable that we will see the world of several AI ecosystems. And one of the reasons was already mentioned: if one government can limit the access of foreigners to its system, that's obviously other governments, other societies will start develop these ecosystems. We clearly see the emergence of American-led AI ecosystem, Chinese-led. I'm absolutely sure will be European-led. But other countries like India, like Latin American countries, and many, many others. From this point of view, these ecosystems and the necessity to govern them is just the next step on the topic of multipolar world and multilateralism. I think that we still do not know how many poles there is in the current world, but we are well sure that there are many poles. So I think every pole will determine their own ecosystem around AI, and that is a good scenario, because the worst case scenario that there is one pole, one ecosystem. But that increases exactly the role of the United Nations and its institutions to make all these ecosystems compatible, to allow them to work together, to exchange, and at the same to allow the citizens the possibility to access all different ecosystems, which might be different from the point of view of government control, of private safety, of human rights, etc. So that will be the role of the United Nations and multilateral system.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Nishtar, some final remarks from you.
Well, I think it's entirely possible to draw on the best elements of the public and private worlds to create solutions.
Like Gavi.
Yes, I was just coming to that, because it's entirely possible to create solutions at scale. And Gavi, as you very kindly said, is an example for that. Today, we vaccinate 6 out of 10 children born anywhere in the world. And any vaccine developed at any particular point is available to the high-income countries and the low-income countries at par with each other. Why is that possible? Because we created an ecosystem. We developed the right public-private partnerships. We developed the right governing arrangements. We set it within a regulatory framework. And we work with governments very actively, and we've taken vaccination to scale. It's entirely possible to create something for AI that enables it to act as an equalizer rather than widening the gap. But for that, I want to emphasize once again what I said earlier, that we have to be very conscious about the things that cannot be done bilaterally. There are some things for which countries of the world have to come together to forge a consensus and to put predictable financing around that.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the red numbers are staring at me. We're running out of time, but we will be able to keep our discussion with the audience during the break. I want to thank my wonderful panelists. I hope you found our panel informative, and hope you learned something today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Testing. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. So, hello, my name is Ken Moriyasu. I am a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, a think tank in Washington. The next panel, welcome to the next panel. It's titled Supply Chains and Trade Under Fire, Maritime Security at a Point of No Return. And boy, have sea lanes become so vulnerable. The weaponization of the Strait of Hormuz has shown the power of choke points and what leverage it gives countries that sit on them. Iran's actions must be a wake-up call to other countries who also sit on choke points, such as Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Panama, Spain, Turkey, Egypt, Denmark, and Yemen. What does this mean to maritime trade? What does this mean to insurance costs? Will maritime trade always have to be accompanied by naval protection? Here to make sense of these dynamics are a wonderful panel of experts, but before that, we have the honor of having Dr. Davor Božinović, Deputy Prime Minister of Croatia and the Minister of Interior, to give opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moriyasu. You know, history of Europe has often been shaped by the routes that connected continents, carried ideas, transported goods, and projected power. Tomorrow, or today better, those same routes have become a central element of our collective security and resilience. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for decades, maritime security was largely perceived as a matter of trade, transportation, and commercial connectivity. Today, that perception has fundamentally changed. In an increasingly interconnected world, maritime security has become an essential component of national security, economic resilience, and geopolitical stability. When a major maritime corridor is disrupted, the consequences extend far beyond shipping routes. They affect energy markets, supply chains, industrial production, inflation, and ultimately the daily life of our citizens. Global supply chains have become an integral part of the security architecture of modern states. Protecting maritime routes is therefore no longer only an economic necessity, but a prerequisite for national and collective resilience. More than 80% of global merchandise trade travels by sea. Europe's prosperity, competitiveness, and economic stability depend on open, secure, and reliable maritime routes. The disruption in the Red Sea, together with the recurring tensions around the Strait of Hormuz, have demonstrated how rapidly regional instability can evolve into a global economic challenge. Higher shipping costs, as you said, longer delivery times, pressure on supply chains, and inflation were felt far beyond the region itself. In today's interconnected world, distance no longer protects us from instability. A disruption occurring thousands of kilometers away can affect household, businesses, and entire economies across Europe within weeks. At the same time, we are witnessing a profound transformation of the global economy. Globalization is not ending, it is evolving. The pursuit of efficiency is increasingly complemented by the pursuit of security and resilience. States and businesses are rethinking supply chains, investing in trusted partnerships, and reducing strategic dependencies. As a result, ports, logistic corridors, energy terminals, and submarine communication cables are acquiring strategic importance once reserved primarily for military infrastructure. We are entering an era in which geopolitical influence will increasingly depend on the ability of state to secure its critical infrastructure, protect strategic corridors, and guarantee reliable connectivity. In this age of geoeconomics, security and competitiveness have become inseparable. Critical infrastructure has become one of the defining security challenges of our time. Energy networks, digital communications, ports and transport corridors form the backbone of modern economies. Protecting them is no longer only a technical responsibility. It is a core task for national security, every bit as important as protecting national borders. Maritime security and internal security are increasingly interconnected. The same maritime routes that sustain legitimate trade are exploited by organized crime networks, particularly for cocaine trafficking into European ports. Criminal organizations use sophisticated logistic systems, advanced technologies, and legitimate commercial infrastructure to conceal illicit activities. This demands much closer cooperation between law enforcement agencies, custom authorities, intelligence services, port operators, and international partners. Croatia fully understands these challenges. Located at the intersection of key European transport, energy, and security corridors, Croatia is increasingly contributing to the collective resilience of our continent. The LNG terminal on Kirk strengthens the energy security of Central Europe. The port of Rijeka is developing into an increasingly important gateway connecting global maritime routes with the European markets. As a member of the European Union, NATO, Schengen area, and the Three Seas Initiative, Croatia actively contributes to strengthening connectivity, resilience, and stability across Europe. Our presidency of the Mediterranean 9 group provides an additional opportunity to deepen Mediterranean cooperation and promote common response to shared challenges. Today, Croatia is not defined only by its strategic location at the crossroads of Europe, but increasingly by its contribution to European resilience, connectivity, and security. Excellencies, the defining lesson of our age is simple. Security should never be viewed as the opposite of development. Security is the foundation upon which sustainable development depends. There can be no economic security without security or secure maritime routes. There can be no energy security without resilient critical infrastructure. And there can be no lasting resilience without cooperation among governments, international organizations, industry, and regional partners committed to protecting our shared interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. So if I could introduce our panel. First, His Excellency Abdi Salam Abdi Ali, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Somalia. Thank you for being here. We have from Qatar, Dr. Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi. Thank you very much for being here. And then from Turkey, we have Ambassador Mehmet Kemal Bozay. From the European Maritime Safety Agency, Ms. Maja Markovic Kostelak. From NATO, Mr. Javier Colomina, the Special Representative for the Southern Neighborhood and Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs and Security Policy. And last but not least, Mr. Luigi Di Maio, EU Special Representative for the Gulf region. And we were on the same panel just a few minutes ago. So, if I may start from Qatar, Dr. Mohammed. So, to begin with, what is the status of your country, of what we've seen from the Strait of Hormuz, and how that has impacted your gas production?
Thank you very much. I don't know if this is working. Yes. Thank you very much, Kim, for this question. And at the outset, I really want to thank the organizers, His Excellency the Foreign Minister, and the organizers of this important forum. Honestly, we really need this gathering for us to share thoughts, work together, partner, and collaborate, I think, to overcome many of the challenges that is facing everyone in the globe. And unfortunately, conflicts today has proven and continue to prove that it becomes borderless. What happens in the Gulf area that has its own direct impact in Europe, and a conflict in Latin America would have its own impact in the Middle East and Asia. So it's very important for us to join our forces together to overcome many of those challenges. Your question is very important, reflecting on the recent unfortunate events in our region and the escalations, especially on the Gulf and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz during the last war. It's become very noted that a very narrow maritime corridor, the closure of that corridor could have a huge impact on the global economy. We've seen how this unfortunate event has its direct impact on the energy market. We've seen also how it has its own impact on the insurance premiums and the high cost of insurance, as well as the safety of vessels and the movements of trade generally. And therefore, the process towards dialogue and resolving the conflicts through peaceful means have been very critical to find a long-lasting solution. Ken, we're of the view that a military solution cannot achieve a permanent and a long-lasting outcome. Even if it provides some comforts regarding a temporary phase to safeguard certain vessels, it does not really lead to the lasting outcome that we are seeking. And therefore, Qatar, as a country that in the modern age has been known for its efforts in the field of mediation and resolving conflicts through peaceful means, we have worked closely with Pakistan, in this case more specifically, and in achieving the Memorandum of Understanding that has been signed by the United States and Iran. This Memorandum of Understanding is a pathway towards further negotiation to overcome many of the pending issues. But I agree with you. I think the situation on the Strait of Hormuz is of a critical importance to all of us, not only for the countries that are geographically surrounding the strait, but it goes even beyond that to the international and global market. And therefore, further efforts in that line will be essential. And as a country that strongly believes in the power of diplomacy and peace, we've been always, we repel the idea of a military option over a political option, and we continue to encourage states that are having disputes over maritime issues to engage heavily through their main concerns to resolve those issues. And we have a lot of examples that not necessarily in this area where we have worked closely with countries such as my brother here from Somalia, and we've worked in 2021 on a very important mediation case between Somalia and Kenya. that it has its own implication over the maritime security in that area or that region. Therefore, I think further engagement on that level will be very essential.
And of course, Dr. Mohammed has been integral in the discussions between mediation between the US and Iran. To Maya, if I could ask, are we looking at structurally higher insurance costs? And are we looking at a permanent reliance on naval protection for ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz or any choke point?
Well, thank you for this pretty complex question. And given my professional background, you might find my reply a bit maritime-centric. But I believe that while we are navigating through the series of crises in the last almost decade, it becomes really very obvious that maritime transport is not just the transport mode. It is absolutely essential, inevitable for the global economy, and, as we have heard from the minister as well, for the global security. If you look at the global maritime density map, you will see that there are roughly 10 main traffic routes, 10 main corridors, and along them 7 major choke points. They are all interconnected, and disruption in one have the immediate impact on the disruption on any other. Equally so, the disruption of maritime transport, as we have seen already, have the serious impact to the economies and societies all around the globe, irrespective whether we are talking about the countries close to the crisis center or very far away, whether we are talking about landlocked countries or coastal states, irrelevant. So what we have learned here is that since 2023, when the attacks on international shipping in the Red Sea has started, you see the decrease of over 47% in Suez Canal, over 43% in Bab el-Mandeb, 30% of the global container transport were passing through this strait. Now you have 7,000 nautical miles more, with an average cost just on the fuel of over $1 million per voyage. So obviously the costs on the commodity have immediately reacted, and we will still feel it in the years to come. You were asking about the insurance. We came from 0.05% of hull value to 5%, almost 8% in some cases in the routes to China. That is incredible. We have never seen that. And then Hormuzgan, 20 million barrels per day missing, 20% of LNG missing, 40% of sulfur, 1/3 of fertilizers, 1/3 of helium, which cannot be stored and replaced by the national quantity. And then you have mentioned in the previous panel Malacca Strait, 30% of all global trade, over 80% of semiconductors, 70% of all electronic products, 55% of all cars on the global market. You don't want to see the major disruption in Malacca Strait. So we have to be very careful when we set the precedents, when we send the message. We started last year calling this a new normal, but there is nothing normal in closing international straits. There is nothing normal in attacking directly commercial shipping. Over 300 ships were attacked, just yesterday another one. Over 100 seafarers, innocent people, just serving the global economy, working on board the ships, were either injured or killed in Black Sea, in Red Sea, in Persian Gulf. That is unacceptable. We cannot call that normal. So I don't believe that any sort of fragmentation will be let's say, the outcome of this, because it will only create a new headache. Dispersation, yes. Diversification, yes. But the main reply or the solution I see in the simple return to the basic principle of international law and the law of the sea, freedom of navigation for the benefit of all.
So I'm going to Luigi, but before I go to Luigi, I'm going back to Dr. Mohammed. So if Iran, well, first of all, is Iran trying to take tolls from ships passing, and what is Qatar's answer to that?
Thank you so much for this question again. The details illustrated within the Memorandum of Understanding clearly indicates that a further discussion related to the status of the straits needs to be negotiated within the 60 days period illustrated within the MOU. So nothing has been confirmed yet, nothing has been agreed yet. For us, our position has been clear since day one. International law and international customary law, in the case of Iran, needs to be applied fully. There should not be any efforts that will prevent the commercial vessels from moving as it used to be moving in the past. So we're returning to the status as a pre-February 28th status. And therefore, I think the upcoming few days, you will certainly hear that further discussions has been conducted, and all of the countries in the regions are involved. So this is a matter that is not necessarily related only to Iran, but it related for all of the coastal countries. In direct engagement also with the international community, as you know, that this strait specifically has its impact on the global economy as well.
So Luigi, Maya said there are 10 maritime corridors and 7 choke points. So if Iran charges tolls or weaponizes the Strait of Hormuz, what impact will that have on the other 6 choke points?
We were speaking about that a few minutes ago in the previous panel. You know already my answer, and of course we cannot allow Iran or whoever around the world, we cannot allow them to create a precedent, because this precedent will connect this event with many other events in other straits, and this has to be our main concern. But let me, first of all, I would like to thank the Dubrovnik Forum for the invitation, and in particular the foreign minister is here seated in the front row. Gordon, as of a few weeks, is even the dean of the foreign ministers of European Union. I'm very proud of being his friend. We started together, but he had a longer career in politics than me. And I would like to even say that what His Excellency, the Minister Al-Khulaifi, was saying on the behaviors of Qatar, it's something that it's at the core of my mandate since 3 years, and listening to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Interior a few minutes ago, about the strategic aspect of what we are discussing today. If we look at this word, strategic, it's something that is vital not only to the region, in particular when we speak about Bab el-Mandeb and Hormuz, but we realize more and more when there are these choke points taken that it's something vital even, for instance, to the European Union or to the European continent. So if something is strategic and we have a strategic interest, we have to work consistently in implementing a strategy for protecting this strategic interest. It's not only words and rhetoric. I'm saying that when it comes to Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb that were mentioned for the freedom of navigation and maritime security, it's a very complex scenario where there is our strategic interest as Europeans. So we have to do whatever it takes for protecting this strategic interest. With a multi-layer approach where diplomacy is on top, I fully agree. The only one way for fixing the Iranian issue, let's say that, is through diplomacy, through a deal. And I would like to thank our friends from Qatar and the Pakistani friends, because you see, for the first time ever, on an Iranian issue, a purely region-led process now, I see. Because in the past we were used to facilitate between US and Iran about nuclear, the deals, but it's even the reason why probably these deals didn't last in the region, because we probably didn't involve enough, or we didn't involve at all the countries of the region in their own issues in order to try to find a solution. But then there are other layers. It's diplomacy, but there is defense and security, because if a region is strategic, there are strategic partners in the region that needs to be helped to protect themselves, to defend themselves. And this it happened after February 28th in the cooperation between European countries and Gulf countries, but probably has to be more structured. Then there is another layer that is the protection of the freedom of navigation in line with UN clause, and so maritime security, and so even missions in the region, joint missions in the region, in order to protect the choke points. And then, among the other layers, this is my last one and then I stop here, there is the connectivity, considered like even the diversification of the routes. You have not to be totally dependent on Hormuz. You can diversify, reaching other ports, for instance, using the example of the Arabian Peninsula in the Arabian Sea, in the Red Sea, but even to the Mediterranean, via Syria, for instance, or via Haifa in Israel, in order to create alternative corridors. This is the complexity of implementing a strategic partnership with the region. It's almost 3 years that as member states we have approved a new strategy as European Union in order to create a strategic partnership with them. Our leaders call it, from EU and the GCC, strategic partnership for peace and prosperity, but we are not there yet, I would say.
Okay, Minister Ali, how does the Hormuz crisis look from your country? This looks to create more traffic to your part of the region, but do you worry that this raises tension in your area?
Thank you so much. I want to first start to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Dean of Minister of Foreign Affairs of Europe, and the Republic of Croatia for hosting this important forum. As the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Interior said earlier, this issue of maritime security is no longer about shipping lanes and which is going to be the best route to take. It became something that's really affecting every citizen around the globe. It doesn't matter whether you're going to be in the Horn of Africa or you're going to be in North America. So Somalia, which occupies one of the best strategic maritime corridor, which is going to be the Red Sea, Bab el-Mandeb, sees this as a very important tool to get a unified international effort to not happen what we have seen lately happening in Hormuz Strait. As you know, the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb in our geopolitical location of Somalia, it is really very important corridor, and it needs to have a unified international maritime law to protect on those areas. Somalia is coming back from civil war for the last 3 decades. Now it's going in the right directions. And also I would like to add that adding the sovereignty and the unity of the nations on the coast of the Red Sea is very important. Anytime those sovereignty and the unity is being violated, is going to encourage more insecurity issues that will happen in the corridor. So as a Somalia, we see the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb as a very important corridor which needs to have a global attention. Not it's going to be only Somalia or those nations who are in the Red Sea. I think so this needs to be looked at as international, and Somalia is very open to work with not to happen what we have seen in the Hormuz.
This maritime law that you talk about, who will be the institution, the organization that leads the formation of this law?
International organization, including UN, is very important to be involved and have a very clear direction that all the nations, whether it's going to be small, mid-sized, or bigger, have a protection of when it comes to those corridors, because this is not about only one nation. We have seen what happened right now. This is going to be about the global. This is going to be about affecting everyone around the globe. So we need to have a unified, a global strategy, which have a clear policy to protect those waters.
Right, thank you. Now to Turkey, Ambassador Bozay. Turkey's geography has always been special, but perhaps it is only increasing. I did not think that that would be possible, but everything seems to lead to Turkey. If they want to avoid the Strait of Hormuz, there's talks of going through Kuwait, Iraq, Turkey. How does Turkey see the closure of Hormuz and the possibility it brings to your country? Is it a net positive, net negative? How does Turkey see this?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to also start by thanking His Excellency Gerlich Radman and the Croatian authorities having this timely arrangement in the DUBROVNIK Forum and for the great hospitality. First of all, we should address what is going on. We are talking about disruption. What is disruption? Disruption is today now from trade dependence. We were having dependent trade to weaponize interdependency through supply chains with disruption. And what's happening today is that. And we are also talking, one of the main topics of this forum is multipolarity. And the polars are recalibrating their situation. The other word is uncertainty. And now we should look from that perspective. When there is uncertainty and there is a recalibration, what's going to happen? You know, we have faced these kind of situations throughout the history. When we talk about uncertainty, I believe we should make another definition of it. Entropy. What is entropy? Entropy is the universe's natural law, from theology to physics, to the trade routes, to connectivity, the tendency to go from an orderly, concentrated state to a massive spread out state, which means disorder. Instead of talking rule-based international order, we are talking unrule-based international disorder. But this is not something new. This happened when there was the invention of steam engine, trade routes. Again, there were choke points. This happened when electricity became grid in the 1880s, and also when we have the computer, and now when we are having AI. And when we are having AI, there are two main concepts, energy and data, how to combine it. And when we are having this disruption of supply chain, it has three dimensions. One is energy, one is the normal transportation route, the other is telecommunication. And when we look at the history, Turkey, the geography of Turkey, as you mentioned, throughout the history has been the center of choke points, from Thrace to Bekaa Valley, Syria to Caucasia. This was the case during the Alexander the Great time, and today we are facing the same thing. The main struggle is who will control Eurasia. And Hormuz, reflection of what's happening in Hormuz, is a sign for us, in order to have this energy control, or in order to have these routes controlled, instead of relying on single routes, we should have a network of corridors. This is the solution. And now Turkey, because of that, is the more stable country at this stage. We are having war up there in Ukraine. On our east side, we have war in Iran. Thanks to Qatar and others and our efforts, now we are working on MOU, and hopefully we'll come up with some good solution. Down there, the massacre and things happening in Palestine, the situation in Lebanon, Sudan, and here we have a stability and pillar of stability as Turkey. This is why we would like to have north-south corridors, east-west corridors, and we have the examples of it. Bakı-Tiflis-Ceyhan, this was one of the main corridors. Now we are working on, my president is having meetings with Saudi Arabians, with Qataris, with Somalians, with Syrians, Jordanians, to have these alternative roads. But these alternative roads should be in conformity with the twin transformation, which means they should be also compatible with Green Deal plus digitalization. Otherwise, they cannot have the resilience. Resilience is the main thing now, and resilience is not the only word for having, to have couplings, but also in a disciplinized way governing these routes. And here we need a good cooperation, and this needs some kind of connectivity arrangements in a holistic way, and regional ownership together to be connected to all continents, Eurasia, Afro-Asia, Eurasia, Africa connections. And here Turkey is one of the main pillars to have these kind of arrangements. Thank you.
Do you feel that the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz has elevated the importance of the middle corridor, for instance?
Definitely, definitely. Middle corridor, and also, as I mentioned, we should look for the other alternatives. We need to look for some other routes which are also compatible. This is why middle corridor became more popular at this stage. But as I mentioned to you, it's like a neurology thing. When there is some problem with one nerve, we should find other connections, like having from down there to almost from Qatar, from Oman, from Saudi Arabia. And it's not a one-way street. We are talking about transportation of the goods, the European goods, European trade with Middle East. And middle corridor will help European trade to Central Asia, the states there. And these lines are not, only lines. These are regional prosperity and stability polars in a way, because when you have this connectivity, when you have the middle corridor, it is not getting some good from Uzbekistan, China, or Kazakhstan directly to France, Germany, Croatia, but it is also providing a new arrangement, a new welfare status to the regions that it's going through. Because as I mentioned, Baku Tiflis Ceyhan, all the route now has a new kind of a welfare status, factories, industrial zones, it's coming there. And also maritime from, we are working with our Croatian colleagues, how to make arrangements to Mersin, Izmir, through Rijeka and other places. And there is also African side of it, North Africa. We need to create some kind of an employment, some kind of a trade, not only in one direction, but as network of corridors.
Just one more on the middle corridor. There was an interesting piece of news I noticed last week. The president of Montenegro visited Kazakhstan, and in his meeting with the prime minister of Kazakhstan, they discussed using the port of Bar in Montenegro as a part of the middle corridor. That's the only piece of information that was available to us. How do we make it? How does the middle corridor connect to Bar, for instance? Does it go through Serbia? Or, from Serbia, how does it go to Turkey? Do you have thoughts on that?
I will tell you an interesting thing. Uzbekistan's trade to $150 million trade to Brazil goes through middle corridor. And Montenegro is closer than Brazil. And all these ports, all infrastructure, connectivity is the main issue. Now, next week, we will have a delegation from the EU to talk about all these issues. When we are having, as I mentioned to you about neurology, when there is feasibility and when once you embark to the right place and disembark from the right port, the route finds its own arrangements. And their feasibility work shows that, I believe, from Kazakhstan to Bar port of Montenegro, there is a good connection, and we have also very good arrangements with Montenegro, with Croatia, with Slovenia. Our firms are working together with their partners in this region. And Mediterranean is not a big city, it has a big history. But it's a very, actually, it's not like Black Sea, it's not like with some other oceans. It's a manageable sea if we have the right routes.
Thank you. Javier, sorry for the wait. Because you're last, you can say whatever you want, but just as a guiding question, do you see choke points being the new source of tension? I think NATO's focus is primarily on countering Russia, but do these choke points become a new focus for NATO? How does the whole crisis look from NATO's perspective?
Well, thanks very much, Ken, and also thanks very much to Croatia for the organization of this fantastic forum. Well, I think indeed what we have seen in the Strait of Hormuz, and there's been a lot of talk about the different choke points, is something that concerns the alliance. We've been vocal about that. We've been encouraging our allies very much to be active, and there is a coalition led by the Brits and by the French with almost 40 countries in it that are already these days planning for a mission to guarantee the freedom of passage in the Strait of Hormuz. We've said it several times. The Secretary General has said it several times. Sakir has said it several times. We are ready, if the allies decide that we should play a role, to play a role like that. But at this stage, what we are seeing is allies individually playing a role. And what we see in general in the international relations is clearly an increased insecurity and concerns all over. If I have to put it bluntly, I don't think I've seen in my whole career, and it's been 26 years devoted to diplomacy, international relations and security as difficult as the ones we see today. And that, of course, has created a new modus vivendi among members of the international community. We always talk about globalization versus blocs versus... I think at the end of the day, it's clear that we're no longer in a blocs world based on ideology, on principles, on values. The name of the game is national interest, and national interest is what makes every nation take their own decisions that are related with all sorts of security, and particularly in terms of energy security or maritime security. It will take our allies and members of the international community to diversify, because that's what, in terms of transactions, would be more effective. What we are seeing as a result of this very complex international environment is first a need to increase the investment on security and defense. Is something that we have, of course, championed, because we are a defensive alliance, but an alliance that deals particularly with security and defense. And that's the decision we actually took among our members of state, among our allies, to move into this 5% of defense investment. We've also taken decisions to increase the concept of security from the old concept of defense to something that is much more comprehensive, where we include maritime security, energy security, food security, societal security, resilience, how our societies are affected by hybrid, by disinformation attacks. All of it is part of what NATO is doing, particularly with regard to the 32 allies and the 1 billion inhabitants of these 32 allies. And the third thing is how we are working with our partners. The partners that we have, particularly the ones that are affected by some of the most concerning crises we've seen in the last months, and particularly the one that started on February 28th. And we have decided to increase, for instance, our relationship in more tangible ways with our Gulf partners. And Luigi was mentioning a very similar and very complementary work that the European Union is doing with these same countries. For us, our partners in the Gulf are Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and the Emirates. Oman and Saudi just actors that we interact with, but they're not our partners. And we've launched specific projects, flagship projects we call, on maritime security, on counter UAVs, on counterterrorism, elements that we believe are particularly relevant these days. At the end of the day, if you put all of it together, conclusion is that we are living in a clearly more difficult world. The example that we are seeing in the Strait of Hormuz, and I very much agree with what Maja said, is just at the end of the day one example of the things that we could see in the future. And that is why we need to be very clear about what we expect from guaranteeing the freedom of passage in the Strait of Hormuz, what we expect in terms of respecting UNCLOS, in terms of respecting the freedom of navigation that we've seen for decades, but also in terms of sending the right message to the states that can actually learn the bad lesson from what we are seeing in the Strait of Hormuz. And that's why we've decided as NATO, even if we are a regional organization, to be extremely vocal, because the impact that we are seeing with the blockage of just one of the choke points that we see in the world is huge in terms of economy, in terms of social unrest, in terms of many other aspects, and we need to be very cautious about that.
Thank you. So I want to ask all of you, starting from Luigi, do these dynamics lead to fragmentation, meaning countries hedge and switch from partner to minimize risks, or are we seeing the formation of new corridors based on alliances? Where are we heading? So, starting from Luigi, what is happening right now?
In any case, we can say that this kind of crisis, they accelerate some kind of processes in order to be more resilient, because it's just an instinct of any society, any country, any region. And we were speaking about our strategic interest. It's clear that now you will see more and more, for instance, EU or the European countries cooperating with the countries like Turkey, the countries of the Gulf, but even Egypt and even India and so on, in developing what His Excellency the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey was calling the network of corridors. No? It's the idea of diversifying the routes, always, at the end of the day, in my opinion, always for reaching ports, because the shipping is difficult to replace. But in any case, avoiding the dependence on just one choke point. But at the same time, in my opinion, the same countries are cooperating and are partnering on the diversification of the routes. They have to ensure the respect of the international conventions for the freedom of navigation in the choke points that are at the center of the concerns. Because otherwise, as I was saying at the beginning, we create precedents that will apply other situations. The result is that diplomacy and deterrence together are able, in my opinion, to convince partners and non-partners in respecting, for instance, the UN clause. For instance, I can say is that for the around the end of the year, we will have the summit of the leaders, European Union leaders, GCC leaders. Probably it will be in Saudi Arabia, and working in view of this summit, I feel how the priorities now are about connectivity, security and defense, and cooperation on diplomacy. It's not the case, it's the reaction to a crisis, and this reaction is accelerating even projects that were already in the making, but now are going faster. As usual, it's like even in Europe, we experienced the same. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, we started to consider the corridors not only a business opportunity or a logistic project, but a security project. And you see how even with NATO, where we are 27 member states, 23 are in NATO, as Javier was saying, there are a lot of opportunities and the moments where our projects overlap perfectly, but always looking at partners that are strategic partners because are even in regions where there are our strategic interests.
Maya, if everybody is acting according to national interests, what does that lead to? Does that lead to ad hoc partnerships, or is it a reforming of alliances according to trade corridors? How do you see it?
As I said at the beginning, I don't believe in fragmentation. Because although at the moment we are not in the era of, not in the golden era of multilateralism, but at the end of the world, economic interest will speak, and the basic interest of the nations connecting also to its security, because economic security means security in total. So at the moment we see the building of different partnerships and different combination of partnerships. It's a very dynamic process which has its very positive aspects, but some of them will not probably survive the test of time and the test of different impacts. From the perspective of maritime transport, of shipping, as I said at the beginning, it's international in its definition. So fragmentation, even regionalization, is not a good news. And at the end, it's not the good news for anybody. So we are always arguing that whether we are talking about security infrastructure, whether we are going to talk about safety infrastructure, the best option is multilateral.
Ambassador Bozai, what is this? Tell us what it looks from Turkey. Are more people, more countries coming to Turkey to explore cooperation as a result of this, or is it more an extension and more of the same?
Actually, it's related with your main question to prevent fragmentation, because if something will have resilience and continuation, it should end up in Turkey, or there should be some connection. I'm not saying Turkey is the only option, but Turkey is the best option. Feasibility is very important, and resilience is the combination of feasibility, knowledge, but mainly dialogue and trust. If you don't have trust, fragmentation can continue, and everything continues with randomness, and it might beget more fragmentation. If we have it, the concept I mentioned, entropy, which means uncertainty, will continue. If it continues like that, whatever the interest of the national interest of the individual countries, it might cause a more difficult situation. So here, we are ready as Turkey to cooperate with other countries, and I think this readiness is seen by our friends in the Gulf, seen by our friends in the EU, and also in Caucasia, and also in Central Asia. And this is why we are also working in a different way. My minister is taking the president of Ukraine and taking him to Syria by his plane for having these connections. We are here in a very positive way, in a constructive way, to have the connectivity. Connectivity has different dimensions. Connectivity, business to business connectivity, people to people connectivity, academia to academia connectivity. However, as you also asked me about Montenegro, we should find some new routes as well. And I know that Croatia is working on that. The Netherlands and Belgium, they are working to combine their ports. And here in our region, we should have the regional ownership, and we should look in Mediterranean what kind of things we can do to reach Eurasia, Africa, Somalia, everywhere. And we are all working together, and Turkey is a good, reliable partner in this sense.
Dr. Mohammed, so what is Qatar's solution for this? What kind of partnerships are you looking at? Other than working very hard for the peace and a political solution, if that doesn't work, what are the options that Qatar has?
Well, thank you so much. Regarding maritime security, definitely alliances and partnerships are highly needed these days. However, we are also of the view that one nation cannot do it all. And therefore, it's very important to have that connectivity, that partnership and working together towards achieving that ultimate outcome. But we're also understanding that fundamentally, to achieve maritime security, three important pillars must be achieved. One is the full surrender to the principles and the rules of international law to deal with those cases. There are a substantial amount of regulation that has been put in place, either at the ITLOS or the United Nations Charter, or even in other conventions that are related to those cases. It's very important to have that type of respect to those rules and to surrender to the following procedures that will be mandated. Second, definitely freedom of navigation without discrimination. And the third, which is the last one that I kept emphasizing, is diplomacy. Diplomacy is a key towards resolving conflicts peacefully. Countries need to restore towards peaceful resolution of conflicts. And we've seen, unfortunately, the tendency that a lot of countries refer to military options during a time where diplomacy can add value towards the long-lasting solution. And as Kofi Annan once famously said, that there will be no peace without dialogue. Dialogue is key, and it's very important for the countries to realize that engaging with the other disputing parties is the first step towards a long-lasting solution that need to be taken.
Your Excellency.
Yes, thank you so much. I do believe, as one of my colleagues said, that multilateralism era is not the golden era right now. But still, Somalia, we believe that we need to have a unified multilateralism to reflect and protect the security of these maritimes. As you know, we are in the Red Sea, as I said earlier, and Somalia by itself cannot protect and cannot make sure that the connectivity of that corridor is safe to the rest of the world. So what I will highly encourage is going to be a multilateralism and also bilateralism, which we're working with a lot of different nations, including Qatar and Turkey and the European Union and many other countries. So I think multilateralism and a national stage is going to be the best way to protect the corridors.
All right. So, very short answer. How does America look to your respective countries? What do you hope that America does at this stage? Are they doing the right thing and doing the wrong thing? Starting from Somalia.
America is going to be a great partnership with Somalia, and we have been working with very closely when it comes about the security of Somalia and the security of the maritime, and we have a good relation for that.
The United States is definitely a strategic partner for the state of Qatar and the wider Gulf region, and we believe that they are also an important maritime actor. Their naval capabilities, their strategic engagements, their continuous efforts on the sea makes them an important partner. But as I mentioned before, it's never a one-nation role to take the full responsibility of maritime security, but it's the further engagement. And if there is something that I can add here, is more engagement and more partnership will be essential. And second, diplomacy. As I mentioned before, I can't stop repeating the same word. It is certainly the key towards a long-lasting, peaceful pathway. Thank you.
During the Hormuz issue, we were always in touch with the Americans, with our partners like Qatar and others. And you know, also Trip Corridor, it shows that the US is also interested with the region. And I'm sure in the NATO summit, when President Trump will be in Turkey, in Ankara, there will be also discussions related with connectivity and to find ways and all these Hormuz issue and others in the scope of, you know, having the straits and choke points to be prevented being blocked.
Can I just follow up on that? President Trump has said he's only going to NATO because Erdogan is hosting it. Could you talk about the relationship between President Trump and President Erdogan and the possibilities, what is possible because of these, the chemistry between the two leaders?
Both are thinking big and they understand the strategic partnership between two countries. And as I mentioned to you, the US is looking from a different perspective. When they look at, they see the same strategic position. There are wars around us, but staying as a stable, reliable country and ally, this also makes this relation more fortified.
Maya, how does the US look from your perspective?
I'm a European Union official, you don't expect me to respond to that.
Okay.
Well, Europe continues to be the partner. There is a diversification of partnership from our perspective of my organization. I'm a director of European Maritime Safety Agency. We have a very fruitful cooperation with US Coast Guard wherever it's needed, protecting the safety of navigation globally.
What can I say about our American friends? But before, let me just say about your previous question on what are the solutions to what we are seeing. I think it's very relevant that we all get awareness of the fact that what we are seeing is a structural deterioration of security. That is not just incidental solutions that we need to apply. And I agree very much that diplomacy should be one of the solid responses to everything that we are seeing, but also the increase of security. And that's why we have decided to take the decisions that I mentioned before. Now we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, but we have to remember that when Russia launched its war of aggression against Ukraine, that was also sort of a choke point in terms of food security for many countries. Many North African countries were depending more than 50, 60, and 70% of the grain coming from Ukraine. So it is a broad picture that we need to assess and that we need to take decisions that are long-term. That's what we are doing. And in taking those decisions, the US administration has been instrumental and fundamental, not just because it's the most important ally that we have in the alliance, but also because they've pushed very much to get to those decisions on defense industry, on increasing our spending, and also on supporting Ukraine, and on supporting an agreement and reinforcing an agreement to end up with a ceasefire in the Strait of Hormuz, also with the help of some of our allies and partners, particularly Qatar, Turkey, and others. But the US has been instrumental in that.
So I'm going to come to ask for questions, so please think of questions. Luigi, you're the last, but to throw a curveball, I want to ask what you think of the United States and what you think about China.
In how many hours I can? No, just I just want to use the example of the G7 meeting of the leaders in Evian a few days ago, where, as is well known, even EU President of the Commission, EU President of the Council, they are at the table there. So the EU is represented, and there are some European states and the rest of the G7, with the US, of course. And the final statement, in the final statement, beyond then the public discussions between leaders via media, via newspapers, let's stick to the final statement. There is a full alignment of the Europeans, the rest of the G7, US, on Ukraine, and the full alignment even on the support and the implementation of the MOU signed by President Trump few hours after that meeting of the G7, because it was signed by President Trump in Versailles, together when we were at the dinner, they were at the dinner with President Macron and the President of Iran. So what I am saying is just that if we look at what they agree, they sign, they vote together, the Europeans and United States are still fully aligned on the main files. Then, of course, there are different political views among the leaders, but not only between the US leader and the European leaders, even among the European leaders, I would say. But when it comes to the strategic interest, probably we are in a period where there is a full alignment, and the MOU with Iran is just the starting point, but it's really a huge game changer, because now we have a ceasefire on which we can build a peace agreement.
You didn't answer China.
Sorry, but on China, of course, you know very well the concerns about some sectors from the European point of view about China. But this doesn't mean that it's not a trade partner, and it's not even a political partner when it comes to the cooperation on the multilateral side. And if you look at the many visits of our leaders to China just during the last year, and the topics discussed during the bilaterals, you see that in any case we count on China, and we send messages to China for asking them to send messages to some countries or entities that are hitting our interest when it comes, for instance, to Russia, Ukraine. We count on China for convincing Russia to stop this war. And the same was when it comes to Iran. So the multilateral cooperation is there in any case, and even the trade partnership is there, except for strategic sectors like telecommunications and others, where we protect our national or European interest.
I love the clarity. Anybody with questions? Cannot see. Oh, yes, please, sir. Do we have a mic? I'm sorry, we might not have a mic.
I can just speak.
Yes, please do.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for all of the excellence being here. My name is Gabriel. I'm an economics student from Austria. My question would go towards His Excellency Dr. Mohammed, because we talked a lot about supply chains and transportation, especially when it comes to oil. And there have been a lot of ideas and plans about bypassing the Strait of Hormuz by like land routes and new pipelines, also connecting Qatar through the Middle East and then Turkey up to Europe. Are there any plans by the Qatari government towards that, as long as the Strait of Hormuz is not clearly open or there are still some problems going on with it?
Yes, thank you so much for asking the question. I'm afraid I will not be able to answer that question directly to you for two reasons. One, I'm not the expert in that field, but we're in direct communication with our energy industry, and they are in a continuous and a thorough assessment of the situation, especially following up the recent unfortunate events in our region and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The talks are there. I can tell you that there is a direct assessment on the level. However, nothing has been confirmed yet. Wait for any announcement if there is something that may happen in the future. I really don't know. But it's definitely a time for us to continue exploring all options, as you know that we have impacted dramatically by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz due to the fact it is the main gateway for our liquefied natural gas shipments, and therefore we continue to have that conversation with our partners, Turkey and many others, of the importance of keeping that supply moving on. Now, our efforts at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs mainly lies on on mediation and making sure that the strait would remain open, that the strait would issue no tolls or fees, and will allow accessibility for the commercial vessels to move across the strait.
Right. So I'm going to ask all of you. You have two options to answer from. Question one. What is the one scenario that keeps you up at night? Which single choke point or emerging corridor concerns you the most? That's number one. The second option is which middle power is best positioned to become a corridor power? Among Iran, Turkey, and Israel, do you see any one country shaping the next generation of regional corridors? So, Your Excellency.
I think so. One of the things that makes us to be wake up in the midnight is going to be to not succeed the agreement that Qatar and the rest of the Pakistani and American Iranians have been working, that it's not going to be successful after 60 days. So that's the main issue.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, thank you for giving us the choice of answering one of the two questions. I think I'll go for the first one, and it must be obvious, and I will not be selfish to highlight the Strait of Hormuz as the most important corridor, international waterway corridor that directly impact not only the region but the global market. And we've seen how a smaller event that interrupt the movement of vessels has its own major impact globally when it comes not only for the supply of change but also for the energy prices and its direct implication. And therefore I think, as I mentioned to you, restoring back again to the rules of international law, which is existing and can be applicable at all of those cases, will be the best case forward.
Ambassador Boza, you have to answer the question too. Iran, Turkey, Israel, who's going to emerge as the most powerful corridor country?
Absolutely Turkey.
Yes. Tell us why.
As I explained to you throughout the history, our capacity, our connections, and also, the infrastructure is very important. We have already so many projects going, railroad projects, intermodal projects, and one of the important thing, when you have some kind of, connectivity, you shouldn't have too much embark-disembark. And if you look at the geography, you might see a lot of embark and disembark. But if you use Turkey, we have connections to Bulgaria, we have connections to our ports, and if you use the other routes, there might be 12 or 9 embark and disembark, while it is just 3-4 in Turkey's option.
So, if you look at the Turkey-Saudi railway that is being discussed, some people say it's a counter to the IMEC corridor in the Middle East, economic corridor, right? So is it either or? For IMEC, it's very crucial that cargo comes from India, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and then Israel. Whereas the Turkey-Saudi Arabia railway is also Saudi Arabia.
is it a tug of war for Saudi Arabia, or can Saudi Arabia do both?
As distinguished minister also agreed, network of corridors are important, but also if you look at the situation and conflicts in the region, the safest way is obvious. When you are having things in some parts of, IMEC part, we have this Palestinian issue, things in Lebanon, there is a war going on. But this route is a very safe route.
Thank you for the frank answer. So Maya.
Well, as I said at the beginning, they're all interconnected, and the interruption here caused interruption somewhere else. I may say Malacca Strait due to the figures, but it's equally so the Panama Canal or the Hormuz. But what keeps me awake in the night is every single attack to commercial shipping. If we have agreed, and we have all agreed, that shipping is essential for the globe, then every attack, every seafarers who has been injured, yesterday we were celebrating the Day of Seafarers, is jeopardizing the future of this sector, and through that the future of all of us. Who is going to choose this profession tomorrow if we can't agree that there should be the elementary security when you go simply to do your job? So that is what I believe we should all agree and ensure. Thank you.
So Javier, you can choose whichever question, but...
I'll follow, I will follow the example of Minister Al-Khulaifi and go for the first question directly. And what keeps me awake clearly is anything that impacts dramatically our security. You can see that I don't sleep much lately. From the war in Ukraine and how to support Ukraine, that we believe is at the center of everything that we've seen in the last years, to the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. But there's unfortunately many other concerns these days for our own security.
Okay.
Just trying to answer both, but saying that in any case, if we assume that the most of the global market in goods is shipped, and even when it goes by a corridor onshore, by corridors onshore, it reaches ports, it reaches other opportunities for being shipping. It's clear that the maritime power will be the future of the security of the freedom of navigation, let's say that. If I look at the current situation, it's clear that countries like the allies of the United States, the partners of NATO, the EU countries and so on, are working together for trying to ensure this freedom of navigation. Let's hope that we will be able to continue to do that, because once it happens, something like in Hormuz, as you can see, has an impact everywhere, not only on the countries that were trying to defend that freedom of navigation. In particular, the most hit one as continent was Asia, where many countries had to reduce the consumption in order to face this challenge, and many of them, they consider themselves closer to Iran than competitors of Iran. So the impact of these choices is impacting everyone, not only the allies or the enemies. This is why we should continue to do that, and the countries I think that are here and the organizations are here on the stage are very in line. So I bet on this alliance.
Okay, thank you very much. So that ends our panel. Thank you very much for participating, and please give a round of applause to our participants. Thank you. And we have a 15-minute break to the next session. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. I know it's so difficult at this time, at this hour of the day, to have such short coffee breaks, but we have very interesting conversations in here and would like to stay on time and respect your time. So my name is Valbona Zanelli. I'm a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council, and I'm delighted to be back at the Dubrovnik Forum, and I'm delighted, also honored to moderate this session. The topic of this panel is melting ice, rising stakes, critical materials, geopolitical competition, and global health. So there are a lot of topics that are included in our panel. So maybe we'll have taken the entire day to go through everything. So we meet at a moment where 4 crises that once were considered as separate, geopolitical competition, climate change, resource security, and global health, have converged into a single strategic challenge. And as I was pointing out, it will be difficult to unpack all of that, but we'll do our best because we really have assembled here a stellar panel. In our panel, we will have first the keynote speech from the Deputy Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, Mr. Željko Reiner. Our panelists are Ms. Irena Hrsić, the Minister of Health of Croatia. We have the State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, Ms. Ayana Kunimitsu. Thank you for being here with us. The Regional Director for Europe at the World Health Organization, Mr. Hans-Henry Kluge. The co-founder and Secretary General of the Center for China and Globalization from China, Mabel Lu Miao. And Daniel Kaukis, the Senior Fellow, Center for Europe and Eurasia at the Hudson Institute. Without further ado, we would like to start with the keynote speech from the Deputy Speaker of the Croatian Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, good afternoon. The topics of this panel is extremely wide, as already told, but of tremendous interest in recent times. I'm glad that we have gathered in this format for a fruitful discussion about the need for updated strategies and politics. This is a complex issue for which we use a simple term, melting ice. I would like to challenge you, to inspire and provoke you today to give you most creative ideas on finding the best way of concerning the consequences of melting ice. Let's discuss the profound change which the Earth is facing and the fact that polar ice is disappearing, which humanity seems to have taken for granted for thousands of years. We can all agree that climate change is affecting every single aspect of the life of this planet, with the Arctic being extremely vulnerable to impacts of this change. What happens in the Arctic affects the world far beyond the polar regions. As the panel description suggests, our mutual aim is to define a more resilient and secure interconnected world. Therefore, not a single nation should think that a certain geographic area is too remote from the Arctic to be bothered by this. Consequences of this historic and permanent change that is thawing permafrost and melting ice have a potential to change the life on Earth as we know it. The international academia and global scientific institutions have suggested that the warming of the Arctic is 4 times faster than the global average. That means that we all need to act fast. Can we even start thinking about what is good for the Arctic without extensively communicating with the local communities and indigenous people? Whether we are thinking about it or not, the local communities are the first to be affected with every change that is looming behind the warming of this particular part of the world. Permafrost, thaw, and retreating ice expose land, and much of areas get uncovered extremely quickly. This might open a Pandora's box, since the question is the Arctic ready for sudden high interest, and what can the international community do to promote adequate rules and regulations framework that promotes preservation and sustainability? Moreover, the increased use of accessible shipping routes in the polar circle produce more marine litter and microplastics affecting sea life, harming species, disrupting food chains, and thus having an impact on the indigenous people who rely on hunting and fishing. At this point, I would like to mention green and digital transition, which is welcomed with open arms worldwide. However, will the world be able to resist exploiting the vast undiscovered oil and natural gas reserves in the polar resource-rich territories? Burning the newly accessible fossil fuels produces more greenhouse gases, melting the ice even further, and by the area is going backwards, so to say, in the ecological process. Moreover, with the disappearing ice, the Earth is losing the high albedo surfaces. Just to remind you, this is the measure of how much sunlight a surface reflects back into space rather than absorbing it. And low albedo surfaces are spreading, soaking in the sunlight and warming up the atmosphere, promoting further ice melting. We are all aware that the green energy transition, defense industry, artificial intelligence development require a major mobilization of modern technology, which needs the rare elements, which are until recently not accessible below the ice. The rare elements are now getting more and more accessible in the parts where the ice is disappearing. And I'm not talking only about those like neodymium or praseodymium, but also about major deposits of zinc, lead, silver, nickel, palladium, copper, iron ore, bauxite, and phosphate. We simply can't ignore that the need for these critical materials, particularly semiconductor-related minerals and so on, is opening new strategic frontiers, as well as a race and competition over these resources, reshaping even more the existing complex and unstable geopolitical relations, which might redefine military and economic power balance in the world. Largely unpredictable threat concerning the melting of ice is the process which leaves polar ecosystems exposed to the sun. Here we are talking about a scenario from science fiction movies that might become reality. The dormant microbes, so-called time travelers, being forgotten but preserved for thousands of years, are now getting brought to life by exposing from under the melted permafrost and melted polar lake beds. Therefore, melting of ice could cause some disease outbreaks with pandemic potential. Those polar areas now more than ever attract frequent visiting for tourism and exploring industry potential, bringing people into closer contact with what was once isolated space. Focus has to be directed also on zoonosis in the Arctic. The pathogens may be parasites, rickettsial, viral, bacterial, but also prions, and can spread to humans by water, food, or the environmental factors. One important question is the Arctic ready to protect the health of people facing the climate change, melting ice, and the exposure to new diseases? What can be done globally to help those who are directly affected and to prevent the potential pandemics before they happen? Environmental changes have a direct impact on human health, because the climate change is not only melting ice, but also erasing the barriers between ecosystems. As a society, we need to understand and to be prepared to enhance the awareness of the need for a health plan and for the management of possible zoonoses. All stakeholders from different industries, like mining and shipping, but also governments and international community, should recognize the need to monitor health risks and to be able to rapidly adjust to fast changes in the polar environment. That has to be a robust monitoring based on international cooperation and transdisciplinary research collaboration, with the aim to build climate-resilient public health systems. To help from the indigenous community is indispensable for their knowledge of the areas of potential risk and of the early signs of ecosystem and health situation changes. Indigenous community cannot rely on the existing resources for health protection, but all the stakeholders need to consider ways to ensure efficient healthcare systems in the polar region. To finish, the rest of the world, and the Arctic in particular, do not need to witness a zero-sum game in finding ways how to ensure that global warming and ice melting is to be approached with the utmost care through analysis, thorough analysis, and dialogue of all stakeholders using all the potential of science, expert knowledge, and diplomacy. And I'm sure that we will hear about this much more from these experts sitting here. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Reinhardt. As you really very well pointed out in the introductory remarks, in the keynote, that the Arctic is no longer a frozen frontier, it's melting. But as it does, it's opening also new shipping lines and resource deposits, but also it's a new theater of great power competition in a contested strategic space. And then you pointed out that beneath it lie critical raw materials that are very important for are building blocks for the green transition, for the digital transition, for the defense industry of Europe. And also there is health. COVID-19 showed that it did not only kill millions of people throughout the world, but also it exposed the fragilities of our systems, the vulnerabilities of our system. And so all this, everything that you raised in the keynote speech, these are not abstract questions. Actually, they have consequences. They have consequences for the health systems, for the industrial policy, for prosperity, for defense spending. So they're all very well connected. So we'll try to explore this in the next 42 minutes. And will not promise easy answers, because from the very beginning, bringing these topics together mean that there are tensions between competition and cooperation, between multilateral ambition that countries have and national interests of countries, between the urgency of the challenges that need to be addressed and also the limits of our institutions, but also our financial limits. So I'd like to start with the Minister of Health of Croatia, Ms. Hrsić. So we heard and we saw what happened and the vulnerabilities that COVID-19 pandemic exposed in our systems. And now there's much more talk in Europe about this idea of having the health system be considered a critical infrastructure, part of the critical infrastructure for Europe's not only health, but also economic competitiveness, resilience, security. And so in your opinion, and also bringing the Croatian perspective, how can health be more effectively integrated into the broader conversations that we have on security and resilience?
Thank you for the question. And I think at the beginning I would like to thank the organizer to bringing the health into the topics during this meeting, because I really think that even we do not think that the health system is important, but you mentioned, and our introducer also have said how the healthy people, how the healthy nation, how the healthy world can deal with all the problems. We all experienced what happened during the pandemic period, and I need to remember all others, and for those who didn't know, but Croatia also had a heavy earthquake at that time. So we had at the same time two problems, two crises to deal with it. So we managed. And at that time, what is important and why the health system is important, because you notice that when you are fragile. So at that time, health system was very fragile in Croatia, not just because of COVID and because of the earthquake. And at that time, we realized how health system is a critical infrastructure. I'm talking from my point of view because I'm a physician. So during my medical school, during the time that I was a medical director of a hospital, I never thought that the health system can be damaged in any kind. But at that time, we saw how one crisis can involve in a health system in any country, so in Croatia, and we learned a lot. At the beginning of this forum, during the opening ceremony, our Minister of Foreign Affairs have said that we need to give the correct answers and to be honest. I can say that the healthcare system is critical infrastructure, but we need to build it more, to be more resilient, to be more connected. But if we have in mind that the health system is changing rapidly, we heard at the beginning that the changing in medicine is very fast. Mm-hmm. But if you want to be resilient and if you want to be stable, you need to be fast and efficient. Mm-hmm. So I think that we need to have in mind all the time that the health system is a very critical infrastructure, and when we are dealing for some changes for health system, I will say it from Croatia and from my point of view as a Minister of Health, I need to think broadly. So I need to think that we are part of European Union, mm-hmm. and European Union learned a lot from the crisis, and Croatia is part of European Union, but we need to think about the specific things that we have in Croatia. We are not that big country, but we are an important country. Our people, healthy people, is very important, not just for economic, it's as much as people are healthy, the nation is healthy. So, health system is a critical infrastructure, and we need to be aware of that for all time.
Minister, thank you very much. You mentioned a couple of times the European Union, and I was wondering, how many times health ministers meet during the meetings, the council meetings, for example?
You mean during the pandemic?
Not only during the pandemic, and I think that's the question. During the pandemic, that's the main priority.
Okay, yeah.
And then once you're throughout the crisis, then it goes back to business as usual. So when defense ministers meet, when foreign ministers, when ministers of finance, how many times the health ministers meet together to really talk about this issue of making it part of the critical infrastructure?
Anytime that is needed, okay. Sophie. If you are in a regular part, in your regular time, you will meet once or twice mm-hmm. in a year. Mm-hmm. But if you are dealing with some kind of crisis, you will meet ad hoc. Mm-hmm. So it's not important how many times. Of course, it's important to talk between each other, because every knowledge is important. Mm-hmm. So the experience from Croatia is important, but even in experience from Germany, even it's a much bigger country than Croatia. It's important to talk, to share the experience,
and to have it as a priority.
Yeah, that's priority for any country. Priorities in Croatia, it shouldn't be the same as priorities in Germany, but we need to talk, we need to deal with the problems as unique country. Okay. So be aware of specific for our country, but we need to be united in any crisis. Not in everyday business, but in crisis we should be united. But if you want to have a resilient healthcare system, we need to deal it before the crisis comes.
Exactly. Be prepared.
Be prepared. So we need to talk about the resilience right now, not at the time when crisis mm-hmm. comes.
Well, thank you, Minister. So, talking about, I'll turn into Mr. Kluge, talking about being united and operating all together. Now that we look back, it seems that the European health systems performed well during the pandemic. But we know that many countries in Europe continue to face many shortages, be this workforce shortages, financial constraints, aging populations. In your opinion, where do you see the greatest vulnerability of today from the WHO perspective? How should policymakers measure really health systems resilience?
Thank you. And first and foremost, I was one of the persons who raised the hand when I was asked this morning if it was my first time to Dubrovnik. And I must say congratulations to Madam Minister and all organizers. I mean, not only for the scenery, but the depth of the discussions and for having global health on the agenda, which I think is a tour de force. Congratulations, Minister. So indeed, the COVID-19, so many lessons, but I always want to point out the remarkable determination of the health workforce, which actually, particularly in the beginning, was also very, very vulnerable. And it was also a very humbling lesson, because we saw that even the strongest health systems actually were much more fragile than we thought. So I would say that maybe the biggest vulnerability, if you speak about resilience, is about the people. As a regional director, wherever I go, I like to talk to the doctors, the nurses, the community health workers, be it in the rural areas and the mountains in Central Asia, or I went 6 times to the front line myself, to Ukraine, or to earthquake-affected areas. I'm quite concerned there, because we see that the health workers are exhausted by permanent and parallel crises. With the European Commission, we recently finished the first ever study in the EU and some other extra countries on the mental state of the workforce. And we see that actually 1 out of 10 health workers have some suicidal thoughts. 1 in 3 has some symptoms of anxiety and depression. So we need to take this very, very seriously. And to measure resilience, sometimes we go a little bit too narrow. That, for example, how many beds you have in ICU. But a system which is resilient, if there's an earthquake, we just saw the tragedy in Venezuela, actually means, can you continue the care for a child with cancer? Can you, if there's a war zone, can you continue to take care of the elderly people with dementia? Can a pregnant woman still have safe delivery? So these are the real markers, actually, of a resilient system. And to put it in 3 points, I would say a resilient system would, number 1, have trusted health workers. There was a lot of deficit in trust, but the people who still were trusted at the peak of distrust were the healthcare workers. And number 2, strong primary healthcare system, close to the people. And I want to here commend Japan for having this universal health coverage knowledge hub, which is very important to have the evidence there. Thank you for this. But also, we're exchanging a lot with China as well, with my brother, Professor Lei Hai-Cho, on AI and really primary healthcare as a equality measure. And then the third one is what I call the social trust between the citizens and the governments. Because in my view, the system which will be resilient in the future, if there's another pandemic or crisis, is not necessarily the wealthiest system. It's a system where people trust each other and no communities are really left behind. So in that sense, again, congratulations for having, and thank you, global health here, moving out of social sector and to be seen as a real strategic asset of global health security. But there will be no global health security without equity.
Absolutely. Great points, and I have many questions also on the role of the WHO. So the State Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, my first question for you when I was thinking was on thinking about geopolitical competition, how do you see security? But I noticed in your bio that actually you hold a medical license. And you have been a public health expert, and understand that you have worked on issues related to health. So maybe I'll ask the first question related to your thoughts on the issues that we just raised, and how are they viewed from the perspective of the Japanese government?
Oh, thank you so much. Does it work? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I was very happy, and it is a great honor to be here with you as such a great panelist, and thank you so much. And I'd like to say, regarding the USC, after you mentioned country, and Japan, and we think the global health, including pandemic, of course, and is a critical issue. And based on this understanding, Japan has positioned global health as one of the pillars for its foreign policy, and has been actively working to achieve universal health coverage, we call UHC, ensuring that everyone can access effective and quality health care at affordable cost in pursuit of human security. And specifically, Japan has provided a comprehensive approach through bilateral cooperation and international organizations such as the WHO. For example, as a response to the recent Ebola outbreak in the DRC and Uganda, the government of Japan has decided to provide an emergency grant of $3.5 million US. While ODA disbursements by DAC member countries have been on the significant downward trend, Japan's budget for the fiscal year 2026 saw a rise in grant aid for the first time in 3 years, along with an increase in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs' overall ODA budget. We recognize that the international community's expectations of Japan are higher than ever before. Japan will continue leading discussions on global health, of course, including pandemic, and working on multi-faceted initiatives in this field, including cooperation that leverage Japan's distinctive strengths. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Mabel Lumia, I would like now to move into the bigger picture, and maybe we'll go back into the opening of the speech, of the introductory speech regarding the Arctic. And we know that the Arctic holds an estimated 13% of the world's undiscovered oil, 30% of undiscovered natural gas, and as well as significant deposits in terms of critical minerals. China has declared itself a near Arctic state, and it actually invested very much in the last years, decades, I'll say, into the Arctic infrastructure. So what is the view from Beijing when it comes to the Arctic?
Thank you for having me. It's my great privilege to revisit DUBROVNIK and participate in this fantastic forum, which is a beautiful place and a wonderful platform for global governance and multilateralism. And I really appreciate the topic today is many directions, but only one future. I think it's a shared future for all of us. Regarding your question you posed about the Arctic Circle. Yes, China is the near Arctic Circle country. China built up a lot of infrastructure for the shared future. It's my point of view as I'm not from the government. I represent a non-government think tank. But today the theme, our topic is related to melting ice and rising stakes, which is brightly captures the anxiety, collective anxiety of the area. I want to challenge a little bit about the prevailing narrative which dominates similar discussions about the geopolitical competition through that kind of critical minerals or the materials. I think it's a public good for the human being, for the shared future. So as you mentioned, China's action or the other countries' similar actions around that region, I think it's a kind of human action for the rare earth development. We need that rare earth development, we need that infrastructure, and we look at the melting ice or the risk for the critical minerals, those issues. Too often we look at through that kind of narrow and zero-sum games lens of geopolitical competition. We are increasingly hearing that kind of saying language like the weaponization, de-risking, decoupling, or the building the small yard with the high fences. But let us be clear, if we treat the essential global supply chains as the battlefields for the strategic dominance, we will inevitably fail to secure the green transition and the global public health architecture, what we mentioned. I think it's a common good for the human being. Like US withdraw from the WHO, but China contributed 500 million to WHO. I think those platforms is good platform for all the infrastructure and the human being well-being.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I like what you said, put all those topics together, and you said it's a matter of collective anxiety. So you mentioned the critical raw materials too, and how we should work together. So, well, I think it's easier for China because it has the control of the most critical materials. Now, From the European perspective or other countries' perspective, when you do not control, you only control 2% of those materials that are needed actually for it becomes a source of anxiety. So I'd like to come back to exactly to your point on anxiety and how those resources can be used, can be managed, can be weaponized in some cases for political reasons or for economic reasons, purely economic reasons. And that will bring me to Dan, Senior Fellow at Hudson Institute in the US for the US perspective, but maybe US a little bit also NATO. So, I mean, all the Arctic Park is considered part of NATO's northern flank, and it has come back to a lot with strategic prominence now. We have seen in the recent year Finland's and Sweden's accession membership to NATO. We have seen the increased Russian activity. We were mentioning Chinese investment in the Arctic infrastructure. From where you stand in Washington, do you think that NATO institutionally and militarily is prepared to treat the Arctic as a primary theater of great power competition or not?
Well, thank you again for that question. Yes, I think when you think about the upcoming NATO summit, the topics are going to be the two most important topics are going to be defense spending and Ukraine, but they both tie into the Arctic. And when you see where the alliance is now compared to was just a few years ago, it's really been tremendous change. There's been a number of exercises just a few months ago, the cold response exercises. There's the Operation Arctic Sentry, which is sort of creating one overarching operational approach towards security in the high north and the North Atlantic. Arctic Endurance, which is the Danish-led exercise. Task Force X, which is going to start trials later this year. This is a digitized multi-domain maritime and situational awareness in the Arctic and the high north, both manned and unmanned systems. These are just sort of NATO-level approaches, I think, towards the region. And then you have country-specific regional approaches, the Nordic Air Force Unified Command, the opening of forward land forces in Finland. So I think that there is much more of a focus on the Arctic region. From NATO, there's clear evidence from intelligence that the Russians are upgrading a number of bases there. They're going to need to do something with the masses of forces that they have. So we anticipate that that'll be something which we'll see. And it was interesting, I think, in the Secretary General talked about Russia's increased military activity, but also China's interest in the high north when it was talking about the Operation Arctic Sentry earlier this year. So I think that sort of competition is also driving sort of NATO's approach to it. It's driving the U.S. approach. I think U.S. is, for a long time, the Arctic felt so remote from continental United States, but now I think it's much more central in terms of the way that the U.S. is sort of formulating its policies in the region. And certainly I think those concerns around strategic choke points are also in the picture and in the mix for the United States.
Thank you. And that brings us to the strategic choke point. So I'd like to go back to State Minister Kunmitsif. So let's bring it to the broader conversation of geopolitical competition and the wavering international order that we have been all talking over the last few years. What kind of security policy is Japan promoting, and where do you see, also based on the title of this conference? So yes, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to explain about our Japanese the first priority policy, which calls FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific, to strengthen the international security. And what's currently many countries, of course, in Japan, including Japan, are facing an increasing severe and complex security environment marked by intensified geopolitical competition, as you say, and technological innovation and the emergency of new social challenge. And 10 years ago, under the Abe administration, Japan proposed a free and open Indo-Pacific FOIP and has since led effort to advance peace, stability, and prosperity in the region through ensuring a rule-based international order, including the rule of law, freedom of navigation, peaceful settlement of disputes, and promotion of free trade. And last month, Prime Minister Takaichi, a first female prime minister in Japan, and announced that updated free and open Indo-Pacific as FOIP celebrated its 10th anniversary this year. This plan aims to maintain the core principle of FOIP, such as freedom, openness, and inclusiveness, while advancing cooperation initiative to acquire the resilience and the capability to have freedom to decide for themselves in the challenging international environment, and thereby striving for the entire region to become more resilient and prosperous together. The basic premise of FOIP, that the Indo-Pacific region holds the key to the peace and stability of the future international community, remain unchanged. Japan will continue to fulfill its responsibilities in this region, working to build a free and open international order. At the same time, the value that FOIP passes are universal and not limited to the Indo-Pacific region. As the security of the Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific has become increasingly inseparable, Japan will attach the great importance to cooperation with the EU and NATO. In this spirit, I'd like to call on all of you present here today to lend your strong support to Japan's FOIP vision. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for your points. And I'd like to go to Ms. Mabel. So we're talking about critical mineral supply chains, Arctic governance, global health security, all issues that are important for all of us here. Do you believe that they all suffer from the same structural problem, which is that the multilateral frameworks that were created were designed to manage all those issues, actually were built for a different era? Now everybody's talking about great power competition, strategic competition. Where do you see the space from China's perspective? Where do you see space for genuine, really cooperation and joint governance in these fields?
Yes, thank you for your question. It is. Actually, indeed, we need the platform and the mechanism for the multilateral cooperation on those very important topics like the rare earth and the raw materials and those issues for the for accelerating our green transition and the public health to avoid another pandemic, or to how to work together through the multilateralism. For example, we mentioned about the rare earth. It's a quite important topic today. There are some saying that China is manipulating that kind of concentrated processing capacity to control for the strategic intention. But from my observation, it's just because of the history. As 30 years ago, when the developed countries find that it's a high polluted and high energy consumptive, those industries should move out from their country. Then they move out to China. Thanks to China's skilled workers, the complete system and consistent policy, China took over those industry and work it very well. Then we supply the predictable, stable, and high quality products to the rest of the world, accelerate the modernization and the industrialization of a human being. But right now, a lot of voices blame China is doing the kind of controlling for the strategic intention. But I think just because of history, right now, we should work together through that kind of dialogue, through the mechanism, maybe through through the G20, maybe G20 energetic working group, we can work together to distinguish what is legitimate supervision, what is the public goods offering. We also can work with the WHO, those mechanisms, to build up the common rule of law, to do some distinguish between the different supervision and the real market need. So I think we can work together. And even from China's perspective, I find they can work with third parties like ASEAN countries or the other developing countries to work together, even in the future with Japan. I know right now a lot of wasteful capacity happening in the rare earth industries as the brand new restart of those industry for the rare earth producing happening in the other countries to restructure that kind of the supply chain for the rare earth. It's kind of wasteful. It's not helpful for the global governance if the world divided into the block confrontation because of the rare earth. So a lot of hype up those narratives. I don't think it's good for the development for the future and for the sustainability. I would like to echo what the Deputy Prime Minister last session of Croatia mentioned, that we don't want the security or those narratives to be the opposite of the development and the sustainability for the world.
Well, these are all great points, but how important do you think should a fair level playing field be in order to achieve this kind of cooperation, to work on the same rules, same standards? How important is that?
It is very important. As I mentioned, we need to build up that mechanism through the multilateral platform, like G20 and WHO, those mechanisms to do that. We need it's an inclusive one, not like some country right now build up the so-called, it's an exclusive cooperation on critical mineral. I think this is very exclusive. It will lead to a kind of block foundation or ideologic foundation. It's not good for the world.
And that's one of the areas that we need to discuss. We cannot separate and take them separately. What maybe something that we have done in the past. Well, thank you. So I would like now to turn, since we're talking about multilateral institutions at WHO, more times the WHO has been asked to do more, but not always has been given the authority, and most important, the resources to do more. So in your opinion, what reforms are necessary inside the WHO in order to make the organization fit for an era which actually we see overlapping of health, climate, and geopolitical crisis?
Thank you. So I have to make a confession here that I am WHO's greatest advocate, but also its greatest and harshest critic.
Because you know it from inside better than we do.
Yes, but we have also been successful, according to the member states, in making that change. Because you're absolutely right that if WHO is overextended, under-focused, and the way that we are financed and governed, what will happen is that we're going to ask more and more from member states and deliver less. At the same time, all these issues I'm hearing, climate change, the heat waves, the pandemics, they have no passports. So one country cannot solve it alone. So what the world needs is not a weaker WHO, but a stronger WHO. And we have many supporters. I mean, China, Japan, the EU, Croatia, but we have to be very, very proactive. How did we do it and square the circle in the WHO European region, which is the region with the largest number of member states? It's not only the EU, it goes from Greenland to Vladivostok, Central Asia, Turkey, Israel. We implemented 3 interconnected work streams promoted by the UN Secretary General called the UN 80. Number 1 is going back to the core mandate. Because if WHO tries to do everything for everyone everywhere, we're going to be excellent at nothing. So we used AI and asked the 53. It's a matter of asking our countries, what do you see as the core mandate? We had a great bilateral with Madam Minister of Croatia, and there one of the global goods we say, every country says, is data. We have to ensure that we have the data every country and person can trust and know how to rely on. Number 2, efficiency and accountability. And I really appreciate, Madam Moderator, you mentioned joint accountability, because member states not to ask WHO to do something that we don't have the means. But if we have the means, we have to be held accountable, because WHO is a combination of Secretariat and member states. And number 3 is restructuring and alignment. We convened the retreat of the 25 regional directors of the United Nations working on sustainable development in the European region and agreed who is going to do what, not to compete with each other. And maybe the biggest point here is that the knowledge doesn't need to sit in Geneva or in Copenhagen. What we need to do, and we're doing in the European region, is to take advantage of the tremendous national expertise. I came here straight from Imperial College London. We discussed with our minister, opened the first collaborating center in the world on fatty liver disease, and was the minister of Egypt there, who had done amazing things on hepatitis C elimination. I was in DRC, Congo, a month ago. No country in the world has such an expertise like Democratic Republic of Congo on Ebola. So what WHO needs to do is to make sure that that expertise that each single of the 190 countries have is available to other countries and strengthen it. And then finally, focus on science and make it transparent. And number 3, very important, to be politically neutral, which is not easy. I myself, the last 5 years, I had a lot of pressure because countries say, you should not choose sides as long as you choose my side. But we cannot. I'm choosing the side of the vulnerable, of equity, because there may be wars, but people should not suffer. We should work with every country, including those who, for the time being, are not member. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Minister Hrsić, so when we were talking about the health security before, but actually we started talking about the resilience of supply chain in Europe during the pandemic, because we saw that, one single point of rupture, then the entire, entire systems, the entire supplying system for medicines, for medical equipment, etc., was completely broken for a short time. So from that perspective, we have seen that the EU now has some momentum. There is momentum in the EU regarding legislation on EU health issues, on the Critical Medicines Act, Biotech Act, talking about the science, AI Act, medical devices regulations. So there are so many regulations, new regulations in the European Union that's trying to improve and reform. We're talking about reform the European health system. So do you see that as a priority in the EU? And then my second point is that what political and budgetary trade-offs actually will be unavoidable in the next decades, because we cannot treat all those challenges that we were mentioning as putting them in the same basket of priorities. Something has to be more important than the others.
Yeah, you're right. So it's an excellent question. As continues the Mr. Kluge have said that he didn't need to take a side unless he chose my side. So to be in a correct way, you need legislation to be exact, to be, I will say, widely possible to implement, and European Union made a huge progress in that legislation, because one disruption during that field of getting the medicine or medical device, so you don't have healthy people, you don't have a healthy system care if you don't have a medicine, if you don't have a device. But you need to have legislation. So European Union made such a progress, and it's very important to say that even in European Parliament, Croatian Parliament is speaking about that, about the legislation. So it matters from where you come, and it doesn't matter from how big country you come. But in a manner of healthcare system, it doesn't matter where you live, but it seems like already everyone have said that the exact the situation need to be affordable to any nation, to any people, and to any population. So yes, you're right, the legislative of European Union is near the end, and it's based on, I will say, three important things. So we need to think about how affordable medicine and medical device is. Do we need it for short time, or do we need it for term in a resilient healthcare system? This is the important thing, but nevertheless, the second biggest important thing is how we, through the medical data. From my point of view, not just as a medical doctor and as a Minister of Health, I think that we can do harm and we can do a good thing if we, how we choose the medical data that we have. And this is, at least for Croatia, is very important to be part of bigger family. Because any country is strong enough and is resilient enough as much as contribute to bigger things. So yes, you're right. Legislation is something that we need, and I think from European Parliament that we are in the next step, and that the all legislation will be done in a near future.
Well, thank you. Dan, the last question for you. So we were discussing all these topics, and I'd like to hear your perspective. Also, the main motto of the U.S. government, the U.S. administration, is that economic security is national security, and all the issues that we have been talking about until now are issues of national security. So I would like to hear your perspective from the U.S., but also from in terms of the transatlantic cooperation. On those issues. How important is that? Although there are frictions in the relations between both sides of the Atlantic, how important those issues are, and maybe singling out that an important point of collaboration has been the one on critical raw materials. That there's a partnership now. There's a task force between U.S., European Union countries, and Japan is also part of that task force. So what's your take?
The U.S. and Europe share a lack of trust. I think that started in the COVID with the obfuscation of this in the early days, which really magnified the impact of the pandemic. That continued. I think we did see the weaponization of critical minerals, choking off supplies to factories, and I think that's now moved into concerns about pharmaceuticals. Especially generics, and 90% of those in the United States are coming from elsewhere. And so I think that's also brought the U.S. and Europe back closer together, because we share these dual challenges. And so why are we no longer making active pharmaceutical ingredients? The chemicals go into it. Why are we no longer refining? Well, in part it is because these are dirty, environmentally difficult procedures, and we didn't want to do them anymore. It's also an issue of workforce, labor costs, government supports, which undercut Western industries and basically drove them out. But now I think you've seen sort of the mindset in the West change about whether or not the government should be active in trying to reshore some of those, to try to reinforce the security. And it's not about sort of breaking a monopoly, but it's about being able to sort of overcome a future choke point to move to a better space. And so I think that we've seen the U.S. and Europe working on both the critical minerals issue, but also the pharmaceutical issue, but they're coming at it, I think, with different tools. But I think ultimately they're trying to get at the same place. And so I think as much as the U.S. and Europe can sort of be working on parallel tracks, it's going to bolster the security, I think, in both of those areas, which I think are going to continue to be choke points in the near and in the longer term future.
We have a little more than 1 minute left, and I'd like just to go quickly at every one of you, and for 20 seconds each, if we had to consider all those challenges and what will be the one word that will explain the solution to those challenges, what will that be, Dan? Or what comes to your mind when you put all those issues that, rising stakes, critical materials, geopolitical competition, global health, climate change, all in one basket? What comes to your mind in terms of solutions?
I think it's actually going to be something which is which is going to hold the Transatlantic Alliance together, because these are joint challenges that I think that we can work on together. I will also say really quick, there's also really interesting bioprospecting opportunities in the Arctic, which I think could be something, a very positive note for the world.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, I still want to emphasize that block-based and fragmented cooperation will suffer all of the people on the earth. So I think we should throw the true multilateral, genuine multilateral system to improve that and work together for that.
Thank you. Mr. Kluge? So we have transatlantic cooperation, we have multilateralism.
If I need to check one word, I would say trust.
Trust. Thank you. Yes.
Solidarity.
Solidarity.
Yes, for the international peace and stability and prosperity.
Minister?
Affordable solution.
Affordable solutions. Well, thank you very much. So I think we came, it looked very difficult. Unfortunately, we don't have time. We have to respect your time, and there's a panel after this. But I think, what brings all these one key words together, I think we go back to the opening speech. I think it's the resilience of health systems, resilience of governance frameworks, resilience of supply chains. And with that, please join me in a round of applause for our panel.
should not touch it. I think we can start. Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to kindly ask you to take up seats, especially towards the front where we have distributed some of our materials. To start with, allow me to briefly introduce myself. My name is Umur Gökçe, working as Economic Advisor at the OECD's Southeast Europe Regional Program. This program was established in 2000. And since then, it has been supporting the region's governments in the design and implementation of economic reforms aimed at enhancing competitiveness and fostering private sector development. And on behalf of the OECD, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this OECD DUBROVNIK Talk side event, which is co-organized with the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Croatia. The title of today's event is Navigating Geopolitical Shocks through Green and Digital Transitions for Businesses in Southeast Europe. And I know many of you had a long and intensive day of discussions and meetings. Therefore, we'd like to sincerely thank you for being here with us this evening. Without further ado, to officially start today's session, it's my honor to invite Mr. Zdenko Lucic, State Secretary for Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of Croatia, to deliver opening remarks. Mr. Lucic, the floor is yours.
Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you all on behalf of the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Mr. Goran Grlić. He was supposed to give a speech today, but he was held at the meeting, so I stepped in. Dear Excellencies, Deputy Secretary General Ružička just told František that Ružička's famous last name in Croatia, Lavoslav Ružička, was a Croatian born in Vukovar that won the Nobel Prize award in 1939 for chemistry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you again to 19th edition of Dubrovnik Forum. By what we see so far, it's probably the best edition of this forum, the biggest and the best edition. The theme we have chosen this year, the age of multipolarity, many directions, one future, is a diagnosis of the current state of international relations, fortunately. This is actually the 5th edition of OECD Dubrovnik Talks. As Andreas Shah likes to take a word, legacy, so it's a kind of legacy, but it's a legacy that actually lasts more than many modern marriages. So we're on a good track as the side event, and I hope that we will have many of those in the future. Despite turbulences around us, Croatia remains steady and, of course, committed to our OECD membership. So this is not just our policy objective. It's actually a reflection of what we are and what we do. It represents our ambition towards the better society, better policies for a better life of our citizens, and we're doing our best to bring this process to its positive closure. From the very beginning of our independence, Croatia was ambitious in many fields. We joined NATO, we joined the EU, we joined the Eurozone, and Schengen area. So we are accustomed to reforms, accustomed to improvement of our political life, of our business environment and legal environment. And the OECD accession is not destination; it's continuation of our efforts. We've been actively engaged with the OECD for many years now. Together we did the project on digitalization of SMEs in Western Balkans. It's a project that OECD and Croatia designed together. Croatia government financed this project with 1.2 million euros, and it's intended for digital and green transition of small and medium-sized enterprises in Western Balkan, and the project lasts for 3 years. For Croatia, support of green and digital transition of Western Balkan is not just a matter of development objective, it's kind of essential for the development of the region. It's essential for the more resilient and more competitive region that will help improve the stability of the countries in the region. As I said, our perspective as a future OECD member will also be used as a leverage to help our neighbors in their policies, in bringing their economies to a higher scale than it is now. So not to take too much time on the start of this side event, I will give the floor to our colleague from Paris, and see you soon later on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Secretary, for the insightful opening remarks and for Croatia's support and cooperation with the OECD on supporting competitiveness and private sector development in Southeast Europe with a focus on the Western Balkans. We now move to the next part of our program, namely setting the stage for today's discussion. And to share the findings of OECD's most recent work on today's topic, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. František Ružička, Deputy Secretary General of the OECD. Deputy Secretary General, I invite you to the floor.
Hello, good evening. Hey, thank you very much for a very nice introduction. I'm so sorry that I cannot say that, well, your Ružička was my grandfather. But probably I have to dig something in my family tree, maybe somewhere I will find somewhere DNA, but I'm not very good in chemistry, so I don't know, not sure. First, also, I mean, let me start with the things that I didn't have prepared, I mean, in the speech, but what I have to say, because you mentioned it several times. And I met also here the colleague from Bulgaria and Romania and Croatia. And these are the 3 countries who are the accession countries, and I think that we are much overdue in accepting and inviting these 3 countries to the OECD. All the 3 countries, well, 2 countries are very close and then fulfilled almost all technical obligations. So it really depends on a very, very, well, devil is in details, and this detail is very important, but I'm optimistic that we can solve the issue in a very soon time, and to welcome you, because I think it is very well deserved. The organization, and I was saying it also very often, it's not the organization of the regions, it's the organization of the like-minded countries. It doesn't matter if you are from Latin America or from Europe or from Asia. I mean, the organization is based on the same principles, on the values, and I think that the 3 countries really fulfill that. So, congratulations also for the Dubrovnik Forum. It's a great opportunity to meet important people and policy makers. Maybe I'll start with the old Republic of Dubrovnik, with Ragusa, as it was once known. It has its own coin, I think, and it has a very powerful motto: Non bene pro toto libertas venditur auro. Freedom is not for sale. Not in the past, not today, and not in the future. In today's geopolitical environment, the freedom of one depends on the freedom of all, our partners and our neighbors. And freedom has many faces. One of them is the freedom to engage in the fair economic activity, the kind that creates prosperity, progress, and well-being of all. This is now the 5th edition of the OECD Dubrovnik Talks. First held in 2022, it has become an integral part of Dubrovnik Forum, a space where we examine economic issues through the lens of geopolitics. The countries of Western Balkans, and this should be, because sometimes it is forgotten, but the countries not only of the Western Balkans, but the countries of the Central Europe, the countries of Western Balkans in this case, they are already deeply embedded in the European economy, even before the full EU membership. Trade with the EU exceeded 88 billion in 2025, more than doubling over the last decade. The region has moved from the post-war fragility to macroeconomic stability, a major long-term achievement. Integration into EU value chains has strengthened through foreign direct investment. And the EU provides billions of euro to help to develop these countries further. Significant progress has been made in infrastructure, transport, energy, and digital networks, contributing in some cases to an increase in real income by 5%. Yet in today's geopolitical context, the region faces a triple challenge. And it's internal structural challenges, limited competitiveness, institutional weaknesses, and demographic decline. External pressures, inflation, global economic shocks, and energy dependence, and geopolitical competition, balancing EU integration with the influence from other global actors. And the strategic question here is clear. Can the region accelerate reforms, deepen EU integration, build resilience, and avoid fragmentation? And here, where the OECD comes in. First, by supporting businesses in their green and digital transitions. And second, by strengthening competitiveness and preparing economies for participation in EU single market. Here I would like again, to thank and point to the Croatia's leadership. Its financing and its willingness to share experience have been absolutely critical to this effort and to the work we present today. Recent developments only reinforce the urgency of the work. Global disruptions have driven up energy prices and placed supply chains under strain. For Southeast Europe, these shocks come on the top of existing vulnerabilities, as many economies remain net energy importers. At the same time, the region has deepened its integration into global value chains, with exports as a share of the GDP increasing by more than 10 percentage points over the past decade. And this is why the green and digital transition is no longer optional. It is the operational necessity, a matter of competitiveness and increasingly of survival. The rapid rise of artificial intelligence is already transforming business, labor markets, and education. In the Western Balkans, AI use is growing, but unevenly. Among small enterprises, adoption ranges from around 8% to 10%. Businesses are open to AI, but trust remains conditional, and uptake is cautious, particularly for large-scale or high-risk applications. This reflects a broader reality, strong interest, but still limited maturity and trust. So what we do see clearly in this digitally mature, that the digitally mature firms perform better. They move faster into the new markets. They expand their customer base further. And those that reduce resource and energy intensity become more resilient to cost pressures. Together with Croatia, we conducted a really large enterprise survey last year, involving more than 800 businesses across the Western Balkans. And it gave us a clear picture of the region's readiness for the twin transition and of the key challenges that still lie ahead. Now, I think that someone may help me with the first slide. Just since we are the OECD, we cannot go through the presentation without torturing the audience by a lot of numbers and the small letters, out of which you will probably remember 2 or 3, and I'm only saying that when you see the big chart on the screen, then the first thing you do is you look for your own country. not even listening what the speaker says about the substance. So, but I will be going through this quite quickly, because the presentation, of course, will be available to follow the studies. First, the good news is that 77% of businesses in our survey have already taken at least one step towards environmental sustainability. And firms see the green transition as a path to efficiency and competitiveness. Just over a third point to regulation as a key driver. Nearly half point to cost savings as their main motivation. But there is also, the gap of 23% who are predominantly small and micro enterprises, for which the integration is very cost sensitive, and they are at a very high risk of falling behind. And here, I'm sure that you've heard this over the hundreds of times. One size does not fit all. It's so obvious, but I don't know why, if it is so obvious, we cannot accept in our national strategies that we need more tailored support, built around firm size, capacity, and sectoral needs. And we have excellent tool now. We have the artificial intelligence that can individualize the requirements for every single actor, every single small or medium enterprise on the market. Let's move to the next slide. Digitalization can be a powerful enabler of the green transition. It helps firms use resources more efficiently. But the use of the digital tools remains limited. 70% of the firms track some environmental metric, energy, water, carbon. But systematic digital monitoring is still rare. And again, I don't want to say that the AI is the panacea for everything, but the AI can help analyze and to help prepare the systematic digital monitoring even for the small companies. The barriers are not only about cost, though firms decide software and service expenses, but much deeper challenge are the skills. Many companies struggle to find the expertise to make digital tools work in practice. And I really just imagine in the small, medium companies in our countries, in the countries of the Western Balkan, in the family companies, how many specialists for the AI use you have there? How many of these companies have enough resources to pay for the reskilling or upskilling of the people who are working there? So what we have to do is to create the system of the tutors of some kind of the instruments that are powered, for example, by the chambers of commerce or the different associations, or even by the governmental agencies that provide on-site, on one electronic hub, the information that is necessary for the small, medium companies to best use the artificial intelligence. Now, let's move to another slide. We see that more support measures are now in place across the region, but awareness and uptake remain low. Only 17% of the firms know that public support for digitalization even exists. And I would like to say that this is not something that is specific for the Western Balkan regions, because we did these surveys also for the countries in Asia, not speaking about the Africa, but also in some other parts of the Europe. And the public awareness, or the awareness of the small, medium companies about the tools, even like the countries in Italy, about the tools is very low. They don't know where to reach it and how to use it. So again, I go back, chambers of commerce, business associations, these are the trusted intermediators for the companies, to get and to look for the information, but the governments have to invest to create the hubs. So this message we have repeated throughout this project in the study visits we organized for policymakers in Zagreb, Osijek, and Mostar. The survey conclusion is clear. Competitiveness and resilience will be defined by firms' ability to seize the opportunities to the twin transitions. And again, let's look at this digitalization and greening from the eyes of the small, medium company, not a big company. Big company can do analysis, can access data, can analyze the data, can hire the lawyers, can hire the experts. Small, medium companies who are in Europe, 90% of the GDP, they don't have that opportunities, and they then lose their competitiveness on the broader markets. So I conclude, before we all get totally tired with the numbers. I prepared some questions at the end of my presentation regarding the slides. So I'll just be checking how carefully you were listening and watching. If you'd like to have the access to the presentation, you just scan the QR code. And for deeper dive, consult also our policy index for small and medium-sized enterprises for the Western Balkans and Turkey. So we released its last edition just last month. So it is a comprehensive look at the policy landscape and the solution that can support the green and digital transitions. And it comes also with a data hub, easy to use and straight to the point. I encourage you to try it. And the OECD is really steady to support governments across the region, turning this evidence into effective policy on the ground. Because we need it. We need the trust, we need the fair business, we need the fair trade, and we need the fair opportunities for everyone, small and big. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General, for presenting the findings of our recent work, most notably the Western Balkans Enterprise Survey, which was undertaken as part of the Digital and Green SMEs project, financed generously by Croatia, but also prepared by the close cooperation with our colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. There are a couple of copies of the survey's report next to the door, and also we distributed the flyers that you can access to this torturing data, and also you can better get prepared for the questions to come from Deputy Secretary General. On the slide that you'll also see my colleague's name and my name. In case you have any questions about our work, about the survey, about the data, you can always write to us and get more information. With that, this brings us to our panel discussions, and it's my pleasure to invite once again Mr. Zdenko Lucic, who will moderate the discussion, as well as our three esteemed panelists. So thank you.
Okay, we just thank you for the introduction. We had just witnessed the excellent speech by the Deputy Secretary General on this report, and the figures presented in the report are amazing. But I didn't find Croatia, so I was wondering during the presentation it will end up at the end, but it didn't. So maybe next time when we join the organization. I'm just kidding. So today we have three excellent panelists with us. Mr. Josip Brkić, he's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have Ms. Ivanka Taščeva, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria, our OECD accession partner. And we have Ms. Violeta Jelić, President of the Western Balkans Follow-up Committee, European Economic and Social Committee, but also Secretary General of Croatian Chamber of Crafts. So I'll start with Josip on how does the Bosnian and Herzegovinian government see the green and digital transition fitting in the country's wider EU integration setting.
Thank you very much, and once again, I'm delighted to be here at DUBROVNIK Forum. Thank you for the invitation. My country is a candidate country for the membership to the European Union, and by this we are the ones obliged, according to the Stabilization Association Agreement, to interpolate all the policies of the European Union in this regard. European Green Deal, and especially the Green Deal for the Western Balkans, are the, I would say, main frameworks when it comes to the our positioning towards the requirements set. It does not go without challenging Bosnia and Herzegovina because of its complexity of the, I would say, constitutional arrangement, and it's not all on the state level, meaning that the lower levels of the governance have their say in all of this. That's why the institutional coordination within the Bosnia and Herzegovina equally with the regional cooperation in this regard remains one of the key priorities for the Council of Ministers. We have the upcoming elections in October this year, and without any doubt, any new political majority within the country will have this on its agenda very high, hence trying to catch up the rest of the region and basically also catching up the demands which are coming from small and medium enterprises within the Bosnia and Herzegovina, but there are some huge exporters who are pushing the governments in order to apply, in order to harmonize with the policies. What is challenging for us are also, I would say, financial envelope, which is always missing for every government, and in this case also for Bosnia and Herzegovina. We believe that through the European funds we can adjust better for the digitalization and also aligning ourselves with the demands for the implementation of the Green Deal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Josip. Probably still there is some time that people will go buy plastic straws to Bosnia and Herzegovina, right?
Yeah, you can still buy them there. Yeah. So you can still buy them there.
One of the most favorite items of cross-border cities. Dear Ivanka, on how Bulgarian businesses are coping with the struggles and current crisis, and how EU and EU policies help with that. Of course, you're now part of Schengen and Eurozone. You won Eurovision, so it's worth mentioning. And soon you'll probably be a member of the OECD as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. We are now part of the, as you mentioned, of the Eurozone, of Schengen. We are working hard and hoping to get the coveted invitation for OECD membership still within this year. But I have to say that in addition to that, the environment in which the Bulgarian enterprises, and I think business in Europe in general is operating is very, very complicated, maybe the most complicated since the financial crisis. And since starting in 2022 with the energy crisis, we saw a lot of Bulgarian businesses, especially those that are energy intensive, and we still do have some of those in Bulgaria, to struggle to diversify energy suppliers, to invest in energy efficiency in order to cope with the pressure on energy prices that came with the energy with the crisis. In addition, the inflation that came afterwards was an additional push, provided an additional push for transformation, for trying to optimize processes, to renegotiate supply contracts, and to find new partners. And I must say that this set of shocks is still continuing with with the war in Ukraine. That has also very strong impact on Europe in general, but I think on our region as well, in particular, and the drive for companies to change their models, to use more digital processes, to invest more heavily in energy efficiency and energy storage systems is there, but I don't think this is on a scale that we need, and on as fast as we need it to happen. There are, and the previous and the current Bulgarian government are invested in, of course, providing support for businesses, but as you mentioned, in our case, also the EU funds are something that is helping very much. For instance, with through Repower, the Repower EU instrument, or the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, businesses are getting access to funds for investments, again in energy efficiency, in modernization of industrial processes. There is also the Trans-European Network of Electricity, which is an initiative helping to strengthen cross-border energy connectivity for businesses, also to organize themselves and to focus more on regional cooperation through cohesion policy, which is a big priority for us, including within the ongoing negotiations for the next 7-year budgets of the European Union. Companies can as well take advantage of access to better transport and digital networks. The same goes for the Common Agricultural Policy, which helps a lot of Bulgarian farmers and agri-food businesses to modernize and to respond to climate and market pressures. So it is a combined effort, but as I mentioned, the needs are huge, and maybe what makes things even more complicated is the fact that this series of shocks, they are continuing. There is no, in the mid-term at least, there is no prediction for easing and making the environment less complex and challenging, let's say. So we need to focus, to keep the focus and to keep the support, because really, as also Mr. Ružička mentioned, the backbone of our economy, these are the small and medium-sized enterprises that need the biggest help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivanka. Before I give word to Violeta, if there would be any questions after the first round of the panel questions, so questions from the audience, we'll be happy to take them. And we will have enough time for the second round of questions. So Violeta, back to you. What challenges do you see that Western Balkan businesses are facing with this green and digital shift, and how the EU and EU policies can, and the governments, of course, can help?
I have only 7 minutes for that, so it's not going to be easy. First of all, thank you. I think that the OECD findings send us a clear message. The real challenge is not whether businesses support the green transition. Most of them do. The real question is whether they have the capacity to keep up with its tempo. The survey is a very useful reality check, because it tells us two stories at the same time. On the one hand, businesses across the Western Balkans clearly understand that the green and digital transition matters. Around 3/4 have already introduced at least one greening measure, and around 70% already consider environmental impact when purchasing ICT equipment. But on the same time, businesses are still far from being fully prepared. As we saw, only 6% of SMEs measure their carbon footprint. More than half have never heard about carbon disclosure, and only around 1 in 10 knows about government support programs for business greening. So, in my view, the problem is not a lack of willingness, it's a lack of capacity. Businesses want to move forward, but many simply do not have the knowledge, the skills, the financial resources, or practical support that is needed there. The first challenge is that sustainability is no longer just as looked as an environmental issue. It is becoming a business requirement. For companies that want to export, become suppliers, or to continue to stay on European market as a part of European value chains, providing sustainability data is more and more becoming part of market access. Instruments such as the carbon border adjustment mechanism, sustainability reporting, growing consumers' requirements and expectations are changing the way companies doing business. Large companies usually have departments dealing with fulfilling different paperwork. They have different experts, and they have a finance that market asks for. But most SMEs do not have. For a small manufacturer or a family businesses, understanding carbon counting, for instance, emissions reporting, or new EU requirements can feel too much, overwhelming. Instead of seeing a business opportunity, many simply see another as administrative burden. Our task is therefore to make these new requirements understandable and manageable for SMEs. The second challenge is skills. The green transition will ultimately succeed or fail because of people. Companies need workers who understand green efficiency, decarbonization processes, circular economy principles, etc., digital technologies, and carbon management in general. More and more, they need people who can combine green and digital skills. And this is exactly where the today's presentation results of survey actually confirms what I just named. Businesses constantly identify the same barriers, like lack of expertise, lack of time, limited financial sources at the first place, and insufficient internal skills. But we should also recognize that the issue is not only what skills are needed, it is also how those skills are delivered. Across the region, we still see shortages of qualified trainers, limited workplace learning opportunities, and not enough cooperation between education providers and businesses. SMEs need practical training, flexible programs, and lifelong learning opportunities that fit around running a business. Because in SMEs, you have one person or two or three. So it has to be, as we heard, tailored by SMEs. Then we have a third challenge, and it is awareness. The survey shows that only 70% of SMEs knows about digitalization programs, and only around 10 are aware of programs supporting businesses greening. That tells us something very important, that the problem is not the absence of support. The problem is that the businesses simply do not know it exists, or they find it too difficult to access. This is exactly where organizations like chambers of crafts, chambers of commerce, employers organizations, even trade unions, SME associations, and civil society generally play a crucial role, because they translate, I will dare to say translate, complex policies into practical advices. They help companies understand what new rules actually mean, where to obtain fundings, which training is available, and how to prepare for future market requirements. And this is also where I see the added value of the European Economic and Social Committee that I'm presenting today. Over many years, through the Western Balkans Follow-up Committee, the Western Balkan Civil Society Forum, and the joint consultative committees with candidate countries, we have constantly promoted one simple principle. Reforms are more successful when they are designed with businesses and civil society, not only for them. Businesses, workers, and organized civil society should not only be consulted,
They should be real partner throughout the entire reform process, from policy design to implementation and monitoring. I would also like to highlight the EC's enlargement candidate member initiative is one such, the first one among the all EU institutions. It gives representatives from candidate countries to the opportunity to contribute directly to committees' advisory work even before accession. It means that the people who will implement these reforms have also a chance to help shape them before they start to practice them. At the same time, it prepares candidate countries for gradual integration into EU policy framework long before their formal membership. So, maybe to say what should we can expect from governments and the European Union. First, simplify sustainability. Businesses need practical guidance, simple reporting templates, sector-specific advice, and accessible advisory services, not hundreds of pages of legislation. Then, to invest more in people, green and digital skills must become part of vocational education, adult learning, apprenticeship, and workplace training developed together with employers and social partners in general. Further, to make support programs much easier to find and much easier to use. Vouchers, advisory services, energy-efficient financing, cybersecurity support, and green credit lines can make a real difference, but only if SMEs actually know about them and can access them without unnecessary bureaucracy. And finally, involve social partners and organize civil society not only in consultation, but also in implementation and monitoring. Because they are closest to businesses, they understand the local realities, and they can help ensure the policies work in practice, not only on paper. If we get the right, the green and digital transition will become much more than a compliance exercise. It will help companies become more productive, more innovative, and more competitive. It will strengthen their integration into European value chains and support the economic convergence of Western Balkans with the European Union. And I will try to finish now with the sentence that twin transition should not become a barrier to enlargement. It should become a driver of competitiveness and convergence. But this will only happen if SMEs are treated as partners, not simply as recipients of new rules. For the ESC, this is the key message. Competitiveness, enlargement, and democratic participation must move forward together.
Thank you, Violeta. So in a nutshell, policy is done by businesses, not just for the businesses, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Is there any question from the audience at this moment? Or you just get accustomed to Croatian custom of not asking any questions to the panel? Oh, there's one from a youth organization. Is there a... Oh. Our colleague is bringing the microphone.
Hello. Yes, I'm from the Youth Forum, associated with the DUBROVNIK Forum. My name is Arthur Amelot. My question will be to you, Mr. Brix. I hope it's appropriate for this time of the panel. If it's not, I'm sure you'll have the opportunity to come back on it during the following discussions. But my question focuses on CBAM, and because it has become implemented this January, if my memory serves, and the payment will be implemented next year for this year. So how, considering the exports of Bosnia and Herzegovina to European Union, how do you how do you address this new I would say economic challenge, not challenges, but economic tax from the EU to your country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simple answer would be complicated. We address it complicated, but today we have to still couple of steps in order to implement what was required for us for the CBAM, and this is precisely the topic that I was discussing or telling, where the exporters from Bosnia and Herzegovina pushing the government in order to access some of the markets are predominantly asking for this. We are, as I said, October elections, and it's a very, very close time-wise, and I believe that this is something that a new government is going to, tackle it. And it's not only, as I said, on the state level. On the other levels of the governance in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they have their say. We are one of the rares that today we have to implement and see how to I wouldn't say avoid, but try to minimize the CBAM or taxation on the exporters in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There is another peculiarity in our case. For example, of the producers of the electricity in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have 3 utility companies. One of them is 100% green, 100% green. But even those who are producers and exporters using this energy are CBAM'd, because the country is having one label, and that's something that we are trying to change within the Brussels and within the already existing regulative.
Is there any more?
Yes.
No. We have a youth organization the first time this year on the Dubrovnik Forum, so they're more active than the seniors. So
thank you very much. My name is Gabriel. I'm from Austria and also here with the Dubrovnik Youth Forum, as mentioned. My question would also go to Mr. Brkic. You said, I think, on one of the panels before that Bosnia and Herzegovina is also now still dependent on Russian oil and gas, if I'm right. And at the other hand, you said that you want to implement parts of the Green Deal, of the EU Green Deal, or make this transformation, as we talked about, the green and digital transformation. And of course, this has to go through private business and business owners. So my question would be, how is the government of Bosnia and Herzegovina supporting businesses in Bosnia and Herzegovina who want to make this green and digital transformation? Thank you very much.
This is the also short and long answer, but precisely we are through this integration or the enlargement process of the European Union, trying to help, and one of the components for the growth plan for the Western Balkans, or where the Bosnia and Herzegovina is the part, is precisely to help of the small and medium enterprises. You know that we can't unhook from the 100% dependency for the natural gas which is coming from Russia overnight. And once again, this is what I have said also in the previous panel, that we are negotiating and discussing with the European Commission to try to prolong this for the Bosnia and Herzegovina, because part of the natural gas that was being burned is for the heating system in Sarajevo, but also the one part is being used for the work of the small and medium enterprises. Through the partnership with the European Commission in the first line, and some of the non-EU but also very present countries, through those partnerships we are trying to help the small and medium enterprises, and also through the UN and their presence within the Bosnia and Herzegovina. They are also very active in this.
Thank you. Oh, one more.
Hello, my name is Esteban. I'm the Ecuadorian representative for the diplomatic mission in Italy and concurrent with Croatia. I wanted to ask about the slow or small engagement about the projects on both twin transformations engagement on the programs that governments launch and the small and medium companies work with. Do you have programs that you suggest could be more successful on the engagement, or successful stories where you've seen larger groups of companies actually participating in those programs, and why were those programs successful? To whoever wants to answer the question.
I had two questions, maybe you can take some.
Maybe I can answer an example of Croatia that together with Ministry of Economy and other related ministries, we are, as a Chamber for Trades and Crafts, organizing different trainings and education, and of course giving information and advising where to find the finance and how our members, SMEs, can approach the financing for buying equipment, etc. So there is EU money offered too, and as I said in a previous intervention, it's very important that there is one point known to SMEs where they can turn to whom to turn to, and how to access the sources. We have a few very good examples of transformation in a green transition, but of course at the same time we have bad examples. Personally having an example where the coal producer couldn't get the sources to improve his production to more greener one because the limit was 10 employed people in his SME, and he had 9. So it was not tailored by a measure of SMEs, if I dare to say, but it was not on a state level. It was on EU level defined. So. We as a chamber show that case as example where we should, as European Union, improve the programs and to make them tailored for SMEs. So then generally giving the right information on in advance when the process is going on, and we as a chamber and our members who are actually acting as a chamber in the study groups, in preparation of the measures, acting in different EU bodies, creating the programs are very valuable and very important to be involved there. And this is what we are advising Western Balkans countries in accession period. So this is from my experience.
Thank you, Violeta. Is there more questions? We're coming closer to the end. Okay, 3 questions. It's good. So our colleague said the OECD will be able to make a couple of pie charts on that one as well. Okay. There's 2 minutes left, so there's no point to go to the last round of the questions. If anybody wants to have a final statement, we had really interesting panelists and interesting questions from the audience, and looking forward to see you at the dinner. And also tomorrow, it's a big day. Tomorrow, Croatia is playing against Ghana at night, so after the all day at the Dubrovnik Forum, we'll be able to enjoy a good game, and kudos to Ecuador yesterday, good game. Thank you. Thank you all.
Two points. Thank you very much for all the discussions. It was extremely interesting. I would like to invite all of you to the cocktail that's taking place right now on the terrace, so we can continue our informal discussions there. And the second point, I would like to also invite Deputy Secretary General to the stage for a family photo, as well as our colleagues Irana Alaybey and Masha Matkovic, without whom neither this event nor the great outcomes our project could have been possible, as well as my colleagues Sana Aliyevic and Anastasia Koso, who really supported all the preparations behind the scenes. So if possible, let's have a final family photo and then we'll say goodbye.